Good morning, Illumineers, and welcome to Fort Worth, Texas. We're here for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Tannon Grace, I'm going to be your host all weekend long, along with a great cast of crew that we've got here. It's going to be a great show all weekend. Now, we've got just around 2,000 players that have braved some interesting travel here this weekend to make sure they get a chance at one of those 8 golden Mickeys here this weekend. We've got a star-studded field here. We've got former champions, tons of people that have been in some top 8 stuff, so I expect some great Lorcana here all weekend long. And without further ado, let's get to the action.
Hey there, hi there, ho there, Illumineers. You are as welcome as can be to the Disney Lorcana Challenge Fort Worth. I'm Rebekah, and I'm so excited to be here with Brandon Bolen.
Yeah, I cannot believe that there's so many people that are here, almost 2,000 players coming together. It's been awesome to walk around the venue this morning, get to see so many friends and the community coming together, whether it's for Disney, whether it's for the trading card game aspect of this game. It's just been awesome to see so many people here to celebrate Disney Lorcana.
It really is an amazing event. I've seen so many people in person that I've known online that I've got to meet here in person. I've given so many fist bumps, high fives, and hugs. It's really, really wonderful seeing the community come together like this.
That's one of my favorite things about these events, to be honest with you, is we interact with so many people online every day, and you don't normally get to see them in person, and so it's really fun. Honestly, like I said, my favorite thing to come here and see them in person. But that's me and Rebekah. We aren't the only people that are going to be here for coverage, though. We also have a whole team of casters that are here in person. We're all here.
We are all here.
Yeah, so we've got, of course, myself and Rebekah. We also have Tannon here, as well as Liam coming back. And we also have Brendan here for the first time. I'm excited to see everybody on the mic. We're going to be switching in and out with each other and casting together. It's going to be an awesome time.
It really is going to be an awesome time. I cannot wait for this weekend, but here in Fort Worth, this is not the only challenge that's left of this season. We have quite a few more events going on here in North America and over in Europe. We can take a look at the map here and see that we have 6 events that were scheduled here in North America. We've had a few already. Toronto is sold out, but that's coming up next month. And then Las Vegas tickets are actually going on sale this Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific. So if you're looking at joining us in Las Vegas, be sure to be ready to get your tickets. And then that will be followed by Seattle in October.
Yeah, we also have the Europe schedule as well. We've already done Lille, we've already done Bochum just last weekend, and Bologna is up next on sale now in August. 3rd and 4th is when that will be, and then after that, Birmingham in September. And it feels like just yesterday we were in Atlanta doing these DLCs, and this is basically the halfway point. We're almost there.
Yes, it's really exciting. And with all of this going on, let's take a look at the tournament structure. All these players are here to win some fabulous prizes, which we're going to take a look at. We have 2 days of events with the main Lorcana Challenge going on, and we are here on day 1 with 9 rounds that players are going to be playing in a 2-game match format. Can you talk a little bit about our 2-game format, Brandon?
Sure. So 2-game format is a little different than what you may be used to. Each group of players play 2 games in their match instead of something like a best of 3 or best of 1. Each player will get the opportunity to go first. So if you go first in game 1, you will go second in game 2. And then for every game that you win in those matches, you gain 3 points. So if you win 1 game, you get 3 points. If you win the second game in your match, you get another 3 points, totaling to 6. But then you'll also get a bonus point if you win both of those games in your matches. And then at the end of day 1, we'll take the top 64 players out of the 2-game format, and they will go on to day 2.
Yes, and then day 2 is a more traditional best of 3 single elimination bracket that you'll see. And that is because we need a clear winner as we're going to find our champion for the weekend. It's a 70-minute time limit until we get to quarterfinals, and then it's untimed. And at that point, players are really taking their time, making their moves, and we want to give those players, the time that they need to finish out those games.
Absolutely. The best of the best are here to play, and so as they get filtered more and more up and up into the brackets, then we want to give them as much time to make the best decisions as possible. But the players, everybody here, has a lot to play for.
They do.
Why don't we look at the prizes for day 1 and what everybody is shooting to earn?
Yes. So this Dragonfire promo, which is an amazing card. It looks so beautiful. This is the participation card. So anyone who plays in this event at least 3 rounds will earn a Dragonfire promo card. And I know that you've seen it in person, Brandon. It's really gorgeous.
It's beautiful. I love these promos, the foiling on not just the Dragonfire. All of them have a very similar foil pattern to them, and it's gorgeous. That's the best word that I can think of to say it. It's very stunning. One thing that I really like that they have changed since some of the previous Disney Lorcana challenges is that the players are rewarded for playing as long as possible.
Yeah.
So if you'll notice these match point awards here, if you get 10 to 19 points, you'll get 6 prize tickets. 20 to 29, 14 prize tickets, and then if you earn 30 or more points, you'll get 20 prize tickets. Those prize tickets can be spent at a prize wall that we'll look at in just a little bit, but it really incentivizes players to continue to play the whole day. I remember in Chicago, you and I were there, and the majority of the players were still playing all the way past round 9.
Yeah, the players really wanted to stay in, earn those points that we talked about in the 2-game format to get those prize tickets and also hopefully get a chance to earn some of these other prizes. So here this weekend in Fort Worth, we do have almost 2,000 players. So the top 128 will get this beautiful Let It Go promo card. And not just the top 128, but also anyone who has earned the same number of rank points as the top 128 players.
Yes, and it's another beautiful card, and also all of these prizes are cumulative, so of course everybody gets the Dragonfire for participating in 3 rounds, but then yeah, like you said, you're gaining the prize tickets and the Let It Go promo on top of that. And if we move further into the next promos for the day 2 prizes, we have this beautiful Cinderella Stout-Hearted for the top 64 players, and this is where things get really competitive.
Absolutely. Yes. The Cinderella and then the top 32 Rapunzel, both those cards have that same really fabulous foiling on them. Really beautiful cards. And then that art that you see on the Rapunzel promo is also available to the top 16 players on this wonderful Disney Lorcana Challenge exclusive playmat.
Not only do they get the playmat, but they will also earn an invitation to the North American Championship. That's what all of these players going to the DLCs have been playing for up until now. We have quite a few people who have already qualified from Atlanta and Chicago for the North American Championship, and I can't wait to see who qualifies this time.
Yes. And then for our top 8 players, we have this really, really wonderful exclusive golden Mickey Mouse card. We have all seen it, and it is just beautiful. The artwork from Nicholas Cole, the foiling on it, this video doesn't do it justice, but the top 8 players here will have a chance to earn this Mickey Mouse promo card.
Yeah, it is a beautiful card. I don't know what else to say about it, honestly. Even the graphic doesn't do it justice. You have to see it in person. So I'm excited for any of the players that end up earning that. But even past that, this is just the top 8 promo card to earn. There's also a top 4 in which you will get 2 boxes of Ursula's Return and 100 prize tickets for the prize wall. If you make it to top 2 after that, it's the same thing. Another 2 boxes of Ursula's Return and 100 prize tickets. And then somebody has to be king undisputed and gain the champion trophy, and we'll get a complete foil set of Ursula's Return, including the enchanted cards.
Including enchanted. Yeah, it's a really, really fabulous prize there for the top champion, the King Undisputed. That was great, Brandon.
So after that, we also have the prize wall to look at. These are things that players can play for all weekend long in side events. And like we mentioned earlier, those prize tickets that you're earning while playing in the main event as well. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. We'll start with the Cinderella playmat there at the top. This is the most expensive prize. It's foiled. It's the thing everybody's after. It is absolutely beautiful.
It really is. It has foiling on the playmat, just like the Rapunzel playmat as well. And so all those little sparkles, it really does sparkle. It's really neat. And then the Rapunzel and Cinderella promo cards here are the non-foil versions, but you still get that fantastic alternate art that you can redeem your tickets for here on the prize wall. And then there's also some exclusive merch, which is really exciting to see. They have some hats and a Disney Lorcana Challenge shirt. So there's just a lot of really, really fabulous prizes. And the side events are also just really fun. They have a lot of things going on.
I've heard of people playing Pack Rush between today and yesterday, which is sort of a new thing that I've been learning about. That's super fun. And then you, of course, have different sealed and constructed events as well. One of the things that I really liked was that they're giving players an opportunity to earn some of these promos that you wouldn't otherwise get unless you topped the tournament, like you mentioned earlier. And it's fairly easy to do so, to be honest with you. I think the promo cards, the Rapunzel and the Cinderella, are about 20 or 18 tickets for either of them, and that's just enough after performing pretty okay during the first day. I think you only need about a 50% win rate, like if you win about half of your matches to earn enough tickets for that. Then, of course, there's the side events all weekend to earn that as well. So excited for the players, excited for the stuff they have to play for, and for everybody being here together for this game. We do have a super exciting match coming up with the one and only Brian, if you remember, the champion from Chicago, from the last North American challenge.
Yeah, so we are kicking off round one really strong here. But I'm just really excited about all the matches that we're going to see. We're going to see some really great showdowns. I mean, I know we're going to see some squirrels out there today as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see some of that. But, you know, we're getting a chance here on the stream to really show the diverse player base that this game has. And not only do we have people playing in the main event, but also some people are coming just for side events.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that I've talked to between yesterday and today, just going around, meeting everybody. And you never know, honestly, who's playing in the actual event and who's just here for the side events. I've heard of a couple people that are like, yeah, I just didn't want to play in the competitive thing. I'm here to have a good time, and I absolutely love that. This is a place for everybody. If you play Lorcana, you're a Lorcana player, you deserve to be here.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to get into round one. How about you, Brandon?
I am too. I think we need to go ahead and get into it.
All right, let's take a look.
So like I mentioned earlier, we have Brian Cortad there on the left. He was our champion in Disney Lorcana Chicago. And we also have Courtney Dembski on the right. I believe Brian is coming back with his favorite Emerald Steel. It's what he won in Chicago. We'll see if there's any changes that he made to his deck as they see play. And then Courtney's also playing Amber Steel, sort of a Steel song list.
Okay. Yeah, this will be really fun to see. We do see that squirrel in Brian's hand already, so.
Yeah, it's a super strong start from Brian. He is getting to go first. We saw him ink in Aladdin, and we see Courtney ink and play a Cinderella, which is also a pretty strong start. Brian did miss his one-drop card, so we don't see any Diablos, don't see any Robin Hoods being played that Brian would want to be shifting onto with this Bucky that I imagine we'll see this turn. And Courtney having a Cinderella being played means that she already has access to 3-call songs that she can sing and potentially banish some of Brian's characters that he's playing.
Yeah. So with Brian seeing this Cinderella singer come out, you know, and he kind of probably has a feeling of what's coming with songs, how do you think that he is thinking about the strategy here against Courtney?
So I think Brian wishes he had a shift character that he could use, like I said, either the Diablo or the Robin Hood, not just for the Bucky trigger, which if Brian played a Floodborn character, Courtney has to discard a card because of Bucky, but mainly because Brian, if he has a shift character, can also start singing songs early and potentially start banishing these characters. We see a Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain being played by Courtney, which has a awesome ability in that when there are 2 other characters in play, Piglet gains 2 extra lore. So it's a very heavy quester, a very aggressive quester, and Brian may be looking to slow Courtney down as much as he can, seeing this explosive start.
Yeah, I do see that he has an Ursula in his hand, which that Ursula Deceiver does give you an opportunity to look at your opponent's hand. Is that something that you think that Brian is thinking about doing here against a song, maybe song-heavy deck?
100%. We see he might be inking it. He may be low on inkables in his hand, but that Ursula is going to be a very great card to play for Brian if he can find another one, specifically because Amber Steel typically plays Whole New World, and I believe we see a Whole New World in Courtney's hand. And when you look at the Emerald Steel deck and how it wants to be played, you're trying to discard all the cards from your opponent's hand, and of course all of that gets undone if you play a Whole New World, which would force everybody to discard their hand and then draw 7 cards. So if Brian's able to play this Ursula, look at Courtney's hand and discard one of her Whole New Worlds so she can't sing Whole New World, then that really puts him ahead if he can build a wide board.
Yeah. And we did see Courtney just play Ariel, which I love. This Ariel, spectacular singer, I love that Ariel's a singer, first of all, because it's just so thematic,
Yes.
you know. And you get to look at the top 4 cards and find a song. And what do you think of her choice here of songs that she decided to pull?
This is a great song for her to find right
Yeah.
now. Right now, Brian only has Bucky and Prince John in play. Prince John lets you draw a card when your opponent discards a card, so you can see the synergy there between Bucky forcing your opponent to discard cards as you play Floodborn characters, and then Prince John letting you draw when your opponent discards. But both of them have not a lot of willpower. Prince John has the most willpower out of the two with 2 willpower, and Grab Your Sword, of course, does 2 damage to all opposing characters. Both Prince John and Bucky have Ward, which means they can't be chosen by any actions or characters that Courtney decides to play. But fortunately, Grab Your Sword doesn't force you to choose a character. It just does 2 damage to all of them, which is a way to get around this ward keyword. It's going to be really important for Courtney to be able to play this card. Hopefully, Brian doesn't have a way to get it out of her hand before the next turn, where I imagine she's looking to sing it with Ariel.
Yeah, I know in this Amber Steel deck, a lot of times you'll have cards that you do have to choose a specific character to do damage to, like something like, like a Baboom, which is an action, or a Strength of a Raging Fire. You have to choose a specific character.
Right.
And so that ward can really kind of get in the way of being able to play some of those key cards in this deck.
Right. It's what makes cards like Bucky and Prince John so great. They can just sort of sit there like we see Brian using them right now, where you don't exert them so your opponents can't challenge them, and their abilities are always online, so they can't be chosen. Your opponent needs very specific cards to remove them. We do see Brian playing that Ursula Deceiver to look at Courtney's hand, and I'm sure Brian is not going to be happy with what he sees, because he has some interesting decisions here. He knows that Courtney has the Grab Your Sword, which will be able to banish everything except for the Ursula at this point, but he also sees this whole new world and says, all this discarding that I've been doing, if Courtney can sing Whole New World next turn,
refill her hand
it's just going to refill her hand. She's going to play as many cards on board as she can and then refill it. We do see him prioritize the Grab Your Sword. He wants to keep his Bucky and his Prince John safe and from being banished, I think primarily because the Prince John is a great draw engine. We haven't seen a Diablo so far, which is another card that Emerald utilizes in order to draw extra cards. But it does look like we're going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire with Prince John to banish the Ariel. Strength of a Raging Fire lets you deal the number of damage for each character you have in play to an opposing character. And so Brian had exactly enough characters with the 3 to deal the 3 damage to Ariel, excuse me.
And Ariel, of course, is that singer 5, so she could have used Ariel to sing Whole New World on this upcoming turn. So I'm sure that Brian wanted to prioritize taking Ariel off the board.
Right. The strongest things that Amber Steel can do is gain value through singing their songs for free. And so if Brian can continue to slowly banish all of the characters that Courtney are playing, specifically the ones that can sing 5-cost songs, because those are some of the stronger ones that Courtney has in her deck, he's going to force Courtney to have to play those songs by paying for them. And when you're doing that, you can't spend your ink on others cards in your deck and in your hand, and Brian's able to slowly build a larger, wider board and eventually take over the game.
Yeah. What do you think about the overall matchup between this Emerald Steel and the Amber Steel deck?
It's actually kind of a fun matchup, if you ask me. Amber Steel is not super popular or super well positioned at the moment because Sapphire Steel is super popular, Ruby Amethyst is super popular, and Emerald Steel is super popular. So I'm happy to see it here.
Yeah.
But these are both steel decks at the end of the day. So they're looking to banish characters and use songs to gain a lot of value through singing those songs for free.
Yeah. On Courtney's side, of course, she's been able to quest early in the game. Do you think that that's putting Brian in some trouble, not being able to get any lore on the board yet? Or do you think that Brian is still feeling okay with where he is?
I think this is a pretty typical position for Emerald Steel and Amber Steel, to be honest with you. Amber Steel is a bit more of the aggressive deck. Usually, the Emerald Steel, at least in this metagame, has been the more aggressive one. The metagame has slowed down a lot, but Amber Steel is notorious for playing out their hand with a lot of low-cost characters that quest for a lot of lore, and then singing Whole New World to refill your hand and continue putting on the pressure. So Brian should understand that, okay, I'm also playing a Steel deck. I have characters that can sing these songs like Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of a Raging Fire. I need to play out this slow. And we saw him playing the Bucky and the Prince John, starting to set up a little bit of an engine there, like we mentioned earlier, to force Courtney to discard cards and then draw cards off of that. But then you also have access to those removal cards. So I think Brian's strategy right now is to play this a little bit slow, play a little bit more like the control deck, make sure you can gain board control, and more than anything, most importantly, keep Courtney from singing those 5-cost songs for free and gaining value out of them.
Yes. Yeah, and he was not only able to take out the grab your swords from her hand with the Ursula, but then take Ariel off the board so she couldn't sing.
Right.
So, yeah, he was really taking her biggest tools away from her.
Right, and just to show how strong it would be, Courtney only had, I think, 3 ink in her inkwell, of course, by the time to play Ariel. When it comes to her next turn, she can only ink for once per turn, so she'd go up to 4, can't even play those 5-cost songs. She's relying on Ariel to sing them, and there was no other characters that she could shift between the Cinderella and the Piglet to also get a 5-cost character to sing as well. So you immediately disrupt and slow down what Courtney's trying to do, which is exactly what Brian wants to do because he's playing a little bit more of the long game.
Yeah, which I think you do see that a lot with the Emerald Steel, and there's other decks that kind of do the same thing where they maybe are slow to start, but then once you get, 4 or 5 turns into the game, the game can shift so dramatically, so quickly.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that makes a great player, to be honest with you. Knowing when you need to put your foot on the gas and when you need to put your foot on the brakes, knowing what your position is in this game is super important. Knowing when you're the person that needs to race to 20 lore because of how your opponent's deck is built. It's super important to not only know how your deck is built, how your deck plays, but then also knowing how to play your opponent's deck.
Yes, and I think we do have the video back for the match. So let's go back to Brian and Courtney.
All right.
So it's Courtney's turn right now, and she only has the 3 ink in her inkwell right now. She doesn't have her Ariel Singer, but she does still have Cinderella, who can sing cost 3 songs. So she's using Strength of a Raging Fire, but unfortunately,
Ward is coming into play. Yeah,
Ward,
Courtney wanted to target the Prince John, and unfortunately, because of that Ward keyword we talked about earlier, Courtney can't choose to banish the Prince John singing Strength of Raging Fire with Cinderella. And this is why I talk about the disruption from the deck. This completely changes what Courtney's game plan for this turn is. She wants to get rid of that Bucky, wants to get rid of that Prince John. You don't want Brian drawing a bunch of cards off of Prince John because we mentioned Whole New World earlier. When you play Whole New World, both players have to discard their hand. Well, Prince John is drawing you a card for every card your opponent discards.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's a very good point. So that's really interesting. So do you think, that's something that Courtney would maybe hold back on playing that card because of that? Because then that's giving Brian 14 cards then.
Right. Well, potentially 14 cards. It's however many cards Courtney has in her hand.
Oh, in her hand.
Yeah.
Yes, to
but
discard.
Yes, you have the right idea. Absolutely. And you definitely don't want to play a Whole New World when your opponent has a Prince John and have the ability for them to draw a bunch of extra cards. Sometimes you're forced to, though. So I can't see how many cards are in Courtney's hand. I don't think it's
like
very
3.
many. And so we are coming up on a turn where she can ink to 5. And in order to get back into this game, she may just have to do it anyway, even if she doesn't want to. But we do see Brian playing a small Diablo to get a look at Courtney's hand. And unfortunately, we see 2 Whole New Worlds.
2 Whole New Worlds, yeah. Yeah, that Diablo, which is a 1-cost character, is really nice. It gives a player a lot of information because you do get to look at your opponent's hand. Can you talk about why that's so important to have that information?
Sure. So in a trading card game, information can be king. Knowing what to play around, knowing what cards your opponent is holding, knowing what position they're in. So for instance, Brian just saw Courtney reveal a 2 Whole New Worlds and a Perdita. All 3 of those cards are uninkable, which means she really needs to draw an inkable card this turn, potentially ink it so that she can play a Whole New World. Brian knows that she's not holding on to anything like a Grab Your Sword. He has to be worried about for the next turn, so he can continue to play out some cards. He knows that she's not holding on to any removal, so he can play the Flynn Rider that just came down. And we do see Courtney deciding to ink the Cinderella that she drew off of the top and have to pay 5 ink for this Whole New World.
Yeah, a Whole New World. A Whole New World. I have to sing it. It's a great song, and it's a great card. And I don't know, what are your thoughts about how much of an advantage it gives you as the player playing it versus how much of an advantage you're giving your opponent by giving them a whole new hand?
I think it totally depends on the circumstance. So in this case, Courtney couldn't sing Whole New World for free. She had to spend all of her ink for the entire turn to play Whole New World, and then that's it. She gets to exert the Sleepy's Flute, which is an item that lets you gain a lore when you play a song. So other than that, that's all that Courtney can do this turn. She's refilled her hand, which is good because that means she now has more cards and can respond potentially to what Brian's going to do this turn. But the person with priority in this situation is Brian because he's going to have all of his ink that he can use on this turn with a whole new hand to play whatever he wants to in response to what Courtney's doing, whereas Courtney kind of has to wait, basically give Brian an entire turn to whatever he wants.
Yeah, so really her not having that aerial to be able to sing Whole New World for free really kind of put Courtney at a disadvantage, it seems like.
Absolutely. I think it changes the trajectory of this game, to be honest with you. It puts Brian in a position where he can go really wide. He doesn't have to be so reactive. And Brian's deck plays a lot of cards like we see here that allow you to look at your opponent's hand. You're trying to discard cards from your opponent's hand. We have cards like Ursula Deceiver where you can discard songs from your opponent's hand. So with him being in the driver's seat, he's able to not only react to how Courtney's trying to react, but he can play a little bit more aggressively and push a lore lead, even though right now Brian only has one lore, but he has a huge board.
I was just looking. He has 6 characters out on the board here. Courtney only has her one Cinderella, who I'm surprised actually that Cinderella has stayed on the board this long. A lot of times people will try to banish Cinderella pretty early, but Brian, having 6, now 7 characters with that Robin Hood just coming down, he really is controlling the board state at this point in the game.
Yeah, Robin Hood is a great character with a ton of willpower, part of what makes him so good. In Steel, all of your removal is damage-based, so you're dealing a certain number of damage to characters. Robin Hood's 6 willpower gets over a lot of what Steel has available to them, and we did see Courtney had a Grab Your Sword in her hand, which I imagine Brian has to be considering right now because he does have a lot of characters on board, but at least half of them are going to be banished if Courtney can play this Grab Your Sword next turn.
Yeah, which do you feel like that's going to be the best move for her here to try and clear off some of Brian's characters?
I think you have to, and I think that's why we see Brian questing here. Normally, you don't want to quest with your cards like Bucky and Prince John that have ward because you want to keep them safe, but Brian knows, he saw the Grab Your Sword. He knows the best thing for Courtney to do this turn is to sing or play Grab Your Sword because Brian just has too strong of a board. Not only is his board super strong, but some of the stronger characters on his board are the ones that are going to be banished from Grab Your Sword, i.e. the Bucky and the Prince John. So he knows he needs to get the lore out of them while he can, and I expect to see the Grab Your Sword being played here by Courtney after inking for turn.
Yeah. Now, Flynn Rider card that Brian played, I am so actually happy that this card has found a place in some decks. It's such a fun card to me. I love the art of it. Flynn Rider is just a really great character. And in fact, I don't know if you knew this, but Flynn Rider was kind of modeled after Indiana Jones and Han Solo to get, the smolder vibes.
Yes, Flynn is known for his smolder.
He is.
Unfortunately, they can never get his nose right.
They can never get his nose right, but this card is pretty smoldering, I have to say.
Yes, I love this card. I was excited for it when it got revealed. I love cards that give you a big payoff for doing what your deck is trying to do. Flynn Rider has 4 lore normally, but he loses a lore for every card in your opponent's hand. So playing a deck that wants to discard a bunch of cards from your opponent's hand like Brian is right now, Flynn can really pop off when you do manage to get your opponent's hand down to nothing. Also provides a lot of pressure being an evasive character. So he's very difficult to get rid of, and it puts your opponent in a weird position where they have 4 cards in hand. They'd like to continue inking. They'd like to continue playing cards, but you don't want to let Flynn get up to 4 lore, especially knowing that your opponent is playing characters that can force you to discard some of those cards. So even if you have 4 in hand, they may still be discarding 1 or 2 the next turn and questing with Flynn.
Yeah. Yeah, and he played another Diablo, and he got to see Courtney's hand again. This deck really is putting the pressure on Courtney, I feel like, with being able to get that information, see what's in her hand, discard cards when he can. Courtney took a little bit of a lead early on, but the pressure's on.
The pressure is on, especially right now, for Courtney to find an answer to what Brian is presenting on board. We saw earlier, Brian had a ginormous board in play. Courtney was able to wipe that out with Grab Your Sword, and then here we are again with Brian having a huge board and Courtney not having much of an answer to it. She really needs to find another Grab Your Sword. I believe we've seen 2 already so far, one in the earlier hand that got discarded, and then the other that she ended up playing. I can't quite see if she has that in her hand now, but Courtney definitely is going to need to try to get some characters in play so that she can get some value out of these songs. I talked earlier about how important it is for Amber to gain value through your songs by singing them instead of having to pay the actual ink costs for those songs.
Yeah. Like you said earlier, when you can sing them for free, then you still have your ink available to play more characters or maybe another song that you want to pay for, but having to expend all your resources to pay the ink cost for a song really does put Courtney at a disadvantage to have to do that.
And especially with all the characters that Brian has in play right now, Brian is also playing all of those same steel songs in his deck. So he has characters he can sing them with to keep Courtney from having characters on board to gain value from those cards. We do see a Beast Tragic Hero being played last turn from Brian. I love this card. When
great.
Beast Tragic Hero, if he's not damaged at the start of your turn, you get to draw an extra card. So just another way for Brian to gain a little bit of card advantage, make sure he has a healthy hand and has ways to respond to Courtney so that Courtney can't come back.
Yeah. And Beast is really interesting because if he ever gets damage on him, you don't get to draw a card anymore, but you get an extra 4 strength on him, which makes him really a strong body on the board.
Yeah, he can play 2 roles in that scenario where usually you want to keep Beast Tragic Hero healthy so that you can continue to draw a bunch of cards, but especially playing against another steel deck like Brian is playing against Courtney, a lot of the wide removal that we see, like Grab Your Sword, a card that Courtney would really like to have right now, it's kind of a bittersweet thing because if you sing Grab Your Sword, you're going to get rid of a couple of Brian's characters, but you're also going to damage that beast. So any locations, any characters that have a lot of willpower that you decide to play, if Brian can challenge with them, then Beast is going to have an opportunity to hit for a lot of strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I was glad to see that Courtney got her own Robin Hood down, like we've talked about before, is a pretty strong character. But Strength of the Raging Fire came down, and then he just quested out, and Brian took game 1.
Brian did take game 1. I think we saw the battle of the songs there.
Yes,
it kind of
really did.
It kind of came down to which deck was able to stabilize first and then use that value of being able to sing songs instead of having to pay for them with your ink. We saw Courtney get a couple out with the Grab Your Sword and the Whole New World to refill her hand, but it just wasn't enough. And when Brian has such a big board, he has access to all of his removal, like Strength of a Raging Fire, so that Courtney unfortunately can't keep some of her larger characters like Robin Hood in play.
Yeah, Steel has some really great songs. I do like Steel as one of my favorite ink colors, and it is fun seeing these 2 decks battle it out. So are you ready to jump into the second game?
Yeah, let's go to game 2.
Brian
went first in the last game, so we'll see what Courtney does in this one.
Oh, we do have in this game, I believe we are seeing them alter their opening hands.
Yes.
So let's talk about altering a little bit, especially because this is game 2. What do you think each of these players is looking for in their opening hand?
So especially because, well, I'll back up a little bit. Just in general, when you're altering your hand, it's important to recognize whether you are on the play or on the draw, which basically means, are you going first or do you get to draw another card for going second? Because usually, if you're on the draw, you're in a more reactive position than you are if you're on the play. And Courtney's deck is a deck that loves to be on the play. It's aggressive. It wants to play characters, get those singers out early so that you can start making use of those songs. So I think Courtney right now, knowing what Brian is playing now, because before neither player knew what the other one was playing, they had to do a blind alter, knowing that Brian is trying to discard all of her hand, knowing that he's trying to build up a board, but he's going to have to do it kind of slowly. Maybe he has to look out for a couple of those Diablos who didn't see any of the Shift Diablos last game, but knowing that they're there, I think Courtney is looking to find some singers that she can utilize early. Maybe finding another Cinderella, finding a Piglet would be good too, just to get some extra lore, but also any shift characters like Robin Hood, anything you can use to start gaining value from those songs as early as possible, and basically do what Brian did to Courtney last game and being in the driver's seat, being the one reacting to Brian and keeping him from having his own characters that he can use to sing as well.
Yeah, and we do see that Courtney did find that Cinderella, so she is coming out to sing. She is that ballroom sensation.
Yes, this is a pretty strong opening. We do see Brian responding with a Flynn Rider, which I really like. It sort of gets around what this Cinderella represents, because Cinderella being played on turn 1 means that Courtney could sing a song like Strength of a Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage On and banish any 2 willpower character that Brian played that next turn. But Flynn Rider is a 1/3, a 1-drop 1/3. So that means any of those lines are no longer available to Courtney. But we do see Courtney playing a Mr. Smee, another card that I love, a very strong card, very well statted for his cost and has 2 lore. So you can start questing for a lot of lore.
Yeah, like you were saying before, Courtney's deck does have a lot of cards that are really meant to gain her lore early in the game, and Mr. Smee is one that does that. He gains 2 lore, and he's a 3/3, which is really good. Going back to what you were saying though about Flynn Rider being he's a 1/3 character, or one. He is a 1/3. There's a couple different Flynns in the game. But why would a player choose to put a 1/3 versus a 2/2 in their deck? Because I feel like there's a lot of 1-cost characters where that's your choice, is going with a 2/2 character or a 1/3.
I think there's a lot of things to consider when looking at which 1-drop character you want to play in your deck. If we look at this in a broad sense, you would want to play a 1/3 character if you were expecting to play against any other decks that could deal 2 damage to one of your characters really quickly. And so we mentioned earlier that with the Cinderella being a singer 3, gives Courtney the opportunity to sing songs that could deal 2 damage to Flynn Rider. There's also other steel cards like the Boom and Fire the Cannons that some people are playing that can deal 2 damage. Also, for Brian's deck specifically, it just so happens that Flynn Rider, the evasive one, is a shift character.
Yeah,
and you can also shift Flynn Rider for very cheap. I think it's only a shift 2, so you'd only have to pay 2 ink to shift the Flynn if you wanted to. So there's a lot of synergy there for Brian in this deck, and why he might want to play Flynn Rider, a 1/3, versus any other 2/2 character.
Yeah. And then Courtney, of course, decided to quest, and she is already up to 4 lore here. What's interesting in this matchup, especially with the Bucky is not a card that you really see players quest with or challenge with, right? that's not Bucky's job.
No.
He just stays on the board, so it does give your opponent a little bit of opportunity to quest early on if you don't have anything else on the board.
Absolutely. Courtney understands that Brian certainly does not want to challenge or sing songs with Bucky or Prince John. He doesn't want to exert any of these characters if he doesn't have to, because they are vital to his game plan. So Courtney is utilizing that to the best of her ability, playing the Mr. Smee that has 2 lore, knowing that she's going to get a couple quests out of him, also having played the Aerial Spectacular Singer, and knowing that Brian hasn't set up a board in which he would want to challenge or sing with any of those characters to banish the Aerial, which means Courtney has a 5-cost singer in play, has an opportunity to use that Aerial, whereas we saw before, that wasn't really an option.
Yeah. I love this combination. Can you talk about what just happened here with Mr. Smee and Rapunzel coming down?
Yes, this is part of why I love this opening for Amber Steel. Mr. Smee, when he quests at the end of your turn, if there's no other captains in play, then he has to take a damage. So he only has 3 willpower. That means you're at most getting 3 quests out of him before he banishes himself. Rapunzel is a very powerful card in that when she is played, you can choose one of your characters and heal up to 3 damage from that character. For every damage that you remove, you get to draw that many cards. So Smee's been questing really aggressively throughout the entire game, took on 2 damage counters, and just before he was going to be banished, Rapunzel gets played, heals all of that damage back off of Smee. Now he's fresh, healthy, ready to go.
Healthy, yes. I also just love the theming of that, because Rapunzel, as you know, she has her magical hair in the movie. She sings the healing incantation, heal what has been hurt, and comes in and heals a character.
That's one of my favorite flavor cards in this game is Rapunzel, because there's also the Mother Gothel and Ruby. She enters play with 3 damage on her.
Yes.
So it's a really cool combo to see the Mother Gothel being played and then the Rapunzel. Of course, Mother Gothel's not in either of these decks because she's in Ruby, but there's a lot of flavor that goes on in this game that I love.
Absolutely. Now we have Diablo down. Brian did not see this shift Diablo in the last game, but this is a really key card, I feel like, in the Emerald Steel deck. Can you talk about Diablo?
Diablo has made waves. He is a phenomenal card in that when Diablo is exerted, every time your opponent draws a card, you get to draw a card. So usually you want to shift Diablo as early as you can with if you're playing Bucky, because you'll get the discard off of Bucky since Diablo is a Floodborn character, and if you shifted Diablo, you can exert him that turn. Unfortunately, Brian only had to play him with the 3 ink, so you can't exert Diablo this turn because Diablo is still drying. But if Brian is able to keep this Diablo from being banished next turn, because Courtney does have a lot of singers available to her, could potentially sing some removal actions, Diablo can start drawing you a ton of cards.
Yeah. I also think it's just really interesting, the new shift dynamic that we've seen in the game. Typically what you'll see is a character has its ink cost, and then you can shift it for less ink. But in the case of Diablo and some other cards in the game, the shift cost is to discard a card from your hand instead of paying any ink at all. And I feel like that just really kind of changes the way maybe that a player even thinks about how they're going to build a deck, knowing that. Does that affect the deck building, you think, in the Emerald Steel, knowing that you have to discard an action?
Definitely. I was very excited to see this mechanic come into Ursula's Return. It was brand new. Like you mentioned before, we only knew shift as a cost reduction, but being able to shift characters out in a way that is not tied to your ink opens up all kinds of possibilities. There's a whole new world.
A whole new world, yes.
For ways that you can build around characters and around decks. And so we see Steel plays a lot of actions already. They play Strength of Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On. Emerald has some really good discard actions with Sudden Chill as well. And so being able to utilize Bucky's shift ability, especially because there's a one-drop Diablo's shift ability, being able to utilize Diablo's one-cost character to shift a Bucky out as early as turn 1, if you want to, if you're willing to discard the card, creates a very, very powerful line of play.
Yes. Yeah, and we did see Let the Storm Rage On, banished Smee, and then he challenged, I believe, with the Diablo into Cinderella.
It looks that way, which Diablo has evasive, so Brian can do this because Courtney does not have another character with evasive. You can only challenge evasive characters if your character has evasive as well. So Brian's understanding that Courtney has gained a lot of lore this game.
Yes,
we see her all the way up at 14. Brian has been in the reactor seat for the entire time and knows, okay, as much as I would love to have just quested with this Diablo, I'd need to remove the Cinderella. The Diablo is less likely to be banished because it can't be challenged, so I'll go ahead and challenge it. It also exerts the Diablo, which means he would still get the card draw off of the Diablo from Courtney's turn.
And we see a second Diablo come down, which now he'll get to draw 2 cards every time Courtney draws a card. But it does look like Brian here is, like you were saying before, pushing on the gas here a little bit, finally able to quest here with some of his characters and get up to 6. What do you think about him questing with these characters that normally you wouldn't quest with?
So it looks like Courtney's hand is getting pretty small. Okay, yeah, so I don't think she has anything in her hand. Couldn't even play the Cinderella Stouthearted that she drew for that turn. And Brian knows that she's very ahead on lore. She has the Sleepy's Flute in play. So every time she draws a song, she can play the song, gain an extra lore from Sleepy's Flute. Brian has built a very wide board that has a lot of lore on board. 7
lore there.
Also a lot of very powerful characters because you have 2 Diablos that are drawing cards. You also have the Beast, which is drawing you a card because the Beast isn't damaged yet. And he knows that if he can get away with questing his entire board in just 1 or 2 turns, we can see he's already caught up to Courtney. And unless Courtney has a way to respond, Brian, of course, can just quest the next turn and take game 2.
Yes, which he did. Congratulations to Brian, and congratulations to a well-played game by Courtney. That was a fun matchup, seeing those 2 decks playing against each other.
Yeah, songs is a mechanic in Disney Lorcana that I love. I feel like it's a build-around for this deck. It's a very unique mechanic, being able to get a lot of value out of these songs, not having to actually play them by paying for them. And so we sort of saw a battle of the songs here.
It was. Yeah.
Brian was able to come back in that second game after being behind. Courtney had a really great start with getting the Ariel down, being able to heal the Smee with the Rapunzel, getting a lot of lore with the Smee as well. A big lead, but unfortunately for Courtney, Brian was able to build back up his board, find the answers that he needed to, and then take just 2 or 3 turns to quest everything out and come back.
Yeah, that was really great. A battle of the songs. I think we're going to see a lot of steel this weekend.
I do too. I was walking around the main floor earlier trying to get a scoop of what people are playing. You know, we assume the Buckies, and look, I don't want to spoil anything at home, folks, but it's a lot of what you think it's going to be. So I was excited to see the Amber Steel here. There's
Yeah.
a lot of steel out there of all different variations. So hopefully we can get some exciting stuff on stream.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us for this first match of the day. We're going to have more round one for you after this break.
Hey everybody, Tannon Grace here with a post-match interview with our defending champion, Brian Cortade. That sounds pretty good. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. People are recognizing me. I already took a lot of photos and stuff, and I appreciate it, all the kind words people have had, so it's been awesome.
What is it like coming in here as a defending champion? You know, there's a lot of pressure on everyone to do well at these, self-inflicted as well, and, you want to do as good as possible. Does this give you an edge, or do you think it adds pressure to you?
Yeah, I don't think at this point, at least, I feel too much pressure in general, but people will know what I'm playing. They know who I am, so they kind of know what to expect. So, there's that element. But no, it's been great.
Speaking of what you've been playing, this is kind of your last hurrah with this deck. We're going to be having Bucky get some errata here coming up really soon. Does it make it kind of bittersweet this is the last chance you're going to get to play with like this version of your deck?
Yeah, I considered playing a different deck, but then I decided I needed to stick with my boy Bucky, so I went with that for this event again. It's bittersweet, but I think that this isn't the last of Green Steel, and we might not see Bucky anymore, though.
Well, he's done well for you so far, and hopefully keeps doing it for the rest of the weekend. Brian, thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We're going to have another round 1 match for you. But before that, I want to introduce Brendan Patrick, who is here in the booth with me. Hi, Brendan.
Happy to be here. Thank you for the welcome. Been playing a lot of Lorcana challenges myself. Recently played Atlanta. But happy to be in the booth here for Dallas-Fort Worth. We've got quite a field out there. I was walking the tables. I was doing my edge of the table metagame as I walked through the field, and it was very interesting. I saw a lot more Amber Steel than I was expecting, a lot of Ruby Amethyst, and just players are excited to play. You can feel the competitive spirit in the room right
Absolutely. Everyone is so excited to be here, so excited to play, and we have a pretty fun match, I think, for round 1 and what we're going to take a look at.
Absolutely. One of those players is a local of mine, has done very, very well at both Atlanta and Chicago, and I think can be put in the conversation for statistically one of the best players in the world right now.
Well, let's take a look. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's jump in. So Alberto is one of our players here. Player 2, you can see, as mentioned, he did top 8, I believe, in Atlanta, top 16 in Chicago. And then we have Jerome Trevino over here, player 1. And he's on steel. Not sure what his other ink is, but I know that we've seen Alberto play before, and he's on the Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst, yes. That is Alberto's deck. So that Fortisphere is going to tell us is likely going to be a Sapphire Steel. I think I do see a Fishbone Quill in the hand. Alberto does look to have a strong opening here with the Flynn Rider, and we do see an opposing Mr. Smee as an answer. So 2 aggressive threats on the board for both players right now.
Yeah, is this Flynn Rider really like what a Ruby Amethyst player wants to see opening the game up?
That is the change from the previous set to the current set that we're playing with, has been the addition of Flynn Rider, Frenemy, and the 3-cost Inkable Sisu that is also in that deck. It has made Ruby Amethyst, which was previously a very value-oriented, somewhat mid-range control deck, has turned into a lot more of an aggressive deck. Like this curve, this Flynn Rider into the Sisu, simply cannot be answered by some of the more popular decks in the metagame. It's even strong against things like Emerald Steel.
How do you think this matchup is going into a Sapphire Steel deck? What do you think this matchup looks like?
That's a good question. So we actually have a lot of questions regarding the Sapphire Steel deck. The Ruby Amethyst deck, relatively streamlined, but Sapphire Steel, is it playing a whole new world? Is it not? And how many pieces of removal does it have? So we do see a trade to the frenemy here. So Flynn Rider is off the board. Wasn't going to do much in the face of that Mr. Smee. And we actually see Jerome here play a very interesting card in the form of Mickey Mouse. So the Sapphire Steel players can be quite split between the 2 early ramp cards, one being 1 jump ahead and the other one being Mickey Mouse. The community that plays Sapphire Steel is very split on that topic.
Yeah, and of course Mickey Mouse is a character, so you have a character that stays on the board, but then 1 jump ahead is a song. What do you think the pros and cons are of each of those choices? Obviously, Jerome thinks Mickey Mouse is the way to go here.
So the Mickey Mouse comes down on 3, and the 1 jump ahead goes out on 2, so it'll accelerate you to 4 ink, and 4 ink can be quite critical in these Sapphire decks because you will be able to play Hero and Flaversham on a turn earlier than you would usually be able to. So that's really where a lot of the power comes from. Also, this Mickey Mouse, while being a body on the field, is not super relevant with that stat line of 1-3.
Yeah. Now, it does look like Jerome put a Fishbone Quill into his Inkwell. What are your thoughts on that? Because I know that the Fishbone Quill can be a very powerful card in the Sapphire deck.
So it can be. It's really good at playing against something like a Whole New World, right? Because it can allow you to ink many, many cards before you are discarding your hand and redrawing. I would say against Ruby Amethyst, it's not as important unless you feel the need to accelerate to a certain level of ink and you're trying to reach a very, very specific threat. So it's a completely reasonable thing to do. So Fishbone Quill, while it accelerates you in terms of ink, it is card disadvantage. So there is a high opportunity cost you're paying to play that card.
Yeah. It does look like, the Fortispheres have made an appearance here in this deck, which I think you'll pretty much always see them now. Before it was just the Popsicles, but with the addition of the Fortispheres, it kind of is like another Popsicle almost in a way.
Almost identically, right?
Yeah.
The Popsicle subtext is not usually relevant, although it is better than Fortispheres in my opinion. Fortesphere plus Popsicle has transitioned Sapphire Steel into being an almost combo deck, right? It's pulling out that big Tamatoa in the late game and utilizing cards like Lucky Dime. It can quest for 10, 14, 16 lore in a singular turn.
Yes.
The deck is just so explosive with the addition of these one-cost cards, these one-cost items that sit on the battlefield, threaten to be a draw engine for here in Flaversham, but also, they're just kind of digging you through your entire deck and getting you to your most powerful threats extremely quickly.
Yeah. Now, Alberto over here has brought out this bounce package. We have the Merlins and the Madam Mims, which are from Sword the Stone, and I love these cards and how they interact. I think we're going to see a lot more of that probably here from Alberto, yes?
There's a lot of interesting things going on for Alberto right now, especially in regards to, does my opposing Sapphire Steel player, are they playing a whole new world? Because if they are, Alberto wants to not prioritize drawing cards, actually, because he might be forced to actually discard those cards. And by doing that, he gives his opponent the ability to gain card advantage on top of him. What he can do to stop that is to play out these more aggressive threats, not prioritize cards like, the 3-cost Inkable Song that we constantly play that draws you 2 cards. Because
yes, Friends on the Other Side.
Yes, we actually saw
Yes.
Alberto ink that card, which is a very, very powerful card in Ruby Amethyst, but did it on purpose because he knows that a card like this, A Whole New World, is going to be a threat.
Which we did just see A Whole New World being played by Jerome. So, like you're saying, Alberto probably had that in mind.
Absolutely.
So is A Whole New World something then that sometimes is not in the Sapphire Steel deck? So
Absolutely. So that is a newer addition, and the community is split on whether you should be playing A Whole New World, whether you should not. I would say that the sort of more popular opinion is that you should. I mean, it's one of the most powerful cards in the game, and you can see why that's the case here right now. Basically, so the important thing to think about when you're playing A Whole New World is not the text discard your hand, draw 7 cards. You want your opponent to be discarding more cards than you, and you to be discarding less. So that way, when you look at the net cards gained, you want to have more cards than your opponent. Also, all Sapphire decks utilize this Whole New World card a lot better than other decks because you will inherently be on a higher ink.
higher ink.
amount.
Absolutely. We did see that 3-cost Sisu come down on Alberto's side, which you were already talking about, and also a Queen's Castle. And I love this location.
Yeah.
It's really strong. It gains you 2 lore every turn. And then you can also get the card draw off of it for every character at that location. You get to draw a card at the start of your turn, an additional card. So that can be really powerful. And the willpower on it is, I believe, 7. So
Yes, it is. So I'm really
difficult to deal with.
I'm really happy you pointed that out because there was actually an extremely key interaction that happened there. Prior to the Whole New World, Jerome actually had Rise of the Titans in hand, which could have killed this Queen's Castle. But by casting A Whole New World, did draw an entirely new hand, and now this Queen's Castle is absolutely running away with the game. Like, Jerome does not have a clear way to answer this with Cogsworth and Mickey Mouse on the battlefield. There's simply no way to do 7 damage. Probably has to hope to draw another Rise of the Titans, which, looking at his deck list, probably doesn't have more than 2 to 3 in the list.
Yeah, what I know that Steel is one of the only inks that does have some good answers for locations. What other tools do you think might be in the Sapphire Steel deck to answer that?
So has cards that can do direct damage to it in the form of actions and songs, but ultimately to deal with locations effectively, you want to have characters with high attack to be able to rush into that, because it's just a better trade overall. You get to do you get to put the damage counters on the location, but then also keep the character behind to either trade with another character on the field or to simply sing a song, just get more value out of it.
Yeah. Now, I talked a little bit about how Queen's Castle, you can draw a card when you have characters at the location, but we haven't seen Alberto move any of his characters over there. It only cost 1 to move a character to the Queen's Castle. What do you think his thought process is there?
Thought process is to use his ink in the most efficient way possible. So just to run out as many cards as possible, not keep cards in hand, because again, a threat that looms here throughout the entirety of the game is casting that A Whole New World, and Alberto wants to take his threats from his hand and put them onto the battlefield. Make sure he gets value out of the cards that he has in hand.
On the other side, we do see that Tamatoa that you alluded to earlier. He's very shiny. He likes his things, and he has now made an appearance.
That is a very hard character for the Ruby Amethyst deck to deal with. Has access to cards like a King Undisputed, but with the Mickey Mouse and the Cogsworth on the battlefield, that is not going to be effective. We see another whole new world come through.
Well, look at that. Alberto has a shiny enchanted Maui he's playing that just went into the discard with his other cards. It's really fun. I know some people probably get nervous when they see those enchanteds on the board, the collectors out there, but they are beautiful. And it's fun to see those.
Yeah, so Alberto's getting to a lore amount, a critical maximum of lore, where he might be able to close out this game with something like a goat and potentially some of the bounce cards. It's important to keep in mind that Ruby Amethyst, once it gets up to this 15, 16, 17 lore count, is able to close out the game on its own turn without giving the opponent the ability to respond and get rid of those characters.
Do you think that this Tamatoa, you can get when he quests, you can get an item out of your discard, but we haven't seen the lucky dime yet from Jerome. I know that Tamatoa can close games, but with where Alberto is in his lore, how do you think Jerome's sitting here?
I think Jerome is definitely in a tough position. That's why we see the concede.
Yes, yeah, I guess saw the writing on the wall there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because honestly, what it came down to was that Queen's Castle. You mentioned Queen's Castle hitting the battlefield, and what was particularly interesting is that prior to that happening in the previous hand, there was a Rise of the Titans. Jerome could not have utilized that Rise of the Titans. It was absolutely the correct play to cast a whole new world, but it was a bit interesting when the immediate follow-up was that Queen's Castle.
The Queen's Castle. Yeah, I've seen many games won with those Queen's Castles, so it'll be interesting to see in Game 2 if we see it again or if Jerome is able to find the answers.
Absolutely. Queen's Castle is one of the pillars of the format. It is asking a question that most decks in the format cannot answer. It is currently why Ruby Amethyst is very, very good into Ruby Sapphire. It is good into Sapphire Steel. That's why you see Sapphire Steel playing things like Rise of the Titans, because they have to be able to answer this Queen's Castle. Queen's Castle having 7 willpower is extremely relevant.
Really?
That means that Maui cannot get rid of it
Yeah.
in one attack. It also means it's able to sit on the battlefield, generate you lore at the start of your turn, but also draw additional cards. Just such a powerhouse of location in this format.
And that 2 lore is huge. A lot of locations only gain 1, but with the Queen's Castle gaining 2 every turn, it really is a powerhouse. I'm really excited to see how this next game goes, and I think the players were really excited too. They were so excited, in fact, that they started their game before we were able to turn the cameras on. So we are joining the game about 4 turns into it. So let's go ahead and jump in, see where these players are, and take a survey of what's going on here.
Okay, so I think I can break it down for what exactly happened. Jerome probably played Mr. Smee on 2, played an item on 1, which was that Popsicle, and then drew 2 additional cards with that Flaversham. Is now questing with the Flaversham to get rid of the Fishbone Quill and draw 2 additional cards. So very much ahead on cards. Does look like Alberto had 1 drop into the Monomim Snake, and then, of course, into the Merlin Rabbit follow-up. I see a Queen's Castle
in the discard.
Yes. So I'm wondering if that was from... Probably wasn't from A Whole New World, so probably was destroyed. Might have been a Rise of the Titans.
Rise of the Titans, perhaps, yeah.
Could have been on 3.
He does have, Jerome does have what looks like about 7 ink already in his inkwell, which, I mean, that's really what the Sapphire Steel deck is made to do, is getting, that ramp, getting so much ink, and then between the ramp and then having a card like Flaversham being able to help you with the card draw, Sapphire Steel really, if you hit those lines correctly, can be really strong.
Alberto has a very key follow-up here with the Maui to get rid of that Huron Flaversham.
Yes.
Nevertheless, Jerome did get a lot of value out of the card, drawing 4 cards with Huron plus the item. So in a good spot, although it was removed on the Maui. And we do have a leftover beast on the board here.
Yeah, that beast is interesting. When he comes into play, he can banish an item. Talk about the inclusion of that card in the Sapphire Steel deck.
So there's a very specific reason why that beast is included, and there is not other item destruction potentially included, is because it also has 4 attacks, so it cannot be destroyed by Madame Medusa. It cannot be banished by Madame Medusa, which is another key sort of pillar of this format, is how much, what are the stats on your character, and can it be banished by Madame Medusa? Because Madame Medusa, being a 6-cost 2-for-1, is just one of the most efficient cards in the game. Speaking of, we do see the bell come down. This is threatening to quest for a lot, but Alberto, being a Ruby Amethyst player in the context of a Emerald Steel metagame, likely has access to Brawl and likely has access to Madame Medusa, but to potentially get rid of this bell.
Belle is such a wonderful card, strange but special. She can quest for 5 when you have, I believe it's 10 or more ink. And it's actually not, Belle is not a card that I've seen in a lot of Sapphire Steel decks. Is that something new, or is that something that is, we see a lot of these decks that are have their unique twist on it. What do you think about Belle in this deck?
Yeah, that's actually a very astute observation because that card has made it in and out of the list constantly through the last kind of 2 to 3 sets of Lorcana. And what it really comes down to these days is metagame share in regards to Madame Medusa. If Madame Medusa is running around everywhere, and especially if all of your Ruby Amethyst opponents have Brawl in their deck to deal with something like Diablo, well, it also hits your Belle.
Yes.
So that's why we've potentially seen it not included as much. That being said, Belle plus Lucky Dime is one of the most powerful combos in the game.
Yeah. I mean, like we've said, a Sapphire Steel deck can win a game really in like 2 turns, or sometimes even one.
Even one, yes.
They'll be behind for a long time in the game, and then you'll see these cards like Belle or like the Lucky Dime, Tamatoa coming out, and then they can close out the game so quickly. But a deck like Ruby Amethyst does seem to have answers if he can find them.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the really interesting thing about Sapphire Steel is it has evolved more and more into this sort of combo deck as we progress through the sets. It's gotten more and more cards that have enabled that. And like you talk about, it can just win the game on a single turn. It's so explosive and so powerful. It has so much card draw, and it can quest for so much more than almost any other deck in the game that you have to be ready for this deck to... Your opponent might be on 2 lore, 4 lore, 6 lore, and if you pass the turn, sometimes they're going to win from that position.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
there we see Double Brawl.
Double Brawl. Wow, that's exciting. Brawl is such a fun card. It comes from, that's Shorty, if you don't know, from Tangled, getting thrown out of the Snuggly Duck Lane, which is just some really great theming. But yeah, Double Brawl to take care of both Belle and... I forget the other card that was
Mickey
on the board.
Mouse.
And Mickey Mouse, that's right. Yeah.
Which is that. So the Mickey Mouse exchange is good for Jerome because Mickey Mouse came down, got its value, but that Belle getting hit by Brawl is that's one of the reasons that you would not include Belle in your list, is specifically because Brawl is going to be in every Ruby list because you must answer Diablo. That is the key question of this current metagame, but it also hits high value targets like Belle. We do see that Ariel come down, which is particularly interesting. Yeah, so this card does have ward, so it's a lot harder for Alberto to deal with. Alberto, at that 7 ink level, could have access to something like Be Prepared, also could potentially banish the Mickey and then cast something like a King Undisputed. So it does have options, but this Ariel is hard to deal with in general.
Yeah, and she's another one where she quests for 3 on her own, but then if you have more items than your opponent, then she gets additional lore, additional 2, I believe, right? So then she also is questing for 5 potentially, which in the Ruby Amethyst deck, of course, you don't see many items. I don't think in that deck list.
No, almost never. And the key part about Ariel is that ward. Like, there is a lot of targeted removal in this game, and ward is just one of the most powerful things you can be doing, a la Bucky being one of the best cards in the game.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, ward, and we saw it actually in the other match that we watched, with the Bucky and Prince John having ward. Ward can really, really disrupt your opponent, and it reduces the number of tools available to them to be able to have some answers. At this point in the game, there's still, we have Jerome sitting at 4, Alberto sitting at 6. It's really anyone's game, and we've kind of seen the board go back and forth, back and forth. What do you think both of the players are thinking right now?
So I think that Jerome needs to find the Lucky Dime as soon as possible, and needs to get access to something like a Tamatoa. I've seen Alberto's hand. Alberto's hand is double Medusa, and I think double Madame and Fox, which cannot deal with this Ariel. Likely wants to draw more cards to try to find something like a Be Prepared to deal with that, or potentially find a King Undisputed if he's able to get rid of the Mickey. That being said, I actually do think that despite what the board looks like visually, I think that Jerome might be ahead in this position and simply needs to find the Lucky Dime, can potentially cast a whole new world to dig for it, and then we're going to be questing for huge amounts.
Yeah. Jerome is sitting over here with 11 ink in his inkwell, and there's the Tamatoa, so he is able to bring an item back from his discard. I don't think I ever saw, besides the popsicles and fortispheres, I think there was a quill, but what do you think he's looking for there?
It's just going to be the
one cost?
Yep, the popsicle to draw another card, dig further into the deck. Also, that's going to be a potential target for Hiram to draw more cards. So what this Tamatoa is going to do is it's going to allow Jerome to loop one of these items as well, so Jerome can banish that popsicle, heal up a couple damage, even if nothing is damaged. So heal up a couple damage, put it in the graveyard, then quest with this Tamatoa, recur that back to hand, draw on another card, and that's where we get to the combo aspect of this deck. Sitting at this high of a ink count as well, is live to top deck that Lucky Dime and then quest for huge amounts. I mean, potentially win this game on a single turn or 2 turns.
Yeah.
Almost guaranteed 2 turns. The Ruby Amethyst deck in general does not run any item destruction.
Yeah. Do you think if Alberto had a be prepared, that is really the answer he's looking for here?
1,000%.
Or is there anything else?
No, I would snap that off instantly because this Ariel has ward. The Tamatoa he's not going to beat banish the Tamatoa through combat. So it has to be something like a be prepared. Also, if Alberto casts be prepared, Alberto's drawing 3 more cards. Like there are 3 Merlin rabbits on the battlefield.
Yes, that is a very good point. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Alberto had it because I feel like he maybe would have done it by now, that we would have seen him quest out and play it right away.
Yep, I could be wrong, but he's going to go ahead and bounce it back to hand. We talked about him having 2 Manamin Fox in hand. It's going to give him access to a lot more draw due to these 3 Merlin rabbits being on the field.
Oh, so that Maui did take care of Ariel. So even though Ariel had ward, of course, she can still be challenged. And so we did see Maui banish Ariel. But the Tamatoa is still there, which is a big threat.
Yeah, a King Undisputed would be really, really good here. And the castle is just going to be a great tempo play for Alberto. He's going to go ahead and move
a rabbit.
Move that rabbit there. The Tamatoa cannot deal with this location very well. And I think we've seen the advantage slip over to Alberto very, very quickly.
Yeah, that was just a couple cards. You know, he didn't have to be prepared, but just having a couple extra cards that he was able to draw off of bouncing that rabbit seems to have made a bit of a difference here in the board state.
Absolutely. That's why Ruby Amethyst is such a powerful deck in this metagame, is because not only is it one of the more aggressive decks that is represented at this tournament, but it also has immense potential to be a controlling deck through sort of tons of card advantage, these locations that are hard to deal with.
Unless you have Rise of the Titans.
Yes, Rise of the Titans. So Rise of the Titans is a great exchange for Jerome here. Trading a 3-cost inkable for a 4-cost inkable, one of which is a location, and Alberto has to take the opportunity cost of not playing a character in lieu of playing that location as well. So when it's answered 1-for-1 with something like Rise of the Titans, it's not the best for Alberto, but to be fair, we traded card for a card, so it's not the end of the world for Jerome.
Yeah, and like we've talked about before, there's not a lot of location answers, but there are some, and Steel definitely has the best. There are some other cards that can deal damage or banish a location. And Rise of the Titans being an action, it can't be sung. So you do have to be careful there with how many you're putting into your deck. But do you think it's really important to have a card like that in the Sapphire Steel deck?
Well, it says banish chosen location or item, so it's actually not terrible sometimes against the Lucky Dime in the mirror or against Ruby Sapphire. It's not ideal because the opposing Tamatoa can get it back from the banish zone, but at least it has utility, right? We do see the Tamatoa.
There's the Lucky Dime.
Yes, that was Jerome was able to snag that out of the banish zone by questing with Tamatoa. That being said, Alberto has the Maui left on the field here and is going to be able to clear that Tamatoa almost certainly.
Yeah, and now Jerome has gotten himself up to 17 lore. But do you think that this is the end for Jerome, or could he still make a comeback here?
It will be tough. So Alberto's also sitting with the three
rabbits.
Yep, rabbits, and has the bounce. Is probably just going to be winning via the card advantage here. I think best case scenario for Jerome here is to probably find a whole new world and get that fresh new 7 cards.
Yeah.
But it's a tough spot. That being said, I mean, we're asking Jerome to sort of find 8 lore in a single turn. If there's any deck in Lorcana that can do that, it is Sapphire Steel.
Yeah. Well, Jerome only needs 3 lore, actually. So he's at 17. Alberto's at 12. So if he even plays maybe like an Ariel or something, he could Lucky Dime and take it.
Yeah, so I had the P1, P2 mixed up. It is very likely for Jerome to win the game here.
He did play Whole New World, like you were saying, and now he's going to have 7 more cards to find some answers. And I
almost certainly will find something, I think. Probably looking for the Ariel or a Bell, and either of those will close it out with the, I think it's actually looking for Bell maybe specifically to close out the game with that Lucky Dime. So we see 4 for the Bell, 2 for the activation of Lucky Dime, and that would be enough in this case, and of course is above that 10 ink threshold.
Yes, and he does have 7 ink available in his inkwell that he hasn't exerted yet that he could still use to play something. So he has plenty of resources available to him. Yeah, he really does have a lot of options here if he
And there it is.
found them. There's the bell. Yep.
We see the hand extended.
Excellent games. Excellent playing by both players. Those are 2 really strong decks. What are your thoughts about how that played out?
It was really interesting. So it looks like in game 1, the drone was actually able to take it as well. So, like, you just see how explosive this Sapphire Steel deck is compared to a deck like Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst, a very, very powerful deck. But I would say if you're bringing Ruby Amethyst to a tournament like this, what you're really hoping to match up into is Ruby Sapphire. Sapphire Steel, on the other hand, is, while it's not a bad matchup, that whole new world makes it really tough because Ruby Amethyst is predicated on drawing a bunch of cards. And the one counter to drawing a bunch of cards is make you discard all of those cards, draw more cards, and now we're at sort of an equal amount of cards in hand.
Yeah. Oh, it was fascinating watching how that matchup played out. And yeah, that whole new world really did help Jerome out and helped him to take the win. So congratulations to both players. That is it for round 1. We're going to take a break, and then we'll see you back for round 2.
Welcome back to the booth here in Dallas, Fort Worth to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I am Brendan Patrick, now joined by Liam. Liam, welcome. You excited
Thanks.
for this tournament?
I am so excited to be here. I love Lorcana challenges, and I love broadcasting here. You know, a very wise person once said, in every job that must be done, there's an element of fun. But for me, this job is all fun. There's something really special about walking out there, seeing the energy, and trying to bring it all to you here on stream. So yeah, excited to be here.
So you and I did a little bit of walking on the floor there before the stream started. What were your thoughts in terms of what you saw?
You know, we saw a lot of the decks that we expected to see. We saw a lot of usual color pairings, but then throughout, I kept pointing out to you there were some fun ones. There were some people bringing in decks here that you wouldn't expect, and that's one of the fun things about these Lorcana challenges is there's always something surprising, whether it's a card splashed in a deck that you wouldn't expect or just decks you wouldn't expect. And my other thought is, man, was everybody excited to be here.
Absolutely. It's particularly interesting considering the narrative going into this tournament with something like Emerald Steel. We've seen the change to Bucky that is not in effect yet. You would have thought that in that context, I was expecting to see more Emerald Steel than I did. I actually saw a lot of Ruby Amethyst, a lot of Amber Steel, and then a few Sapphire Steel sprinkled throughout there. And of course, Ruby Sapphire was there, but not as popular as I expected.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I saw a lot of the same things. I have seen some Bucky, though. There's a lot of people who are like, I'm going to give this one last hurrah, take the squirrel out for a final spin.
Yeah, we heard that from our previous champion, Brian. Was thinking about playing a different deck, but said, I just got to run back Bucky.
You know,
give it
if
one
it's the
hurrah.
last time, why not? Why not?
Awesome. Well, with that, I mean, I hope we're ready to head down to the match here.
Yeah.
We do have something exciting for you. Some particularly interesting decks, a particularly interesting combination that I was not expecting to show up to this tournament in the form of Amethyst Steel.
Yes, I'm very excited to see what this deck does against its opponent, Emerald Steel, as we've been talking about. Because the fun thing about that list is it can do a lot of different things. So I'm wondering what flavor of Amethyst Steel we're going to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the more interesting decks when you talk about Amethyst Steel in particular. You have to talk about a very sort of critical card in the form of Jafar. Like, is the list playing Jafar? Is it not? Jafar being a more combo-esque card, one of the more popular cards that came out in the past, but has since not really seen as much meta dominance as it once did. I remember it was a card that in previous seasons people were like, this is so powerful.
It's going to be the best card.
Yeah, how could you print this? And then it is a very, very good card, but didn't end up quite getting there. I think the current additions and the current builds of Amethyst Steel, they're more like Ruby Amethyst, but they're a bit more aggressive, and they have a better removal package for Bucky and Diablo specifically.
That's true. I think that does make that deck appealing in this meta in particular. But Jafar is an interesting one because as an opponent playing that deck, you don't know if it's coming, and you have to plan for it sometimes. Am I going to see it in the late game really run away with the game? So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, excited to see this one now. We have Joshua Hunt versus Giovanni Alonso here.
Yeah, and I forget who's playing. We have Giovanni on the Amethyst Steel, correct?
I will pull it up for you now.
All right.
Yes.
Excellent. It's a lot of fun. So what do you think here, Brennan, about this matchup? We know Emerald Steel is a very strong deck in this format, and we know how it fares against some of the other popular decks in the format, but how do you think it fares against this Amethyst Steel combo?
So I think that Amethyst Steel is better positioned against Emerald Steel than something like Ruby Amethyst. I think that's why you play Amethyst Steel, because you have to ask yourself, why would you not play Ruby Amethyst? Some people see it as the more popular combination of inks, and I think that the answer to that would be specifically you want to have a better matchup into Emerald Steel, and you expect it to take up a large share of the metagame.
Right. So Giovanni or Joshua without a turn one play, which is not something you typically see with an Emerald Steel deck. Giovanni starting out with the Chernobog's Followers on turn one. This is a card that can quest, and then you can banish it in order to draw a card. It's a great card to get on the board turn one, and then it gives your deck some consistency because you can use it to cycle and draw a new card once you've quested with it. Yeah,
one of the more powerful one-drops available in Amethyst. We do see most Amethyst decks, I think, that are represented in this metagame playing this one drop. Just the ability to come down, be a threat, potentially be bounced back to hand for that mana mim. But in case you don't have it, it can actually quest and go ahead and replace itself.
Yeah, I do think the problem with one drop sometimes is they're great on turn one, and then some of them in the later game, you're unhappy to draw them. But this is a card that you're never totally disappointed to see, but you can get something out of it.
Absolutely. That's kind of the story of one-drops in Lorcana as we've progressed through. We've gotten more and more powerful ones. Initially, the dynamic changed with the Mana Mim package, being able to bounce those back to hand. Then you can, of course, ink them so you can kind of get double value, playing it on turn one, insulating yourself against more aggressive decks. But then if you don't need it, bounce it back. And then we see that in an even better scenario, Chernobog's Followers, which doesn't even need the bounce package to get its additional value.
Absolutely. And here we have the Bucky on turn two from Joshua. I mean, this is what this deck wants to do, right? Bucky on turn two, probably mulliganing or altering your hand aggressively for it. So that's there and ready to start seeing Floodborn on turn three.
Absolutely. I think you would also prefer to have that Diablo on turn one and then, of course, shift that Diablo to sort of get that discard package up and running. That being said, there is a reason there's a reason that Bucky is on the tip of everybody's tongue, and it's one of the most powerful cards in the game. Being a 2-cost with Ward that has static text that does not need to be sort of exerted in order to get its value is what makes it so powerful. There are not a lot of answers in Lorcana to deal with something that is sort of templated like this.
Sitting there.
Yeah, it just sits there. It's also on turn 2, so you're very far away from sort of board wipe effects. It is very, very hard for some of these decks to deal with. Also, it gets value. It replaces itself almost immediately as soon as you play a Floodborn.
Giovanni with Smee on turn 2. This is a turn 2 card that I really love. Smee does multiple things. Not only is he a big body on the board with a 3/3 stat line on turn 2, but able to start questing pretty aggressively early on with that 2 lore.
All right, we're going to take a look at the hand here for Giovanni. Looks like we have Smash, Friends on the other side. Along came Zeus, Maleficent, and Mana Mim Fox. Going to be able to take any of these songs here.
Yeah, Friends from the other side is a tempting target, I think, probably here. A lot of people wonder sometimes, why keep songs in your hand against a deck that's running, against an Emerald deck that's running these Ursula Deceivers. I was talking to Luca, a very good young player who won a very big tournament recently in Atlanta, and he said, look, if your opponent is playing Ursula on turn 2 or 3 and not playing a Bucky or Floodburn in those slots, that's fine. Like, I'm fine losing that song if that deck's not getting that discard engine going that it wants to. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think that's absolutely correct. I think that is objectively correct in terms of how to properly sculpt your hand for the friends on the other side. Also, there's a bit of a dynamic where both players are sort of thinking that, right? So you potentially think your opponent is getting rid of it in the hand sculpting phase, and then you are also not wanting to play an inefficient threat like Ursula when it does not discard a song. So maybe you ink it, maybe you don't play it. You kind of have to read the room a bit.
Absolutely. Chernobog's followers there doing exactly what we talked about earlier, questing and then going to the discard pile to allow Giovanni to see another card, and then Smee questing for 2.
I do think that the Friends on the Other Side pick here, by the way, from the Ursula was absolutely the correct play. You want to stop your opponent from getting more cards in hand and sort of insulating themselves against that Bucky discard. Because that's really where these usually Ruby Amethyst, but any sort of Amethyst-based deck can really struggle, is once it gets down to those very few cards in hand by Bucky, it kind of gets locked out of the game. And yeah, the Friends on the Other Side can really help against that. So does this Maleficent Sorceress, though, because it's going to come in and draw a card and replace itself.
That's true. This is a card that I've seen fall out of favor in some decks in this meta because it doesn't do a whole lot once it draws you a card. But with a deck perhaps that's looking to go wide, get a lot of things on the board, and then also Maleficent is a song that can sing some of the songs in this deck, like Friends of the Other side. This is a tale as old as time. Maleficent on turn 3, singing Friends on turn 4, because they gave us that package in one of the first starter decks. But I like seeing this play here as well.
Well, the Maleficent in particular at that 2/2 stat line just does not challenge very well and often lends itself to being 2-for-1. Of course, it is not a 2-for-1 because you draw an additional card off of it, but it just doesn't have a lot of board presence outside of singing things like Friends on the Other Side. That is why you've seen some people opt to cut it, because a lot of the stat lines in Lorcana right now do have 3 as the willpower base.
Joshua Hunt here playing Let the Storm Rage On. This is a card that does 2 damage to a chosen character, but also allows you to draw a card. So allows you to see more of your deck, but also get rid of that Maleficent. As you pointed out, not a threat on her own, but she can sing several songs in this deck. There's Strength of Raging Fire available, and also Let the Storm Rage On perhaps in Giovanni's deck, as well as Friends from the Other Side. So getting rid of that card that could sing those 3-cost songs, I think, is what the thought was there.
Absolutely. I think that was definitely the correct play, getting rid of that Maleficent Sorcerer, stopping Giovanni from potentially singing a song with it, and really puts him in a hard position. Does have Smee on the field, but Smee is of course going to get that damage counter after it quests, and we're going to see Joshua just get more and more value out of this Bucky, and soon will likely be playing Floodborns. I do see the Diablo in hand. I also see a Beast, Beast Tragic Hero, I believe, and that is a really, really hard card for this Amethyst Steel deck to deal with.
That's true. I mean, we do think, did he have Along Came Zeus in his
He did
hand,
have
I think?
Along Came Zeus. That is currently the only answer to that card. I think outside of Along Came Zeus, you're in a really tough position because that will just consistently draw cards. What you can do is you can use some of the other removal. You can play something like the Tinkerbell, put 1 damage on it, and potentially stop the card draw, but just such a powerful threat from these Emerald Steel decks, that turn 5 Beast.
So Giovanni here, getting full value out of that Smee, questing for it for 4, and then bouncing it back to his hand to play the Madam Mim Fox. Madam Mim Fox, nothing to challenge into here. It does have Rush, but it does set up, again, that 3-cost card that can sing. so perhaps giving Giovanni more options on his turn. And we did see some removal with Smash going into the Inkwell.
Yep, trying to get a look at the rest of the cards in Joshua's hand. I do believe it is Diablo, Tragic Beast, the Flynn Rider. Might even be 2 Flynn Riders at this point. That could be an Aladdin at the right side.
Yeah, hard to tell. But certainly a lot of Floodborn.
Oh, a lot of Floodborn.
But Giovanni's done a pretty good job here with the Chernobog's Followers, with Maleficent, with some of the bounce of keeping his hand a pretty healthy size. So even if he's forced to discard 1 or 2 cards here, it doesn't hurt all that much, and he kind of has the gas to keep going.
Yep, you see a heads-up play from Joshua here. Going to go ahead and ink the Beast because knows that that Along Came Zeus is in hand and opts to, it looks like we went ahead and shifted this Flynn Rider.
Indeed, get that into play, forcing a discard. So we'll probably want that ink for something else. There's the second Floodborn with Diablo coming down. So that's why the shift, get the Flynn out for cheap, and allows you to force your opponent to discard 2 cards.
It's interesting because Joshua knows that Giovanni sort of has all the answers, has access to the Along Came Zeus, also has access to the Smash. He's going to go ahead and keep the Smash in hand to most likely, almost guaranteed, deal with that Diablo. It is a must-answer threat here. And due to discarding these cards, we're going to be able to get some quest value out of the Flynn Rider. Flynn Rider's quest value does scale with the amount of cards your opponent does have in hand, which is why it's so powerful in these discard packages.
Yeah, so let's explain what that means to anybody who's new to this card. This card does say it has 4 lore on it, but it loses 1 lore for every card in your opponent's hand. So as Joshua is able to force Giovanni to get rid of those cards, get him down to 0 perhaps, Flynn becomes stronger and stronger as a quester, able to quest perhaps for 4 in a single turn.
Yeah, we did see, I believe, Grab Your Sword come off the top here for Giovanni.
That would be a great draw.
I think that would be a fantastic draw.
Grab Your Swords is another card which actually I think fell out of popularity for a while in sets 2 and 3, and it's back now with the presence of Bucky and Diablo in the meta. Very popular, and what a great top deck, as you pointed out, able to clear out both that Bucky and the Diablo, 2 of the most pesky cards on the board, and put a little damage on Flynn and Ursula for good measure.
Actually, such a big swing here for Giovanni, right? Because was going to be able to answer the Diablo, was going to have to keep dealing with the Bucky plus the Flynn Rider, which, you know, those 2 cards in combination are going to allow Joshua to just quest for so much. This Amethyst Steel deck also does not have access to evasives in order to sort of challenge and deal with the Flynn Rider that way, so it has to use this single targeted removal, or in this case, potentially multiple area of removal effects in the form of Grab Your Sword.
Well, and this is a great answer here, though, from Joshua Hunt, getting that second Floodborn Flynn Rider on the board. Now, Giovanni has to think carefully about how many cards he's playing, because Josh is representing potentially, 10 lore on the board if Giovanni's hand is empty?
Absolutely. So we see Josh top deck a Floodborn on the following turn. I think it could look really bad for Giovanni. Currently, Josh has no cards in hand. Giovanni does have the 2, which we saw off the Diablo, of course, drawing a 3rd for his turn.
Well, and getting that Diablo off the board is such a big deal because Giovanni now has to think about drawing more cards. He wants to get these rabbits. He wants to get friends. He wants to keep his hand charged so that those Flynn Riders aren't a threat. And Diablo drawing a card for Josh every time Giovanni did that would have been allowed him to run away with the game.
That was a big draw set for Giovanni, and Giovanni just went runner on the Merlin rabbits, which are incredibly important against 2 Flynn Riders as threats. So Joshua Hunt going into this turn really wants to find a Floodborn off the top, potentially.
And from a flavor perspective, one of the things Lorcana does really well sometimes is tell the story of these Disney movies that we love. So here we see on the board on Giovanni's side, this Madame Mim Merlin duel playing out. Madame Mim forcing you to bounce a card back to your hand whenever you play her, and then Merlin getting an effect whenever he comes into play. These combos work really well together, and here we're going to see it in full effect on Giovanni's side of the
It's
board.
really starting to set in for me how good the Merlin Rabbits are going to be for Giovanni. With Bucky no longer on the board, is going to be able to control those Flynn Riders just by drawing additional cards. Actually, so important here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this Flynn Riders only questing for a small amount. We do have 3 cards in hand, so I do believe it is 2 total.
But representing a threat, Giovanni really has to think about how much he's playing, because Joshua has cards probably beyond the Bucky, perhaps with sudden chills, which could force him to discard unexpectedly. So he's got to think about keeping enough in hand to keep those Flynn Riders low on lore and allow him to react to a discard or 2 as well. It's a tough line to walk.
I think that Giovanni might be in a very, very good position now with the Merlin Rabbits and having 4 cards in hand, basically turning off these 2 Flynn Riders that Joshua invested so much into. Does find his own Beast Tragic Hero as well.
Well, ghosting the Beast Tragic Hero, and something else that we look at with Floodborns are it does feel good to get them out cheap sometimes. However, you're losing a card on the board to do that. So not only did Joshua ink the Beast Tragic Hero to get that one Floodborn play, but lost another character on the board, which could be questing for lore.
Honestly, I think a lot of it came down to that top deck of Grab Your Swords. Clearing both the Bucky and the Diablo was just so critical, and then able to stabilize by drawing this many cards in hand, turning off the Flynn Riders. Just very much in the driver's seat for Giovanni right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has access to single target removal in hand in case a Bucky does come down. So I think if you're Giovanni, you're feeling pretty good from this position.
I think that's true. Joshua, I think, would love to draw perhaps another Beast Tragic Hero, get some more cards in hand, give him some answers, and perhaps some removal for, well, here we see some removal right there with his Flynn on the board.
Yeah, Flynn Rider's not usually a character that you're challenging with, but in this case, I mean, they're not doing anything else because Giovanni has so many cards in hand.
Yeah, and with the Merlin Rabbits, it always feels bad banishing a character that gives your opponent a card. You perhaps would rather have that 2/3 with one lore on the board than give your opponent another option. But with the bounce combo, that rabbit perhaps represents 2, 3, 4 cards if you draw more Madam Mims and can return it to your hand. So better to remove it and give them one card than allow your opponent to get 2 or 3 cards off of it.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a lot of that this weekend in potential Ruby Amethyst mirrors. You will see Madame Medusa. One of the highest value targets for that is going to be the Merlin Rabbit, despite it replacing itself. Bouncing the Merlin Rabbit back and forth is super important for the draw engine of Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah. So another fun card here, Champion of Sherd. We saw Joshua play on his turn. This is a fantastic Floodborn with decent stats, 3/6, but it allows you to do one important thing, and that is remove your opponent's characters without giving up the lore that you would give up questing. A lot of times with characters in Lorcana, you have to make the choice, do I challenge and control my opponent's board, or do I quest? With Robin Hood, you don't have to worry about that. You can banish your opponent's characters, still get the 2 lore off of it, and allow you to pursue your end game while controlling your opponent's characters.
Very hard card to deal with. Does get hit by Madame Medusa, of course, but if you do have to challenge this card to remove it, it does actually draw a card and replace itself. So a 3/6 body that dominates the field can quest for a lot. Also punishes you for questing as well because you do get that 2 lore. It's honestly one of the. That's the thing is if you look at this Emerald Steel deck, all the cards are just some of the best cards in the game. Like they are so powerful and so strong, and Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, is absolutely one of those.
Here we have some removal, Baboom coming down and removing one of those Flynn Riders with those 2 damage counters on it, makes it susceptible to that. So now we only have 1 on the board.
And that looks like a sudden chill top deck for Joshua Hunt, which is not going to do a lot in this situation.
No, it would have been great several turns ago, but still he seems happy to play it here, get rid of a card from Giovanni's hand.
Yep, and we do see the Sorcerer's Spellbook put into the Banish Zone there. That is a card that is mostly going to be there for the Ruby Sapphire matchup as well as the Ruby Amethyst Mirror. Not very good against Green Steel and, of course, is uninkable, but is so powerful in some of those other matchups. You will see it included in some of these Ruby Amethyst lists.
And so here we have, I do want to talk about the Goat on the board here. Usually Goat is a card that's saved later into the end game when you have the bounce options to get multiple lore out of it. Merlin Goat, of course, is a card that gives you a lore when it enters and when it leaves play. But it also, in this particular deck, probably is one of the stronger cards in terms of its strength. And so probably on the board, or perhaps on the board there, to answer that Robin Hood and get that pesky card off the board if Joshua chose to challenge into the Rabbit, which he did.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, if you're on the Ruby Amethyst side, you in general, are not the aggressive deck against Emerald Steel. You need to control the board, you need to control their threats, and then you'll be in a situation like we see right now, which is Giovanni is about to reach close to board parity and also has 4 more cards in hand than his opponent. That's a very, very good spot to be in. So if you can sort of hold off those early threats, slow down the game a bit, the Ruby Amethyst deck is very well positioned to take this into the mid and the late game.
Absolutely. And then Giovanni challenging in and then getting a lore off that Merlin Goat when it leaves play. And here, a triple play here. We have Chernobug's Followers, the card we saw earlier, come into play. Maleficent, is that one Daring Visitor? Biding Her Time. Biding Her Time. There's a lot of Maleficents in the game.
Mm-hmm. And I did realize that I mentioned Ruby Amethyst. I didn't mean, of course, Amethyst Steel. The deck lists are very, very, or at least the deck core competencies are extremely similar in this metagame.
So Maleficent Biding Her Time, an aggressive card we usually see in the early game. Joshua Hunt here with Let the Storm Rage On, removing the Maleficent Biding Her Time. I'm sorry, the Chernobug's Followers, not wanting Giovanni to get another card and see more of his deck. Choosing the card that would give him a card rather than the 2 lore, more aggressive Maleficent Biding Her Time.
I thought that was a particularly interesting decision, and I don't actually think there's a clear-cut answer on which is objectively correct or not. Of course, the Turner Box Followers is going to get one quest value, replace itself, give your opponent another card, and any Amethyst deck, and particularly the Amethyst Steel deck, does have other much more powerful cards in the deck than Turner Box Followers. That again, this Maleficent questing for 2 every turn is just going to accelerate that clock. That being said, I really like Joshua's decision to get rid of the Turner Box Followers. I think that was a very heads up play actually. It might not be super impactful from this board state in this position, but that was a decision that I think a lot of players they would have kind of went for the Maleficent when the Turner Box Followers. If you think about it, it being able to draw you into castles and a lot of these larger threats, then I do think it's actually the correct decision to get rid of that.
That's a great point, and I think you're right. I think it is a play that not everybody would have made. But Giovanni with the castle on board, this is a great card for him to play in this position. Steel does have cards. It has actions that can remove locations, but not often run. And so Joshua probably doesn't have a lot of answers for this 7 willpower location with nothing on the board the turn it came into play.
Mm-hmm. And we do see additional cards starting to be drawn, and a Beast Tragic Hero to match a Beast Tragic Hero, as well as another Maleficent come down. Giovanni firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, Beast Tragic Hero, of course, a card that lets you draw an extra card at the start of your turn as long as Beast is not damaged.
Queen's Castle, what are your thoughts on that location in this metagame? It is just very hard for so many decks to deal with.
It is so impactful. It was a powerful card when it came out. We saw it a little bit last set, but in Ursula's Return, it's really been shining as a closer. I think we saw it sometimes in the mid game. I think a lot of people look to its card draw ability as its primary purpose last set. But in this set, in this meta, we see it quite a bit as a way to finish games, just as we've seen here, helped Joshua finish this one out. Giovanni finished this one out. It's just a fantastic card.
It's a perfect example of why you would bring something like Amethyst Steel to this tournament. I do think it is a better matchup into Emerald Steel. It is potentially very well positioned into it. And this deck, it does very similar things to Ruby Amethyst. So you get the trade-off of having a better matchup into one of the most popular, if not the most popular decks in the metagame, and you get a similar power level to Ruby Amethyst. The one big differentiator, I would say, in this set is that Ruby Amethyst, and particularly Ruby, got access to the Flynn Rider plus the Sisu as the turn 2 and turn 3 plays. That's where you've seen the disparity between Amethyst Steel and Ruby Amethyst start, the gap starts to grow quite a bit. I would say in the previous set, they were almost identical in terms of what the decks are trying to do. Nowadays, Ruby Amethyst really likes to rely on that super aggressive Flynn into Sisu package.
It does. It really shifted its identity from a more control deck to a mid-range deck, and now it has a really, really aggressive line, and it probably is the most aggressive deck in terms of lore gain in the format.
Absolutely. That Flynn is one of the most explosive cards in the game. Must be dealt with. We talk about Diablo being a must answer. Flynn, Frenemy, is also a must answer as soon as it hits the field on turn 2.
Yeah, I agree. So that was a great first game. I do think that the Emerald Steel deck probably didn't get its ideal opening, as we pointed out. So what do you say we see what Joshua manages to do game 2?
Let's do it.
All right. The next game is just around the river bend.
I would say that grab your sword play was particularly impactful. Like the board state was looking relatively at parity. It was very, very much a back and forth, but then getting that 2-for-1 on the Bucky and the Diablo with the top deck grab your sword, so good for Giovanni here.
So good. And so as we pointed out before, so there's a very high-level player who finished very well in both Atlanta and Chicago who explained Emerald Steel to me this way. He said, Emerald Steel is kind of playing a sub-game, and the sub-game is put you into top deck mode as soon as possible, preferably by turn 4 and 5. And it's able to deliver this knockout punch almost in the first few turns. But you have to have the right opening. You do have to have the Bucky, but you have to have the cards to pair it with. We didn't see that last game, so we'll see this game if Joshua does. And he's setting it up here with this Diablo, right?
Yeah, I absolutely think that is Emerald Steel's primary game plan. The issue is then the reason why the deck is so powerful is it also has secondary and tertiary game plans that are extremely powerful, like playing the Beast Tragic Hero on turn 5. Like that is also an extremely hard card to deal with. Like it potentially, if you're playing something like Ruby Amethyst that has to get to turn 6, right? You discarded your entire hand. Are you inking that fifth? Are you inking that fifth ink? Or are you keeping it in hand? Are you playing it? Like you're faced with very, very hard questions. And Emerald Steel, while Bucky gets all of the credit and Diablo gets all the credit, is a deck of just very, very good cards in Lorcana.
Yeah, now Giovanni, we got to look at his hand with this Diablo, and I would venture to guess this is not the ideal hand he wants. He'll be happy to draw a card here off Chernobog's followers, I think. There's 2 Queen's Castles in there. There's Along Came Zeus, some very expensive 4 and 5 cost cards. He did just draw into a Grab Your Swords, which is an answer that he'll want to play on turn 5. The problem is Giovanni has to get to turn 5 with that card in his hand and with the ink to play it, and it might be a challenge if Joshua has his ideal opening.
Yep. Also, we could see an Ursula come down and go ahead and take that out of hand potentially, which would be particularly devastating.
That's true. And so, names I always have a problem with. So Joshua, knowing exactly what's in Giovanni's hand, so has a choice here perhaps about an Ursula or a Bucky on turn 2. Knowing that Giovanni doesn't perhaps have the card that he wants and is trying to draw into the answers he needs early game, that Friends becomes a really tempting target. And so perhaps chooses to deviate a little bit here if there's an option to play Bucky or the Ursula.
If there's a Bucky plus Diablo play, I think you play it every single time, right? You shift the Diablo.
If you have the Diablo, yeah.
But you also need you need the discard. So there's our Bucky on turn 2.
And do we have the shift? We do.
I think we see the Diablo, so we're going to go ahead and see the Diablo shift. We're going to go ahead and discard, let the Storm Rage on. This is about as good as it gets for the Emerald Steel deck. This is about as good as your opener can get. And we're going to see Giovanni put into a really tough spot here.
Giovanni choosing to discard there, an uninkable Along Came Zeus, choosing to save some of those inkable cards. This is a tough spot.
Go ahead, singing Let the Storm Rage on to get rid of the Chernobog's followers, stopping it from replacing itself and drawing another card in the deck. That is a particularly powerful play.
This is one of the best openings for this deck, with the inclusion of the Let the Storm Rage On being sung by Diablo. It exerts Diablo, but also removes that one threat your opponent has, and in this case, card draw. This is the ideal opening.
Yes, absolutely. So Giovanni, going into turn 3 here, is going to ink the Friends on the other side and pass it back, potentially looking to rely on that Merlin Rabbit on turn 4. Or maybe goes for something like dropping a Queen's Castle to try to slow down the
That
opponent.
has to be the play here, right?
You think it's the Queen's Castle?
Well, I think that's what he's thinking. He has 2 in hand, and you had the option there to ink a Queen's Castle. We know that's inkable in order to play the Friends from the other side to draw a couple cards. And so perhaps saving the double Queen's Castles is what Giovanni's working towards here.
And I think that could be a potentially like a very, very good play here. So both of these characters look to have moved to the Cove, which gives +1/+1.
Yeah, potentially impactful. We do know Grab Your Swords is in Giovanni's hand, so that +1 willpower there will protect Diablo from being removed by that Grab Your Swords or a Baboom even. So this is a card that we saw, I think, pop up in the latter half of this meta, right? And a lot of Emerald decks. What do you think about its inclusion here?
I think it can be pretty good. I don't think you could put 4 in your deck, but when you find it in the right matchup, it can be extremely impactful. It stops things like Brawl. It can stop the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. It can stop some of the removal like we talked about with Grab Your Swords. Like, it is a very impactful card. The problem is when you don't draw it, when you draw it in the later game, or you draw it when you don't need it, it's particularly bad. Luckily, it is inkable. So I think it is a very, very good card, to be honest. Most of the times when it's been played against me, it's felt pretty hard to deal with.
Yes, and of course, you mentioned a lot of cards that care about character strength in Ruby, and in this matchup, cards, a lot of the removal is damage-based, or all of the removal is damage-based on the steel side, so it gives you a little extra insurance in some of your cards.
So one thing to note, we didn't see the Queen's Castle come down at turn 4, which is important. I was thinking, after you mentioned that, I was wondering if Queen's Castle turn 4, turn 5 was going to just slow the Emerald Steel deck down enough. That being said, I do think that Giovanni needs to potentially try to compete for board here in some way, shape, or form, or find an out to this Diablo. I mean, Diablo is just one of those cards. We talk about Bucky. Bucky's getting a lot of credit right now because it was changed. But Diablo is a card that if it sits on the field for more than a turn or two, it just accrues too much advantage.
The problem with this combo, or what makes this combo so good, is the way you play around Bucky is by drawing cards, right? You find the cards in your deck that allows you to keep your hand at a healthy level so you can discard cards to Bucky and not worry about it. Well, Diablo punishes you for that because your opponent's getting even more answers. And in a deck like Joshua's, which in the later game I think wants to go wide or draw into some damage-based removal in order to control his opponent's board, it's a problem.
Wow, we are really seeing the power of the Cove here. Grab Your Swords comes down and is not able to remove the Diablo. Wow.
I mean, we talked about how impactful the Cove can be. It could be that this Cove and playing it on this turn, putting Diablo there, is what allows Joshua to run away with this game. That one card.
I think that's absolutely possible. Joshua with just so many cards in hand.
Now, we did talk about the castles. The lore is still fairly low, so putting the castles down and forcing Joshua to answer that over the next few turns. There's not a lot of strength on Joshua's side of the board, so we'll have to spend a few turns dealing with that. And we do have a Floodborn Aladdin come down, which the Bucky will see the Aladdin and force a discard, and we see one of those Queen's Castles going to the discard pile.
Looks like Giovanni left with a singular card in hand here.
Which will make Flynn Rider a 3 lore character. And Flynn Rider is one of the closers in this deck, so perhaps we'll see Flynn, his own biggest fan, I think that one of my favorite sub-names, do some work here.
Yeah, it's so funny how all the cards in the Emerald Steel deck relate to each other. Like you mentioned, the sort of dichotomy between the Bucky and the Diablo. Well, that also exists with the Flynn Rider. You're getting punished for drawing more cards with the Diablo, but the Flynn Rider also punishes you for not having enough cards in hand. You want to, deploy your hand as fast as possible before it all gets discarded, and you want to ink as many cards. But Flynn is also punishing you for that. It's just very, very hard to deal with.
What a top deck, though. If indeed this came off the top deck. Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy coming down, dealing 1 damage to everything across the board, which will remove the Bucky, it will remove the Diablo. We're left with an Aladdin Floodborn on the board, a 1 lore quester. What a play.
Yeah. Giovanni back-to-back showing us that you are never out of the game. We see the Grab Your Swords in game 1, and now this Tinkerbell coming down, and 2 for winning the board. And of course, and 2 for winning the really, really important threats at that with the Flynn Rider and the Diablo. And of course, this new Bucky.
And now Giovanni able to take advantage of the rabbit without giving Joshua additional cards. This is kind of the window that he needs perhaps to get back in this game.
Wow, I think that was actually a 3-for-1 off the Tinkerbell as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Great answer here.
Yep, that's a very impactful card to have here in this situation.
Beast Tragic here will move over and hang out in
Can
the
Giovanni do it again? What is he going to find off the top? 5. That's exactly what he needed.
That's exactly what he needed. So we highlighted before, Beast Tragic Hero. One of the things that makes it so good is it has a static ability, which just says at the start of your turn, draw an additional card, unless it has taken damage and has a damage counter on it. So bringing down this Tinkerbell, putting 1 damage on that beast does make him stronger, but now Josh is not getting those extra cards.
Wow. Giovanni's still really in a tough spot, but that is back-to-back exactly what Giovanni needed here, and is actually winning the board state right now. Of course, Joshua has plenty of cards in hand and can come back from this, but what a series of events. I mean, I thought 3-4 turns ago that this game might be completely over. We had the best opener possible by Joshua. Giovanni had basically no cards in hand. Joshua was winning the board, had a Diablo, and a couple turns later, the narrative has completely changed here.
Yeah, so one thing I'll point out with Beast too, I think there's still that second Queen's Castle sitting in Giovanni's hand. He's probably waiting to play it, but Beast was impactful for his card draw, but in this scenario here, he's impactful because if he doesn't give you a card draw, he gets +4 strength in the start of your turn, giving him 7, which is the ability to remove a Queen's Castle in 1 shot. So something Giovanni has to think about.
I think Giovanni has no cards in hand right now. He usually puts his cards. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he puts his cards. He tends to put his hand to the left, and then if he puts both hands on his, below the table, that means he has no cards.
He has no cards. So we are in pure top deck mode here.
I believe so. I could be.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I believe that. I believe that is the case, but I'm not positive.
Well, my point about one-shotting the castle still stands if we see another one, but not an option. But Diablo is never a card you like to see.
Can you imagine the Grab Your Swords here? It would be quite. It would have to be Grab Your Swords like into a Tinkerbell or something. So what is Joshua thinking about right now? He's thinking about exerting the Aladdin here. Why is he hesitating? Because of the Tinkerbell. And you can tell us why.
No, I thought you were asking me, and then I'm like, of course, yeah. No, because Tinkerbell is such a good card. And not only does it do 1 damage across the board when it comes into play, but when it challenges and banishes a character, you get to choose another character to deal 2 damage to. The Diablo is a card that Joshua really wants to keep on the board. And so if he leaves anything vulnerable to being banished by the Tinkerbell, that Diablo is subject to removal. Unless it moves to the Hidden Cove.
Speaking of, I think Joshua might have forgotten about the Cove text there. It was actually trying to potentially get rid of the Beast in that exchange, and the Beast actually has 6 willpower at this point. Because of the Cove, the Beast is going to stay on the battlefield, which means that this Tinkerbell is going to be able to challenge it and get rid of the Diablo as well with that triggered effect.
Oh,
Because you saw Joshua move to put that into the banish zone, move to put that beast in the banish zone, and it looks like there was whether it was the opponent or a judge that reminded him that is actually it is going to still be on the battlefield. We can see the anguish in Joshua.
No, that is a great catch. That's exactly what he was trying to do. One of the rules in Lorcana is once you move a character to a location, you can move them to other locations, but you cannot move them off to nowhere. And so Beast is forced to stay there and have that one damage lingering. And now, did we just see another Tinkerbell played?
Interesting. I thought that Giovanni would challenge with the Tinkerbell there and do the 2 damage to the Diablo. It would have traded with the Beast, of course, but maybe opts to just Giovanni puts himself to be the beatdown right now, to be the deck that is questing. That being said, with the Flint Rider on the field here, it's pretty tough.
That's true, and it's important to note that the Diablo is not exerted right now, so Giovanni, if he has card draw, can take advantage of that without drawing. But I think you're right. I think Giovanni choosing to be aggressive here, starting to push his lore total. He's got 5 lore on the board with the Tinkerbells and the Rabbit, and so probably choosing to go that route.
Well, let's do the math. Let's say Giovanni has 0 cards in hand. We have the Diablo plus the Flynn requesting for 5 every turn. And technically, Giovanni is doing the same with 2 Tinkerbells and the 1 Rabbit. The one equalizer here is that Joshua has more cards in hand and can potentially get more as well as that Diablo exerts itself. So, interesting sequence.
It is a tough call because you're right. There is 5 lore on the board there potentially represented by 2 evasive characters, which Giovanni can't answer with the cards he has on board. He has to draw into some damage-based removal.
All right, so off the top here for Giovanni.
And let's see what we got. Is it an answer? Because now we are here showing, and now you start to do some math. So suppose this is a card that doesn't help you terribly much. You may think about keeping it in hand to keep an extra lore off of that Flynn. It's something you have to think about.
Interesting. So, going to need the singular character here. We have to look at sort of the 2-turn clock, right? So at 14 lore, has to threaten 6 on the field in order to force interaction out of Joshua. And that is going to be the case. We're going to be representing 6 exactly.
But such a challenge. So to your point, Joshua is going to have to now answer. He has 6 on the board. But in order to get 6 lore on the board, the exact amount he needed, he was forced to bounce the Rabbit and play it again, giving Joshua 2 more cards.
Well, Liam, do you know what the interaction that's being sort of debated here right now is that Merlin Rabbit is actually a May trigger on the draw.
Oh, interesting. So Joshua is choosing whether or not to. Well, no. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
The Diablo is exerted, right? So
right.
Don't want to potentially give him another card.
That's right.
No,
that's exactly right. No, that's a great point. So Giovanni looks like chooses not to draw off of it because Joshua would have to draw into damage-based removal to prevent him from having to challenge into those Tinkerbells. That's a great point.
I'm not sure if Giovanni chose not to draw off of it exactly because I believe Giovanni did draw off of the bounce back to hand trigger. It's just hard for me to see his hand and exactly where it's located, and if it went quickly, I could have missed it.
No, that's a good point. It looks like there's 1 card over there. So we, for those watching, we did miss whether he not to draw 2, but if he only has 1 card, he did choose to avoid that 1.
That is exactly what Joshua needed here. Yep. Was that damage-based removal to get rid of the Tinkerbell. So Joshua in this position needs to be looking at a 2-turn clock to win. That is absolutely critical because Shirley does not want Giovanni to sort of quest next turn and then pass back to Giovanni's turn. We want to be on a 2-turn clock here. So 1 questing sequence with Joshua, and then when it's passed back to Joshua, we want to reliably be able to win the game. And that is in the context of what removal Giovanni could potentially top deck. So that's surely what's going through Joshua's mind here.
No, absolutely. And, one other thing that Joshua is thinking about is we've seen Merlin Goat in this deck, which surely every Amethyst deck runs. So we are looking at what's on the board. But in this scenario here where Giovanni is showing 4 lore on the board, a Goat top deck with perhaps a bounce in hand is a game winner.
So there's only 1 out, actually, and it's Goat plus Snake specifically because Giovanni only has 6 ink and has 1 card in hand from what we see. We do see a Baboom there. And we are going to challenge here with the Aladdin. So now we're only representing 2, getting rid of that potential out, which is exactly what you want to be doing in Joshua's position. You're in a winning position. Things are going great for you. How do you lose the game? That's what you need to focus on. You need to sort of get rid of those possibilities of how you could potentially lose this game because you're currently in a winning position.
And he's going to continue to get cards off that Diablo every single turn as Giovanni tries to draw into answer. So you just have to stay out of what I like to call goat strike range.
Goat strike range indeed. So 6 does represent a goat plus bounce, which is going to be 2 lure. But of course, if you have 10 ink, you have goat plus bounce plus goat again, and that represents 3. So there's like these almost, there's not a lot of ways to win the game from an unexpected position on your turn in Lorcana. Goat and these ink counts with these potential card combos are ways to do that. And then of course, 12 ink is the 4 instant lore, you could say, as well, with goat, bounce again, if you do happen to have 2 snakes. So these are things that are always in your mind when you're playing against an Amethyst player, and it's why you want to stop them from getting these super high amounts of lore.
Okay.
Interesting. So going for the Cove now.
Rabbit going into the Cove.
What does that tell you about what he potentially has in hand?
Well, there is a line here where he's drawing for, hoping to top deck a grab your swords next turn, so he's trying to draw this out and push his lore, again, close to that goat strike range. So he has a choice here to get to 16 lore on this turn, which puts him very close to closing out the game with 1 or 2 more characters. I don't know, honestly.
So I did cheat a little bit, and I did see the 4th Tinkerbell in Giovanni's hand.
Yes.
And it looks to be a Maleficent as well, the 1-drop, the quest for 2.
That's exactly right. Okay, so the Tinkerbell coming down, putting 2 damage across. Now, what that represents is if that Cove goes away, those characters lose that extra willpower, which means both of them would be banished immediately once that Cove's removed.
I believe Flynn will stay around because Flynn is at 3 willpower. So Flynn has 2 damage counters on it.
Oh, yeah, Flynn has 3 willpower, yes.
Nevertheless, hitting the Beast is very... We've had multiple top decks from Giovanni here where we're like, okay, Beast is going to run away with this game. And Giovanni's like, nope.
Just 1 damage is all it takes.
Yes.
1 damage is all it takes. So now Giovanni's sitting with 4 lore on the board. Again, that puts you... it puts him at 18 lore next turn with a goat bounce, able to close out the game. The odds are long of drawing those 2 cards that you need, but it happens every day in Lorcana. Sometimes you're just lucky.
Yeah, I think at this point, so because we know the context of what is in hand, which is the Maleficent, I believe it is, I would say 95%. I believe Giovanni actually wants to top deck a Friends on the Other Side and use that to draw into the goat and the bounce, which it sounds like a long shot, but I have definitely done it to win a few games in sort of my time playing the game.
So Josh, we're going to take a look, confirming you were right. There is that Maleficent. No song to discard, but Joshua dropping another card that I've seen for the first time today, Ursula Deceiver of All, a card that allows you to sing a song twice, and there's plenty of damage-based removal and songs in this deck that you can sing. We see one of them here, Strength of Raging Fire, which deals 1 damage for each character that you have on the board. Joshua with 5 on board allows him to remove that Tinkerbell with that card.
And Joshua's firmly cementing the lead at this point. We're going back over to Giovanni's turn.
It's a tough position to be in. 17 lore, you have to remove. There's no goat or there's no instant lore gain in the Emerald Steel side. So what you see on the board is the lore that is represented, and that's it. So Giovanni here having to remove enough to keep Joshua under 3 lore.
Potentially, looks like we're going double into Cove here. Cove does have 6 willpower, which will remove the Diablo if that is banished. Yep. So attacking with both. Yep. So Diablo will also go to the banish zone. Flynn will stay around.
Looks like we had a quick check on that, and that's there. So now we've challenged with both characters, so that's all of your challenge-based removal. Giovanni now has to have something to get rid of 2 characters, potentially, or to draw enough cards to keep that Flynn. Well, no, we need to remove 2 characters.
Yeah, tough position for Giovanni here.
We have one answer here. The Fox bouncing the Rabbit, which will draw Giovanni a card, but gives him the Madame M. Fox with Rush, which will be enough to take care of that Beast Tragic Hero.
Yep, one of the larger issues here being that Flynn.
So now Giovanni drew a card off the Rabbit. What does that give him for cards in hand? Could not be 4.
It is not 4.
And that's what he needs.
And it needs to be 4. I do believe it is 3.
And that is it. So, gosh, the difference in this one at the end game was 1 card in hand. One card in hand.
I think we saw some amazing gameplay there from Giovanni. Did find some very, very timely cards. And honestly an extremely exciting match. Like that, when we saw the Joshua's Emerald Steel opener, that's the opener that everybody fears. Like that's about as good as it gets. And some people would say that if you have that opener, you're almost guaranteed to win the game. And we saw that was, while Joshua did end up winning, that was absolutely not the case. We had a very back and forth throughout the course of that. And I felt like Giovanni was live to win that game at many, many points.
I think so too. There were so many turns where there were these really, really critical decisions that each player had to make. I think they made the right one each time, but there's so many places that game could have turned. And also, it also highlights the unpredictable nature of TCGs because both players, I think, at several times drew into the card they needed in that moment to keep them in the game. And what an exciting match.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't wait for the game 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no game 3. We're at game 2.
Oh, game 2,
Yeah.
of course.
Game 2.
Of course, game
Yeah.
2.
Game 2. So, but we have another match this round to bring you. And first, do we have an interview with Tannon? Unsure
if there's an interview with Tannon. I hope so. I would love to see Joshua's breakdown of that game. I think that we really saw the power of Emerald Steel.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why this is the deck to bring in the format. And I know that we've seen it at points where it doesn't have cards in hand, it's stumbling a little bit, and you're like, is this really compete with Ruby Sapphire, Sapphire Steel, Ruby Amethyst? And you see an opener like the last game, and the answer is absolutely yes, it can compete.
All right. Yeah. I mean, and gosh, to your point, so actually, I did a talk with Joshua, the winner of the last Lorcana challenge, and one of the things he pointed out, to your point, is you don't have to have that opening with this deck. There's so many different lines you can play that can knock out your opponent on turn 3 or 4 potentially by forcing them into talk mode. But there's plenty of ways for the Emerald Steel deck to take games long and to win, as we saw right there. So, and the Flynn Riders are a great way to do it and close out games late.
Yeah, you mentioned the interaction between Bucky and Diablo, the interaction between Diablo and Flynn, very, very similar. A lot of those cards, the way they interact with each other, they put you in a very, very hard position, especially in the early to mid game as the opposing player.
Absolutely. With that, I think we're going to go to a quick break before we bring you the next match in this round. So stick around. It's coming up very shortly.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Joshua Hunt, fresh off of his match here, the feature match area. And Josh, you were telling me that Disney runs deep in your family. This is a family affair for you all. What's that like at home?
Yes, sir. So Disney World was introduced to my life later on in life. Once I got married, or started dating my wife, we started going to Disney World yearly to biannually. We have a child now. Now we all go together.
All right, so your whole family goes to Disney World. Let's say that. You show up to Disney World. What's the first park you're going to? And then what's something you can't miss at that park?
So the first park we're hitting as a family is Magic Kingdom. There's nothing like walking down Main Street. Something that I can't personally miss is the smell of the confectionery.
All right, for you personally, though, I know you said the family. Do you have a personal favorite park?
Okay, so yeah, my personal favorite park is Animal Kingdom, and I wouldn't go without missing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my personal favorites, too. And one last thing. You come home with one souvenir from those, something with your family. What are you looking for?
Probably something for our pin collection.
Yeah, big pin fan here as well. All the casters, we're all big collectors. Well, hey, thanks for the time and best of luck, Josh.
Yes, sir, thanks. Thank you.
Welcome back to the booth, everybody. What an exciting last round. I'm joined this time by Brandon. Brandon, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you, Liam. I'm super excited to be back with you. The
I
initial
know.
casting buddy right
I
here,
know.
casting Atlanta.
But we're on different sides. It's throwing me for a loop a little
Yeah,
bit.
that is true. We are on different sides of the camera. We have to keep the audience on their feet.
That's
you
true.
know?
That's true. You never know what you're going to get. Have you had a chance to walk around much and see much of the floor?
Yeah, so earlier today, before the players started playing, I think they were actually in their first round or two, I walked around. I wanted to see what people were playing, if I could find anything spicy, and it was just really awesome to see everybody in one spot. I got to meet a bunch of friends that I don't normally get to see outside of these Disney Lorcana challenges and just talk to a bunch of the community. There's a lot of people that were in cosplay outfits, which was really
Yes.
cool too. One of my favorite things. So it was awesome.
You know what I enjoyed seeing? We're on the third Lorcana challenge. And so in Atlanta, we were there, and it was everybody's first challenge. And here, we do see some familiar faces pop up, folks that we've gotten to know and interact with, and it's a lot of fun. It feels like a family gathering in a way.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people here who are playing in their very first Lorcana challenge, and some of them even their first Lorcana competitive event. A very wise gargoyle once said, life is not a spectator sport. So if you're on the fence about jumping into one of these, Lorcana tournaments or challenges, you should, because it's just a lot of fun.
It's one of my favorite things about Disney Lorcana. It's such an approachable game. I feel like it's very easy to teach, very easy to learn and understand the basics and fundamentals of this game. And then you can go as deep as you want, as we see through the past challenges of the best players in the world, learning as much as they can about these decks and these cards and grinding those games out and just practicing as much as you can. So whether you've never played a trading card game before or this is your first one, these DLCs are a great place.
I totally agree. So what do you know about our next match?
I think our next match is going to be super fun. I believe there's going to be a little bit of the squirrel that we've seen lots of so far to expect.
He's
And
always
then-
around.
And there's another animal. There's about 101 of them, I think, that might be showing. We'll see.
Interesting. Well, shall we go second start of the right and straight on to our next Lorcana game?
Let's get down to business.
Tit for tat there.
I have to keep up with you. you
Oh,
know?
I don't know. All right. So here we have Jacob Montoya playing Frankie Wright. Frankie Wright there on the right. And let's take a look at the colors here. There's the Bucky deck there on the left. And
Yes, we have a confirmation of the Emerald Steel Bucky deck on the left that Jacob is playing a Robin Hood for turn one. And I do see
it is the very first tail wagger.
a Dalmatian puppy tail wagger. This is the first time in forever that I've seen this deck on stream.
Well done, well done. Puppy into the inkwell. So on the left here, we do see the Emerald Amethyst deck, Emerald Steel deck. It's done not necessarily the ideal opening. Oftentimes you want to see that turn one Diablo, so you have the option to shift it on turn two. But we do have the turn two Bucky setting up perhaps a turn three shift into Robin Hood, getting Bucky going on turn three. And what is this? It is a tail wagger on the board.
It is another Dalmatian puppy. I wonder how many more of these we're going to see during the game. Maybe we should start a counter. People in chat, tell us at the end of this game how many puppies we end up seeing, because Dalmatian Puppy has a very interesting ability in that you can play up to 99 copies of Dalmatian Puppy. Typically, in a Disney Lorcana deck, you can only play 4 copies of a card with the same name. And so you get to play as many of these as you want, very thematic for the deck. But we do see an Ursula Deceiver Ball being played on turn 3 by Jacob. Not a Floodborn character, no discard off of that Bucky, which I'm sure Frankie is happy to see.
Yeah, so I think Jacob here, if he had the option to play a Floodborn, is thinking, Frankie showing the Tailwagger is kind of indicating this is a deck that might want to go wide, as we say, a card that wants to get a lot of different characters on the board. There are puppy-themed cards which allow you to draw several cards, and so thinking that, Jacob is setting up a card here that can sing some removal and perhaps remove 2 characters with a single song.
I really like this Alma Madrigal being played by Frankie here. For anybody at home that doesn't remember this card, Alma Madrigal lets you search your deck for any character with the Madrigal keyword, and you can take that card, you have to reveal it, and then you put it at the top of your deck. So we'll see what Frankie decides to grab, and she decides to grab another Alma Madrigal to put on the top. So I think all we've seen so far are these puppy tailwaggers and Alma. I wonder what other Madrigal characters might be in this deck.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten a confirmation of the second color, I don't think, yet.
No, it's just amber as far as we're concerned. Maybe it's a mono amber deck.
Perhaps.
That'd be interesting.
So again, we talked about indicating a go-wide strategy. Frankie is finding characters that find other characters, perhaps indicating, again, that what this game plan here is just to put a lot of characters on the board to try to run away with us.
And how do you think that matchup pairs into this Emerald Steel game plan? I know some of the Emerald Steel decks like to play Tinkerbells or play Grab Your Sword. Some of them don't. But with the removal available in Steel, what do you think Jacob's looking to do here?
It is a tough matchup because Steel does have a lot of removal, a lot of cards to get rid of those cards on the board. Also, cards to force you to discard. Here we have Ursula singing Sudden Chill, forcing Frankie to discard 2 cards, and then Sudden Chill, of course, going to the bottom of Jacob's deck. The problem right now, all we've seen is Amber. Amber has some conditional card draw, but unless you have cards to allow you to refill your hand, you're going to run out of gas pretty quickly as Jacob forces you to empty out all your options.
Yeah, we see Jacob doing exactly what Bucky and Emerald Steel want to do, and that's just discard cards. I think Frankie had to discard 3 cards that past turn between the Sudden Chill being sung twice by Ursula. Ursula can sing cards twice, and then if you sing it the second time, you put that card at the bottom of your deck instead of in your discard. So we saw the 2 discards from Sudden Chill, and then the Diablo being played, which triggers the Bucky ability, forcing Frankie to discard yet another card from her deck. We see another Alma Madrigal being played. We'll see if Frankie can find a different Madrigal that she would like to bring to the top of the deck.
So now that puts, if this is the game plan to go wide, we have 5 lore on the board now. Frankie can get up to 8, get up to 6 this turn, representing 5 on the next turn. And we are going to pick another Alma Madrigal.
All of the Alma Madrigals are
all of them
are coming out to play.
Look at this family.
Oh my goodness. All right. I want to look at this Ursula Deceiver of All in play right now because I think this is going to play a major role in the decision of this game. Knowing that Jacob is playing Steel as the second ink color and knowing that you have the damage-based removal in that ink, most of those removal cards being song cards, so Ursula able to sing them, this go wide strategy can sometimes fall to wide removal options in this scenario. If Ursula Deceiver of All wasn't in play, then Jacob maybe could sing 1 or 2 songs with some of his characters and potentially banish 1 or 2 characters at a time. But Ursula being able to sing 1 song card twice really gives you your best bang for your buck in those cards and can potentially start working on Frankie's board because Alma only has 3 willpower. The Dalmatian puppy only has 3 willpower. You don't need a lot before you can start actually banishing these characters and dwindling down Frankie's board.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that makes Lorcana different is songs, to talk about Ursula Deceiver of All, because in most games, you accumulate resources. In this game, you're accumulating ink every single turn, allowing you to do a little bit more every turn and giving you more and more options. When characters can sing cards in your hand, then by getting characters on the board, you're actually accelerating your resource growth because they allow you to do extra things with the cards in your hand that you don't need to use your inkwell for. Ursula Deceiver of All allows you to multiply that. So in this instance, when he's playing Let the Storm Rage On to deal 4 damage, basically singing it twice, you're doing 6 ink worth of things with Ursula Deceiver of All, and you still have the 4 ink in your inkwell.
Yeah, you haven't paid any ink to play those cards, and that's the way that I like to look at singing songs is how many resources have you played for the turn versus how many resources you actually have. And you explained it perfectly there, Liam, of gaining 6 resources worth of card for nothing. and being able to banish both the Alma Madrigal and the Dalmatian Puppy. I wasn't sure if the Dalmatian Puppy had any damage on it. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't. I don't.
Okay, we may have accidentally banished the Dalmatian Puppy early, but that's okay. We have another Alma Madrigal being played by Frankie to search for another Madrigal. We have to run out of the Almas eventually. So,
Nope.
There we
There we
go.
So we see two things now. We see another Madrigal and we see another color.
Yeah, so this is an Amber Amethyst. Looks like Puppies / Madrigal deck. And we see a Bruno Madrigal being played. It is an evasive 3/3, and when Bruno exerts himself, you can name the top card of your deck, then reveal that card. If you named the correct card, you instantly gain 3 lore. So you can come out with a burst of lore with Bruno. He's a little bit difficult to deal with since he has that evasive keyword. Of course, Jacob has other evasive characters like Diablo, but Diablo only is a 2/2 character, meaning Diablo will not be able to challenge and banish Bruno without some help from something like a Hidden Cove. So I wonder if this is turning into a bit of a race by Frankie. The Bruno is on the top of the deck, so she can't play it this turn. And then when she plays it, Bruno still has to dry before Bruno can actually exert and you can use his ability. But Frankie could be questing for a lot of lore here in the next turn or two.
You know, I know we don't like to talk about Bruno, but in this case, you know, we do have to talk about him. And one fun thing to note with Bruno here is we're seeing one of the strategies, one of the combos in this deck play out here. You know, Alma works really well with Bruno, allowing you to put a card on the top of your deck, and then Bruno allowing you to leverage that card on the top of your deck for 3 lore. So we're seeing the Madrigal synergy here and getting kind of an indication of one of Frankie's game plans, to keep her in this game.
And we see Jacob recognizing that and valuing that as well, having challenged one of the Almas with one of his own Buckies just to banish it. It's very rare that I think you see Emerald Steel players do anything with a Bucky outside of leave it ready to end in play. So Jacob understands, okay, I see the Bruno. I see what you're trying to do here. I don't want to give you opportunities to use this Bruno or to find cards with Alma. We still don't know what other cards Frankie might be playing. This could just be a full Puppies deck, but Amethyst has a lot of characters that allow you to bounce characters back to your hand or shuffle characters back into your deck. So
I'm trying to lip read here because we do have to. We play it. I'm sorry, it's an exert ability, so it's not an interval ability. So we have to wait to set that up.
Yes.
You mentioned Jacob choosing to banish one of his own Buckies in a challenge, and we still have 2 Buckies on the board. Taking a look at Frankie's hand and thinking, forcing you to discard 2 cards is probably enough given your hand size.
Yeah, those squirrels continue to multiply.
So many squirrels.
It seems like.
Oh, and here's a flavorful combination here. We don't talk about Bruno being played on Bruno. This is a card that returns a character to your opponent's hand, and then you pick a card at random for them to discard. So Frankie laying them out, saying you choose card 1 or 2 here, and Jacob electing to roll a die. It's a 4, so it's probably even, and it is Bruno. So we don't talk about Bruno. Banishing Bruno, essentially, that's flavor.
Yeah, this is an odd interaction. I don't think I've seen this before ever, that we don't talk about Bruno, banishing Bruno. I will say, if Madrigals were decent at something, it was getting rid of Bruno. That was sort of that was a lot of the movie. They did him wrong a little bit, getting rid of him, and we just see that being repeated here, unfortunately.
That is true. So let's see, Frankie still has some cards in hand, so there's an answer. It is another Alma. So it is another Alma.
I think this is the 4th Alma that we've seen, which leads me to believe there's no more in the deck to be found. We could go back and grab more Bruno Madrigals. I expect there to be more than just one, and that's what we see Frankie do, and that will go to the top of Frankie's deck after she shuffles.
Yeah, it is interesting. So this deck perhaps is built around, we talked about it going wide. Perhaps it is built around this Madrigal synergy. We have seen these 2. There might be more. The Puppy Tail Waggers are an interesting card to round it out because if you do have more than 4, it gives you pretty good odds to hit off of Bruno if you're using it blind, if you don't know what's on the top of your deck with an Alma. So perhaps that's kind of the thought on the Puppy Tail Waggers here rounding this out.
Yeah, there's a real risk in playing Bruno Madrigal because typically, like we mentioned earlier, you can only play 4 copies of a card in your deck, which means if you try to utilize Bruno's ability, then your chances of guessing the correct card on the top of your deck out of the 50 or 40 cards remaining in your deck is pretty low. But if you're able to leverage something like the Dalmatian puppies or magic brooms are another card that I see a lot of people leverage with Bruno as well. It gives you a much higher chance of actually calling the right card and getting the lore off of Bruno, because if you name a card and it's not that card, then unfortunately nothing happens and Bruno's exerted.
Yeah, and we do see a Jafar come down here, Jafar Dreadnought. This is a 3/4 that when it challenges and banishes a character, you do get to draw a card. Bucky, of course, both Buckies will see the Floodborn and force Frankie to discard 2 cards, and I think that might be the entire hand if Frankie had anything in it. Okay, we're challenging and removing the Alma.
We see Jacob just continuing to keep board control, building up a wide board himself, knowing that an ink pairing like Amber and Amethyst don't have access to any cards that can wide remove characters. There's no grab your sword, there's no be prepared, there's nothing that we see very often in this format used to come back from a situation like this where somebody has created so much board control, and Jacob just continuing to keep that board control by challenging with some of the characters and then questing when able.
Yeah, and so looking at Jacob's Emerald Steel deck, these are very good decks, and we've talked, both this round and last round about what they're trying to do early on and force you into top deck mode. But they do have a problem sometimes closing games out in the mid to late game because all of their early game combo pieces are low in lore. So you really have to start drawing into some Beast Tragic Heroes or some Robin Hoods, perhaps, or some decks will use Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan, to close out games. And we haven't seen any of this yet from Jacob, so he's still sitting with only 5 lore on board, 6 with the Jafar. But we see him here start to quest with his characters and even put Bucky at risk.
Puts one of the Buckies at risk because he has 2, so he can afford to lose one. And Frankie does not want to be challenging with this Bruno. Frankie wants to be exerting Bruno and using the ability, but Jacob has gotten dangerously close to winning, and I believe has game next turn unless Frankie's able to answer some of these characters.
Lorcana is a game about math, and before I finish talking about that, it looks like we're recording lore. So again, this is the exact interaction we were talking about earlier, where if you're using Bruno blind off the top of your deck, perhaps the Tailwaggers are in there to kind of round it out, and that's exactly what happened here. Franking choosing Puppy Tailwagger, or Dalmatian Puppy Tailwagger, and getting 3 lore off the Bruno. So we see kind of Frankie's game plan here working.
Yeah, the Puppy Tailwaggers doing exactly what they're supposed to do. We see another Puppy Tailwagger being played by Frankie, a couple of them actually, but unfortunately those puppies cannot challenge this turn because they have to dry, and when it goes to Jacob's turn, after he readies, sets, and draws, he should have enough lore to just quest out. He only needs 6 more lore, and there's definitely more than 6 characters on that side of his board, so...
Yeah, so there it is, doing the math, confirming that in fact we do have game on the board. And probably telling Frankie, this is it, I'm going to quest out and win the game.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, what a delightful match.
Yeah, I feel like it's a nice refresher from the rest of the decks that we're expecting to see. Like I mentioned, we've already seen a lot of Bucky, both on stream, and there's plenty out in the play area. And then there's, of course, the other top-tier decks that you are to expect with Ruby Amethyst, Sapphire Steel, even a little bit of Ruby Sapphire as well. But aggro decks, especially a Amber Amethyst one, you can't write off. Frankie didn't win that game, but she was pretty close. She was at 14 or 15 lore
15,
there
I think.
at the very end. And were she playing against something that was a little bit slower, maybe something that wasn't a steel deck and didn't have all of the cards discarded from her hand, being able to refill the board constantly? Like, I feel like the Puppies deck and the Bruno deck can be given a meme connotation. Like, it's not a real deck. It's not a competitive deck. But I don't know. Frankie put up a fight there.
I mean, you have to say that, as you pointed out, Frankie did get to 15 lore. And with a Bruno and some other cards, that's striking distance from winning the game.
Yep.
We don't know what else is in there. It is quite possible that we saw all of the cards in that deck because the Tailwaggers could be rounding out the whole thing.
Yep.
So it could be nothing but Brunos, Almas, and Tailwaggers. But got to 15 lore. I will say with the Ursula, as we pointed out early, being able to double sing removal and get rid of multiple characters on the board may have made the difference that game. And so without that combination, perhaps it would have been a lot closer.
You're absolutely right. I'm interested to see if there's any other cards in that deck. I'm specifically interested to see if there's what's along on the Riverbend. I messed that one up.
Man, you took it. I was going to use that one in this one.
on this next match. So why don't we get into game 2?
So here we go. I'm just super excited to see what how Frankie plays this. Was Frankie on the play last game?
I don't think she was. I believe Jacob opened with a Robin Hood on turn 1, and we see Frankie inking for turn, and unfortunately not playing anything, but she is on the play.
Well, there may be no turn 1 or cost 1 cards in this deck.
Yeah, maybe it's just puppies all the way down.
Maybe. Here we have a Robin Hood, again, setting up that shift target for turn 3, not setting up the Diablo shift on turn 2.
Liam, what do you think about what I imagine is supposed to be a bit more of an aggressive deck by Frankie, the Amber Amethyst? Can you talk a little bit about the differences and the way that a aggro deck can leverage being on the play versus on the draw?
I mean, the aggro decks or aggressive decks are decks that want to gain you lore fast, as fast as possible and close it out before your opponent can get into the mid or late game. Oftentimes you're trying to out aggro your opponent, so by the game extending long, it plays into your opponent's favor. And so being on the play is I don't want to say critical, but you're set up a lot more for success because you do get to quest before your opponent's quest, and your opponent constantly has to respond to you. Your game plan does change slightly when you're on the draw. You do get an extra card, but you perhaps need to be thinking about a few more control-y cards in the early game. For example, if you're playing an aggressive Emerald Amethyst deck, you want to Kit Cloud Kicker on turn 3 or something like that. So it does change how you play, whether you're on the play or the draw.
Yeah, and even if we're looking at this game versus last game, Frankie has an opportunity now. She gets to play Alma essentially a turn earlier. It's not really a turn earlier, but she gets to do it before Jacob gets to 3 ink. And Jacob can play some sort of removal cards or can shift a Robin Hood like he may have wanted to in the previous game. So I'm eager to see if being on the play versus on the draw in Frankie's instance, maybe eventually being able to get a Bruno out earlier than normal might play a difference in this game and how it finishes.
Yeah, so Frankie here, we see the Alma looking for Alma combo again. We know there's only 4 Almas in this deck, so clearly it's in Frankie's game plan to try to alter her hand aggressively to get one of these Almas to get this Madrigal cycle going. And we do see her doing that here on turn 3 and questing for 1 with the puppy to get that lore race going.
Every lore matters, especially in a aggro matchup like this, where we saw Frankie get pretty close. Not quite close enough, but she's going to go ahead and exert with this Dalmatian puppy. We do see an Ursula Deceiver being inked to play a second Bucky. I think this is going to be pretty difficult for Frankie to get around. We didn't see, I think, any cards in the last match that actually drew Frankie cards. Alma, of course, searches for a card and puts it on the top of your deck, but the puppies don't draw, the Bruno doesn't draw, and neither does the Alma. So if Jacob starts playing floodboard characters in these next couple of turns, Frankie's hand is going to get very low very fast.
Yeah, there's something, this is such an interesting match for me to think through here. Normally you want to force your opponent to discard because you're getting rid of combo pieces or cards that they need to play. But here, if Frankie is forced into top deck mode, she's drawing cards that they're a lot of the same card. So she's always top decking. You're not top decking looking for the same card. You're top decking looking for, or you're top decking, you're getting the cards you expect to get. So it's interesting. We do see Frankie here. So last game, Frankie went going Alma to Alma to Alma to Alma to get a lot of lore on the board. Here we see it looks like going for the Bruno earlier.
I really like this play by Frankie, mainly because Bruno has that evasive keyword, and we don't see a Diablo that can be played. There may be one in Jacob's hand, but outside of that, or a Flynn Rider that Jacob may have ready to go, there's not very many ways for Jacob to interact with the evasive Bruno outside of playing some of those damage removal spells in Steel. So I think if Frankie can play a Bruno Madrigal pretty early and start getting some of these ability triggers off of Bruno, gaining 3 lore every turn, she could get to 20 faster than you think.
Yeah, Hidden Cove, I want to talk about on Jacob's side of the board here. Oftentimes we see it used for 2 reasons. One is to give your characters a little extra willpower to survive a little bit longer and extra damage. Also used to modify your strength to get around strength-based removal like Madame Medusa or Brawl. In this instance, though, it is doing something else for Jacob. It is giving his Robin Hood or any other 2-strength character an extra strength because those puppies, they need that extra strength, right?
Yeah, these are some strong puppies. If we look at Robin Hood, initially a 2/2, now a 3/3 being at the Hidden Cove. The Dalmatian puppies, I believe, are 2/3s, which basically mean they have 3 willpower, so it takes 3 strength total, or 3 damage to banish them. So the Robin Hood challenging into a Dalmatian puppy, or even the Alma Madrigal here, all of them have 3 willpower, and this Hidden Cove allows Jacob to play the Robin Hood and then challenge with Robin Hood, banishing that character immediately instead of having to banish that character over the course of a few turns, or having to use the Buckies that Jacob has played to also challenge those characters and banish them.
Which is an important point, because a lot of Jacob's damage-based removal, you have Let the Storm Rage On, you also have potentially Babooms, which do 2 damage. Grab Your Swords, perhaps, also doing 2 damage. So the ability to get that 1 extra strength will allow him to efficiently remove characters, which will be helpful.
We do officially see the Bruno Madrigal make it into play without any evasive characters on board, which means there shouldn't be any evasive characters that can challenge this turn from Jacob. As we mentioned, though, there are a couple songs that could be sung. We don't see that, I believe, this turn, because we see a Jafar Dreadnought being played. The 2 Buckies are going to trigger and force Frankie to discard 2 cards, but Jacob doesn't have much ink to work with anymore and doesn't have any characters that can sing any of those removal songs. But instead, we see Jacob challenging and banishing the Alma Madrigal with the Robin Hood, again having 3 strength and 3 willpower, being at the Hidden Cove, and still not exerting the Buckies. The Buckies are at the Hidden Cove as well, I believe, but that Dalmatian puppy, again, has 2 strength. The Buckies, even at the Hidden Cove, only have 2 willpower, and Jacob wants to keep the Buckies alive and well so that Frankie continues to discard cards.
Oh, and what a bummer there. Frankie hoping to get 3 lore off the top of the deck. I'm willing to bet chose Tailwagger. And we've seen 2 Almas already, or 3 Almas. We know there's only a couple Brunos and a whole lot of puppies. Not 101, but a whole lot of puppies. And unfortunately, not getting the puppy there on the top deck, and so not getting that 3 lore.
That has to feel really bad. The odds of that have to be very, very small if we're correct in assuming that every other card in Frankie's deck is puppies outside of the Brunos and the Alma. Very unfortunate, and we saw Frankie shake her head. It always feels bad when you try to do that. But we do see a Jafar singing Let the Storm Rage On, Strength of a Raging Fire to the Bruno, banishing the Bruno after the Flynn Rider is played because, like we mentioned earlier, Bruno has evasive, which can be used offensively and defensively. It's great for Bruno because his ability requires you to exert him frequently, which means he's vulnerable a lot of the time to challenges. But also, being an evasive character, Jacob can't play a card like Flynn Rider without knowing that, okay, if Bruno is on board, then this Bruno can challenge into the Flynn Rider and actually survive, so I can't use the Flynn Rider very effectively. But Flynn Rider, I love this card. He has 4 lore naturally, but loses a lore for every card that is in your opponent's hand.
It is one of the closers for this deck, and it's going to be used effectively to close this game out here. Frankie showing an empty hand. Here she is again playing the Alma, though, that we saw off the top deck last time, and putting a Bruno on the top deck to try to get that engine going again. It is such a bummer, because now that we've seen this deck, we've seen exactly what Frankie is trying to do, and that is get the Bruno to stick on the board and gain 3 lore every turn. It's evasive, so ideally it just sits there. You get 3, 6, 9, and gets a little extra questing with the Puppy Tailwaggers.
Yes, and unfortunately, we mentioned earlier that every lore can matter. So even just missing the 1 lore earlier off of the Bruno, I feel like sets Frankie back quite a bit, especially because of, like you mentioned, Flynn Rider being a closer for this deck. Everybody has a dream, and I think Flynn Rider's dream is to quest for 4 lore after your opponent has discarded all of your cards with those Buckies, which we do see here, Frankie not having any cards in hand. The fortunate thing about Alma Madrigal is that the card goes to the top of your deck, which means she's not putting this Bruno in her hand and then letting Jacob discard that card next turn. So she knows she can play it for the next turn, but the sort of give and take that you have with Flynn Rider here, where for every card you're playing, that's 1 card out of your hand, that's an extra lore you're giving your opponent. I mean, it only takes 5 turns with just Flynn to quest a 20, and we have quite a few more characters on board after that can quest as well.
Yeah, and it really highlights, Bruno Madrigal, how it's unfortunate that it takes a whole turn for Frankie to set this combo up, right? You have to play it, you have to wait a whole turn, your opponent gets to respond, and then you can start using your Bruno. It really highlights how effective and powerful and strong cards that have enter play triggers are, because you get to use them immediately. And so I love the combo that Frankie's setting up here and the engine that she's trying to build with these Brunos. It's just unfortunate in this scenario in the mid game that it takes her so long to get that engine working every time there's a Bruno available.
We do see Jacob playing an Ursula, Deceiver of All, and Robin Hood next to that, passing the turn, even questing with the Buckies, just trying to catch up a little bit to Frankie. Frankie not having gained as much lore as I'm sure she wished she would have, but Jacob starting to close that divide. We know that Frankie was going to draw the Bruno because of the Alma last turn, and she opts to play the Bruno Madrigal. I think here deciding if she wants to challenge the Buckies with the Dalmatian puppy, if she wants to quest with any of her cards. It does look like she's going to opt to challenge the Hidden Cove with the Dalmatian puppy, meaning all of the characters that were at the Hidden Cove now lose that extra 1 strength and 1 willpower, making them slightly more vulnerable.
Questing for 2 with the Alma, going to 10 lore. And here we see Jafar Dreadnought. Jacob making use of Jafar Dreadnought's ability. It says whenever you banish a character, you get to draw a card. So Jacob drawing a card off of banishing that Alma.
We're going to quest for a lot of lore this turn. 4 from the Flynn, 2 from the Buckies, 1, 2, 3 more from the other 3 characters, putting Jacob all the way up to, what was the total? 14?
14. Flynn Rider, I mean, such an effective closer in this deck. It does a lot of things in this game and last game, allowing Jacob to close this out. So Frankie here will be able to quest with the puppy and then perhaps use Bruno. Probably going to name Puppy Tailwagger. Let's see. We do get a Puppy Tailwagger, gaining the 3 lore off of that. So again, looking at the lore totals here, Frankie's going to be sitting at 13. If she had hit with that Bruno before, she would be at 16, putting her potentially 1 turn away from winning the game. Unfortunately here, Jacob has game on board. But once again, we're seeing that even though this deck, this puppy deck feels a little slow, both games we've seen Frankie manage to get in a position where she is, a few footsteps, a few paw prints away from closing things out.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the cards that Jacob's playing in his Emerald and Steel deck, both of those ink colors have pretty great characters to deal with things like this, especially in combination. We have the Ursula Deceiver of All that can sing those damage actions twice. And then also all of the Steel characters are just strong. They're sturdy. They benefit even from challenging, like we see with the Jafar Dreadnought, drawing cards when you challenge and banish characters. And so, unfortunately, I think it's just not a great matchup for Frankie. And I genuinely think that if Frankie played a slightly slower deck, maybe a deck that wasn't playing Steel, I mean, you can't shake your finger at this deck.
I know. It's just fun. I do think, as you highlighted, I think this is a bad matchup for Frankie. I think the combination of the damage-based removal and I think the discard is painful because this deck also is very low to the ground. So you can cap out at 3 or 4 or about 4 ink, which will allow you to play 2 puppies per turn if you have them in your hand. So there comes a point in this deck without the discard that on turns 4, 5, and 6, you're playing multiple cards on board. So in addition to the Bruno engine, you're getting some lore off of those characters. And the damage-based removal makes that difficult combined with the discard. Just a bad matchup, but what a fun engine to see working.
I'm very happy to have seen the puppies live on stream.
Yes.
It's not a deck that I would have expected to have ever seen today, and I'm proud of the puppies deck. I think it held its own.
I love it. I love it so much. What a fun round. Gosh, and thanks for joining me this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a bunch of more matches left. This is only round 3. I think we do only have 1 match from the 3rd round, so we'll be moving straight into the 4th round after this, but I don't want anyone to go anywhere because... Oh, sorry, round 2. Then we're going to move on to round 3. And then, but yeah, we have a lot of games to get to after this, so...
Super exciting. Don't go anywhere.
post-match interview. I'm here with Jacob that you just saw with a 2-0 victory over here. And let's talk about your match a little bit here. You're playing Green Steel.
Yes.
One of the better decks in the metagame. You know your matchups pretty well, but this match kind of threw you a little bit with what you were playing against.
Absolutely. I did not expect a Puppy Bruno deck in the challenge. Definitely had to learn how to play around that on the spot. What hurt me the most in that matchup was not seeing my big Floodborns, no Beasts, no Robin Hood, no big Diablo. I saw a little Robin Hood, a little Diablo, a bunch of Ursulas with very few songs. Just had to keep challenging the puppies, challenging the Almas. Had to sing my way to Bruno to get him out of there. Luckily, I had, we don't talk about Bruno, so as soon as I saw him, I said, get him out of there, we don't talk about that guy. But very fun matchup, very interesting deck. Shout out to my opponent, she played it flawlessly. Any other questions?
Yeah, so, you were telling me a little bit before this about how Disney has a family thing with you. You have a son and you all have a favorite movie. And I was wondering, what is that favorite movie and what's it like being able to watch it with your son? Because you and I were talking about it when we watched it as kids. It was one of our favorites, one of my personal favorites. Which one is that and what's it like watching it with your family?
Oh, absolutely. My favorite movie is The Lion King. The soundtrack is killer. Top tier Disney soundtrack.
Yeah.
I remember watching it as a kid, burning out the VHS over and over again. So when I got to watch it with my son for the first time, and we got to the inevitable Mufasa scene, the stampede keeps coming. He was watching, eyes big, wide. As soon as the scene happened and someone goes down, checks on his dad, my son grabs my arm and tucks into me. And it's just like a full center moment of my feelings when watching that scene as a child to his feelings being the same and just having that connection.
Yeah, that's really wonderful to hear. I know I had the same kind of responses when I was a kid as well. One of my personal favorites. It's glad to see the next generation is going to appreciate this as well. Does he play any Lorcana? Are you going to get him into the game?
Oh, absolutely. He does dabble in Lorcana. Right now he's playing a red-blue deck, and he's trying that out. I passed it on to him. It was my deck of choice at first, and then I saw declining, and I said, here you go, have fun, son. But teaching him the game, he's very fast. He picks up on it very well. So shout out, smart kid.
All right, well, hey, thanks for all the time this weekend, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We're here to bring more coverage to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. And oh my goodness, that interview. I tears. Jerking tears.
I definitely was getting a little misty. I love hearing from the players and things like that, like so heartwarming. And I just love that we get to hear these stories. So thanks, Tannon, for bringing us that interview because that was the best.
Absolutely. The community is the best part of this game. I mean, I feel like I say it all the time, but it's just things like that. The players talking about how fun it is to play against people in their unexpected decks and then also passing along the game to their little ones as well.
Absolutely.
It's just, you can't beat it.
Oh, yeah. And walking around here in Fort Worth, there's so many young Illumineers that are playing. It's so great to see. I saw a whole family where they were all dressed up, and it's just been such a wonderful weekend. And hearing stories like that are just really, really wonderful. So it's really great that we can share that with the whole community.
Absolutely. And you can't go easy on those kids either. There's a couple in my local league that I play at that are really good and take games off of me all of the time. So don't let their size, trick you or anything. It's awesome to see all kinds of people competing, children and parents and families. So it's a sight to behold.
It really is. Well, I am ready to behold some more games. And I know that we have round 3 coming up. So I am ready to jump in and see what we have in store.
Okay, let's get into the next one.
Yeah. So we have Theodore Tillman here, player 1 on the left side, and Adam Piggin on the right, player 2. And it looks like both these players have accumulated have accumulated 14 points for the day so far.
Yeah, that gives us a lot of information because if anyone remembers from the past broadcast, earlier in the broadcast, we are playing in 2-game format, and we know that both of these players 2-0'd their last 2 rounds because they have 14 points.
Yeah.
They got those 2 extra points from each round, 1 extra point each round, 2 extra points total being at 14. So they're on a hot streak. And we'll see which one can continue that or if they have a match split. But it looks like Theodore is going to be on Sapphire Ruby this game, and Aiden is going to be on Emerald Steel. So 2 powerhouses of the set, Sapphire Ruby doing very well in Chicago. I think about 33% of the top 64 over there was Ruby Sapphire. And then, of course, Emerald Steel ended up taking Chicago down. So it's really, really interesting match here.
It really did. What do you think that this matchup looks like? Does it favor towards Emerald Steel, or do you think Ruby Sapphire has the edge here?
I think if Ruby Sapphire can find their Hiram Flavershams, which we do see one in Theodore's hand, then it actually leans towards the Ruby Sapphire, because the Emerald Steel deck is trying to discard your opponent's hand basically by turn 4 or 5, remove all of their resources, keep them from being able to ink so that as they draw their cards that are uninkable or more expensive, they're not able to play them. But Hiram Flaversham, I love his ability when he's played and when he quests. You can banish one of your items and draw 2 cards off of it. So comboed with a card like Popsicle, which we saw Theodore play on turn 1, that lets you draw a card when you play that card, it makes it really difficult for Aiden and his Emerald Steel deck to actually discard your hand because you're drawing so many cards.
Yeah. Now, Theodore didn't play anything here on turn 3. We did see a Pegasus go into the inkwell. I didn't catch everything that was in his hand. Do you think that was just that he didn't have anything to play here?
If I remember correctly, unless I missed him inking a second Pegasus, I believe I saw 2 that were in there, but Theodore may be playing around a future Bucky, essentially. He knows that this deck is trying to discard his hand, so if he doesn't have to play any early cards, he would rather keep some cards in hand so he has an extra card to discard if he needs to, or an extra card to ink as Aiden's deck starts to ramp up, because Emerald Steel doesn't have crazy high questers in the very beginning of the game. We see we're already over on turn 4, I believe, and Aiden's only quested for 2 at this point. So there are some threats that Theodore's going to have to play around, like the Diablo that we saw Aiden just play, but Ruby Sapphire excels in the late game. So as long as Theodore can keep enough cards in his hand to get to the late game, then that's all he cares about, I think.
Sure. With that being said, like you said, Ruby Sapphire can be really strong in the late game. What do you think Aiden is thinking then here in the early game?
Ooh, so Aiden, I mean, in Emerald Steel, you almost always want to see your Buckies, right?
Yeah.
And that's not really something you have control over outside of trying to alter your hand aggressively at the beginning of the game to find them. Not finding them, though, I think we want to make use of this Diablo. The Floodborn Diablo, when exerted, lets you draw a card every time your opponent draws a card. And we talked earlier about how strong the Hiram Flaversham and item package can be. So every time Theodore is drawing cards from Hiram Flaversham, if Diablo is exerted, Aiden's getting to draw a bunch of cards as well, which gives him many more options to answer Theodore's board. Also gives him just more options to play, ink, ways to take advantage of any opportunity given to him.
Yeah, and we haven't yet seen that Bucky on Aiden's side. How much do you think that's going to affect his gameplay in this game?
We may be getting to a point where it's a little bit late. It doesn't look like Theodore has any items right now. I can't see what's in his hand, but I know he doesn't have too many cards in his hand, and then especially in Sapphire that likes to ramp, which basically means it increase the amount of resources in your inkwell faster than normal. You can normally ink a card once per turn, but Sapphire gives you opportunities to do more than that. It does look like Theodore has a very sizable hand, so
He does.
I don't think at this point Bucky is going to be super useful, just because the Hiram Flaversham is already out there. We see Theodore has a ton of cards in hands already, and discarding one card at a time with Bucky probably isn't going to do it. So it looks like Aiden is going for the Hidden Cove route, which is important because of the removal options in Ruby.
Yeah, Hidden Cove is a new location that came out with this last set, and it's a really interesting location. It unfortunately does get banished to Maui because it only has 6 willpower, but it gives all of your characters an extra strength and willpower.
Yes. So there's a lot of removal cards in Ruby that care about the opponent's strength, or the character's strength that you're trying to banish. There's Madame Medusa and there's Brawl, which a lot of times we see played to get rid of these Diablos because the Diablo only has 2 strength. But if you're able to play Hidden Cove and it's able to stay in play, you're able to move the Diablo to that Hidden Cove and make it a 3/3 instead of a 2/2, then all of a sudden some of those Ruby options that are required to get rid of the Diablo are no longer an option.
Yeah. So bringing in the Maui then to remove Hidden Cove from the board was really smart then on Theodore's part.
It was a great play. It was very good for Theodore to have Maui in hand, because not only did the Maui remove the Cove here, but Aiden doesn't have very many characters on his board that can challenge for a lot of strength. The Well, I say that, but we do see a Cricky come down. Cricky's going to give everything Challenger +3, which will be enough to take out the Hiram Flaversham and potentially the Maui as well, depending on what Aiden wants to challenge with here. Looks like Aiden is prioritizing the Maui, taking out the Maui with the Robin Hood. And we'll see the Diablo go ahead and quest, not removing the Hiram Flaversham, leaving it with 1 strength left.
How much so it gets 3 strength?
Oh no, it would be banished because Hiram Flaversham had 2 strength or 2 damage on it, earlier.
Yes, yeah,
and
from the Storm Rage on.
Aiden challenged with the Ursula, which had 4 strength because of the Challenger +3, which was just enough to banish both the Hiram Flaversham and the Maui.
Yeah, that Cricky card is really great. Another new one from the latest set, and I've seen it make a lot of appearances in Emerald decks.
It can be a real surprise card. I think it's honestly a card that's been slept on a lot. And excuse me, Cricky gives your characters +3 strength this turn, not even just Challenger +3. So it comes out as a way to come back, basically. It's a very defensive card in that way. You can surprise your opponent and clear cards on their board they didn't expect you to clear. But Cricky also has 3 lore. So after it's done its job of helping your other characters clear your opponent's board, now Cricky gets to quest for 3 lore, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure that Aiden felt very lucky to find that cricket.
Yes, yeah. Yes, the Cricky bringing on a lot of luck. We do see a brawl being played finally on the Diablo, and which will banish the Diablo since it only has 2 strength. And Theodore did play a Grammatala, which allowed him to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, pick one, and then put one on the bottom, which does not let you draw a card off of Diablo because it does not say draw a card.
Right. Oh, that's very true. The wording on the cards is important.
Yes.
Yes. You do exactly what the card says, and nothing more and nothing less.
Yeah.
Now, Grammatala, like you said, you can look at the cards. Talk about why a deck, why a person would want to do that and filter. I know that that's a word that people often use, filtering through the cards in their deck.
Sure. So in pretty much every deck you play in Disney Lorcana and in a lot of trading card games, your game plan changes based on what you're playing against. And Ruby Sapphire is the same way. There are certain cards you really want to see to get rid of opposing threats. In this instance, an Emerald Steel deck, like a Brawl. Brawl is the perfect card to get rid of a Diablo, and I believe Theodore was looking for an answer to Diablo, so you play that. Rather than just drawing a single card off the top, you get an opportunity to look at the top 2 and then pick the best one out of those 2. And so it lets you see more of your deck as the game goes on, which means you're more likely to see the cards that you need.
Yeah. We saw that Flynn come out, who, again, he quests for 4, but 1 less for every card in your opponent's hand, and it looks like Theodore still does have a fairly good-sized hand, and so unfortunately Flynn won't quest for a lot yet, but I also saw in Theodore's hand a Be Prepared hiding in there. I think I spotted it, and with Aiden's board right now, I do wonder if that's something that he would consider.
Oh, well, there you go. Called it right out of Theodore's hand.
There was a lot of lore sitting on Aiden's side of the board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Flynn can represent a lot of lore depending on how many cards are left in Theodore's hand and depending on how aggressively Aiden can discard those cards. Sapphire is a ink that likes to put a lot of cards in your inkwell, and a lot of those cards come from your hand sometimes too. So knowing that Flynn Rider could be an issue, and then also the Cricky having 3 lore on it, totally makes sense for Theodore to play Be Prepared in this scenario, especially because he didn't really have much on his side of the board either.
Right, he just had that Grammatala, and that was it. And now we see a Tamatoa.
I love Tamatoa. Tamatoa is so shiny. Is a very large card in that it has 5 strength and 8 willpower, but when it's played, you can take any item from your discard and put it back into your hand. And so we see Theodore take a popsicle that was banished earlier by Hiram Flaversham, puts it back in his hand. He inks for the turn and immediately plays the popsicle. And this also synergizes with Tamatoa because he gains an extra lore for every item that you have in play.
Yeah, so normally he quests for 1, but right now, because he has those 2 popsicles, he would quest for 3.
Yes, and you can see just how quickly that can get out of hand if you don't have an answer to it. And Emerald Steel doesn't have too many answers to it directly. Steel has a lot of great removal cards through things like Strength of a Raging Fire, let the Storm Rage on. Yeah. Sometimes we see Along Came Zeus, which will deal 5 damage, but Tamatoa has 8 willpower. That's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, we do see Ursula Deceiver of All, though, which could allow Aiden to sing a song twice.
Yes, this Ursula Deceiver of All could be very scary if Theodore doesn't have a way to answer it, because if we look at Aiden's board, he has 6 ink currently, could ink next turn if he wants to. That's a lot of ink to play characters with.
Yeah.
And Strength of Raging Fire deals damage equal to the number of characters on board. If Aiden's able to play a couple characters out and then sing Strength of a Raging Fire twice with Ursula, you're starting to rack up a lot of damage after that.
A lot, yes.
We don't like to talk about him, but we don't talk about Bruno. It's also an option in Emerald that you could use on the Tamatoa. But again, depending on how many cards are in Theodore's hand, then that might not be much of an option.
Oh, we just saw a Hercules come out, which was not a card I was expecting to see.
No, this is a card you don't normally see. We see the Mauis being played typically in Hercules' spot, but this Hercules is a 7/3 rush and reckless character, which means he not only can he challenge the turn he's played, but he has to challenge if he's able to. And he can hit really hard with the 7 strength, like I mentioned earlier, makes for a really good answer to some of the location decks that we've seen, like Queen's Castle has 7 willpower, Pride Lands has 7 willpower, so usually a card tech for that, but does the job in this instance, banishing the Ursula Deceiver of All, it looks like.
And I think there was another Robin Hood that he was able to banish, but Aiden came right back and played another one. Oh, and we got to Develop Your Brain, which again is one of those cards that helps you filter through some of the top cards of your deck. So help Theodore look for answers. He's sitting now at just 3 lore. Aiden has 12. What do you think Theodore is looking for at this point in the game?
If I had to guess, I would say that Theodore is looking for a Lucky Dime.
Yeah.
Which is another iconic Sapphire item. It costs 7 to play, and you can spend 2 ink to exert that card, and then and here we see it right here, the Lucky Dime.
He was looking for it, and he found it.
When you exert the Lucky Dime, you can choose a character, and you immediately gain the lore that that character could quest for, essentially. So when you pair it with Tamatoa, that already synergizes off of item cards. Tamatoa has 4 lore currently you can quest for. We see Theodore using the Lucky Dime to immediately gain 4 lore with the Tamatoa, and then if he wanted to, he could quest with the Tamatoa and also gain 4 lore again, bring another item card back, which I think is what we're going to see. Theodore's going to banish the Popsicle and choose the Tamatoa, even though the Tamatoa is not damaged, just to bring the Popsicle back.
Yes. Yeah, that Lucky Dime is one of those cards that really can turn a game on a Lucky Dime.
It's why I like the Ruby Sapphire deck so much, to be honest with you. For the majority of the game, you're playing from behind. A turn ago, it looks like Aiden is winning a lot because of such a huge lore lead, being at 12 with Theodore only at 3. But as soon as you get a Tamatoa in play, and especially after you get the Lucky Dime, now all of a sudden, Theodore is 1, maybe 2 turns away from gaining 20 lore if nothing changes.
Yeah. And like you were saying, Tamatoa has 8 willpower, which is really hard for Aiden to deal with right now with only having that 1 Robin Hood on the board.
Right. We see Aiden play a Let the Storm Rage On to the Tamatoa just to start chipping away at that 8 willpower, dealing 2 damage. We know the Robin Hood can deal 3 damage to the Tamatoa, and then you're going to need 3 more damage on top of that to get rid of the Tamatoa this turn. It doesn't look like Aiden has it, and is instead, I think, going to try to race Theodore, playing the Flynn Rider, which we've mentioned earlier, has 4 lore, loses a lore for every card in your opponent's hand. So hopefully, I'm sure Aiden is hoping that that Flynn can quest for a bunch and get him to 20 before the Tamatoa and the Dime can pop off.
Yeah, I can't quite see how many cards Theodore has in hand. I think it's 2 or 3, though, which really doesn't help Aiden with that Flynn. It being a lore race right now, it feels like Theodore would take it.
Yeah, so actually right now, all Theodore needs to do is find 1 more item. Theodore could play that item, use the Lucky Dime, and then quest the Tamatoa, and that's 10 lore this turn. It would get him from 10 to 20. I imagine if he had it, he would have already played it, so I think he's considering some lines on what he wants to do next.
Okay, so we have a Maui come down. And thank you, Maui, who says...
All he can say is you're welcome.
And you do see the Lucky Dime.
Lucky Dime is going to hit the Tamatoa, gaining 4 lore. We're going to banish the Popsicle and heal the Tamatoa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't want that Tamatoa to get banished by any means necessary. Putting the Popsicle back into the discard, questing with Tamatoa, and I imagine he's going to pull the Popsicle back out and play it immediately to draw an extra card.
Yeah, it really seems like Theodore is feeling confident with what he has here. What answers could Aiden have at this point?
I mean, theoretically, Aiden could have a We Don't Talk About Bruno that could get rid of the Tamatoa. Aiden really just needs to get rid of this Tamatoa, but even then, you still have the Lucky Dime that could be a threat. For all we know, Theodore's holding on to another Tamatoa in his hand and can immediately play that the next turn, use Lucky Dime to quest with it immediately, essentially, and that would win Theodore the game. So, Aiden, if we're looking at what needs to happen right now, it's get rid of this Tamatoa. Then you kind of have to hope that they don't have another. And it doesn't look like Aiden has an answer for it. So Theodore's going to take game 1 with Ruby Sapphire.
Yes, that was a really great match to watch. That was super fun seeing the Tamatoas, the Lucky Dimes, and everything. Ruby Sapphire was doing what it was made to do.
Absolutely.
Even Flaversham there in the early game, getting the card draw.
Yeah, we talked about early on about how which deck was going to be more favored in this matchup, right? And we knew that if Hiram Flaversham could be played, you could keep your hand healthy. Don't let the Emerald Steel player discard all of your cards and then make it to that end game, which we saw Theodore do. You can quest a lot with the Lucky Dime, and it did its thing.
It did. It'll be really interesting to see how Aiden does in game 2. Now he knows exactly what to expect. Players can alter their hands. He can look for some certain cards. What do you think he's looking for?
It's like I said earlier, I think with this Emerald Steel
Bucky.
deck, that Bucky is just, it's everything.
It's key.
It's the strongest thing you can do with the deck. Look for the Bucky, look for the Diablos too, get an early shift, start discarding your opponent's hand as fast as you can, because if Theodore doesn't find a Hiram Flaversham, doesn't find very efficient ramp opportunities, then it doesn't take long for an Emerald Steel player to get carried away with the game or take the game away before Ruby Sapphire can get to that end game that they want to.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look and see if Aiden can find those answers in game 2. So it looks like players have altered their hands. Theodore played first, and Aiden went first. Actually, it does look like he inked, and he didn't have anything for turn 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's not the way that I believe Aiden is going to want to start. We do see Theodore inking a Develop Your Brain, I believe, in his first play of the game, and then also not play anything. The Aiden is going to ink and play an Ursula Deceiver, which is a very strong card in this position. You want to look for any ramp songs that Theodore might be playing. Specifically, One Jump Ahead is a card that Sapphire players, at least in Ruby Sapphire, like to use to ramp pretty quickly. There wasn't One Jump Ahead, but there was a How Far I'll Go, which is also a great card to get rid of that allows Theodore to both look at the top 2 cards of his deck, pick one to put in his hand, and then the other one goes into his inkwell. So another form of ramp, already starting this discard game plan that Aiden wants to do.
How Far I'll Go is it's one of my favorite songs in Disney. I think it's a great song from Moana. So good. But it's a really great card. Like you said, you get to add to your inkwell and also a card in hand as well. And it's a song that you can sing. It's a really great card. Beautiful art. And so beautiful. They made it into a play mat.
Yes. Awesome.
I have that play mat. I love it. It's so great. But yeah, and what's interesting, we saw it last game, and we're seeing it again here, is that Theodore, it doesn't play a lot of cards on the board, characters on the board, in the first few turns.
There's not a lot for this Ruby Sapphire deck to play in the first couple turns outside of a Popsicle that can draw you cards and other ramp cards. And we even see an Aladdin Brave Rescuer being played as well, which can threaten some of what Trey might want to do, because Fishbone Quill is an item card that they can use to ramp with 3 ink. Not sure if Theodore had one in his hand or not, but if you do play the Fishbone Quill, you know that the next turn the Aladdin can quest and banish that item. So now if Theodore plays a Popsicle or tries to set up anything for Hiram Flaversham to draw cards, we saw how strong that was for Theodore last game. The Aladdin's there to banish that item, keeping Theodore from being able to use that engine.
Yeah, there's some other cards, characters that can banish an item when they come into play, but this Aladdin, it's every time this character quests an item, you can choose an item to banish. So it can be really strong against an item deck like Theodore is playing.
You're totally right. We did see Aiden play a Flynn Rider earlier, and then immediately Theodore brawled away the Flynn Rider. So in response, Aiden plays a Hidden Cove and says, okay, we're just going to give everything extra strength. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. And then we move on to Theodore's turn. He's going to play Grammatala. Again, look at the top 2 cards of his deck. Pick one to put in his hand and the other on the bottom. Just getting him closer and closer to those specific cards that he's looking for this matchup.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, we would have seen the Bucky already if Aiden had found it, and he didn't. What do you think the strategy is here? If it does come into his hand, do you still play the Bucky, or does it not help at this point in the game?
I think ultimately you have to pay attention to how many cards Theodore has. What are his draw engines that he has on board? We don't see a Hiram Flaversham this time, so you could have enough time to play a Bucky. We're working with a little bit of ink here. Theoretically, if Aiden drew into a Bucky, you could ink this turn, play a Bucky, and then play a Diablo, start that discard engine that Bucky provides. But it just kind of comes down to, do you think you can get away with the Bucky game plan? If Theodore has 20 cards in his hand, there's no point in playing the Bucky and discarding 1 card per turn. It's not going to be very fruitful. Instead, I think it's better for Aiden to lean towards this hidden cove, play some characters on the board that have value, that threaten Ruby Sapphire in specific ways, like the Aladdin, but then also just play some of your stronger cards that are a bit more expensive. We see a Beast Tragic Hero being inked. You also have access to cards like Robin Hood that are 5 ink as well, and that's usually where this Emerald Steel deck caps out in regards to how expensive the characters are to play. So it's tough the later that you go into this Ruby Sapphire matchup, because as you get further on into the game, Ruby has more cards like Be Prepared and the Sisu that can come down and wipe your board entirely.
The Maleficent, I know I saw that get inked earlier in the game. So there's some big cards out there that Theodore has, which is all the more reason for Aiden to try. And like he is doing, he's already at 7 lore, and Theodore still is at 0. That he really wants to get as far ahead as possible, as quickly as possible.
Definitely, because Ruby Sapphire just excels in the late game, being able to use as much ink as you have. They're inking all the time, usually inking multiple times per turn. We see How Far I'll Go being sung by Grandma Tala here to put another card into the inkwell, as well as put another card into Theodore's hand. You've got a ton of ink you can work with. A lot of your characters are really expensive. They banish characters as soon as they're played. Once Ruby Sapphire gets to that end game, it's nearly impossible to play characters and then for those characters to stick. So you need to gain the majority of your lore early in the game so that hopefully once it gets later and later into the game, you can stick something, and you only need a little bit of lore to get yourself to the 20.
Yeah. I think one advantage that Aiden has right now, he does have 2 characters on board to quest, and, well, now he has 1. I was going to say that he didn't have very many, or he did have characters, and Theodore didn't have much of a board presence, but he's kind of evened the playing field just a bit here. Oh, he decided to take out the Hidden Cove.
Yeah. We see the Hidden Cove being challenged by the Hercules, which again has Rush, can challenge on the turn that it's played. And I love this play. It gets rid of the Hidden Cove. Now all of those Ruby cards that care about how much strength your opposing characters have, Aiden's not getting around those cards in any way by utilizing the Hidden Cove.
Right.
And Hercules isn't banished in the challenge either, so he'll likely get to challenge another time unless Aiden decides to challenge into the Hercules. I don't expect him to, though. Aiden definitely wants to be gaining lore here if he can, but as we're getting later and later into this game, Theodore's playing stronger and stronger characters. We see that Hercules have 7 strength. The Grammatala is also a 3/3, and right now, both of those characters would effectively trade into any of the characters that Aiden exerted on his board right now.
Yeah. Now, this Hercules is a really interesting choice in the deck. You have Maui, that's also a Rush and Reckless card, but is inkable. Hercules is not inkable. What do you think a player is thinking and when they're building their deck of which of those cards to put in?
So when you're building a deck, especially when you're bringing it to a almost 2,000 person event
Yes.
like this one, I think you have to consider what other decks you're going to see on the day. And we know that there's essentially a top 3 decks in the format right now. There is the Emerald Steel, which we see Aiden playing. There's also Sapphire Steel, and there's also Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
Ruby Amethyst has a card called the Queen's Castle,
Yes,
which is
it's
very strong.
Very strong, with 7 willpower.
Yes, with 7 willpower. A very, very powerful card in and of itself, and it's just outside of the reach of those Mauis. Maui only having 6 strength versus Hercules having 7. And so I believe that the Hercules is being played really to tech against that. It's getting used very well and very efficiently into this matchup as well, which is really nice because it is very similar to Maui, like you pointed out. It just has a little bit more strength, a little bit less willpower, so it's less likely to survive a challenge where Maui usually can survive. And of course, it's uninkable, which is tough to fit into a deck.
Yeah.
Because you can't ink it. But I think Ironically, the Hercules isn't even for this matchup, but it is putting in a lot of work.
It did. It has been putting him in both games. We saw it in game 1 and now again in game 2. Hercules is helping Theodore go from 0 to hero for sure.
Yes, bless my soul, Herc is on a roll.
He is on a roll. And we did see Theodore on a roll on that turn. He was able to play Madame Medusa and banish Beast with that, and then he traded in, like you were saying, into those other characters.
Yeah, you have to answer the Beast Tragic Hero that Aiden was playing, because if Beast stays on board and is not damaged, then Aiden gets to draw an extra card for the turn, which can give him more resources to come back into this game. Then we do see Theodore having played a Ice Block, then banishing the Ice Block by playing a Hiram Flaversham to draw some extra cards as well.
Yeah. Flaversham is just so great. Not only can you banish an item when he comes onto play, but also every time he quests. And I know that there's a lot of cards in this game that have just an ability on just one or the other, either just when they come into play or just when they quest. And so Flaversham is really strong because it's both on play and every time he quests.
I love Hiram Flaversham, to be honest with you, because of how impactful of a card he can be with, like you mentioned, he does something when he's played, and then you have to answer him, because if you leave him in play and you let him quest, you're progressing your win condition, because you're gaining, it's only 1 lore, but you're getting closer to 20, and you're giving yourself more resources. Honestly, I think Hiram's one of the stronger cards in this game because of that.
Yeah, he's a toy maker in the movie Great Mouse Detective, and so we see him taking the items in the game and turning it into something great for the player, 2 cards. Also, fun fact, the voice actor for Hiram Flaversham is the same voice actor for Scrooge McDuck.
Oh, is that the case?
There you go.
Okay, well,
he's a Scottish mouse toy maker.
Today I learned we do see Theodore singing How Far I Go with Grammatala, I believe, to look at the top 2 cards, put one in the inkwell, and then play Be Prepared and get rid of Aiden's board, which I think was just the Diablo.
It was just the Diablo. What is the thought process there when he has just that one character on the board? I know that Diablo is a really strong card, so strong that Aiden, I'm sure, is running 4 of them, and we see another one come down. But playing a Be Prepared in that situation, what do you think Theodore is doing there?
I think Theodore recognizes that when Diablo's in play, I'm not drawing cards. Oh. We are drawing cards.
Yes.
And so having the Hiram Flaversham in play and that engine going, you don't want to be fueling your opponent's hand either. Yeah. Be Prepared is probably the last card you want to play to get rid of Diablo when you have 3 characters on board and the opponent just has a Diablo. But you got to do what you got to do. Fortunately, Theodore did have a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon that he could play to follow up after Aiden played the second Diablo after banishing that first. But Aiden's going to play We Don't Talk About Bruno, put Maleficent back in Theodore's hand. They're going to randomly choose a card out of his hand to discard. Oh, and it's a Sisu.
Which does mean, though, that Maleficent is still in Theodore's hand.
Right.
So I wonder what Aiden's thinking there. Do you think he would have rather have seen the Maleficent go, or do you think he's happy to see Sisu go?
Honestly, it's kind of it's bad either way. Yeah, it's kind of bad either way. With Maleficent, then you can choose a specific character to banish. So if Aiden has something like a Beast Tragic Hero or a Robin Hood that he wants to play, he knows he can't play that anymore. But at the same time, if the Sisu is still in hand, then you can't go super wide playing your any other Diablos or Buckies or even these Ursula that we see being played, because it would have been banished by the Sisu as well. So honestly, you don't want either of them to be in his hand.
Yes.
But if I had to imagine, if we're really thinking about this, Sisu has more lore than the Maleficent Dragon does.
Yeah, because she quests for 3.
Yes. She quests for 3. So at least with Sisu in the discard, you don't have to worry about that one-sided board wipe, and then also Theodore being able to use Lucky Dime and gain 3 lore once the dragon is in play.
Yeah. That Pegasus is also an interesting card. We saw it go into the inkwell earlier or last game, I forget. But it's just the 3/1, quest for 1, but it's evasive. Where is this fitting into this deck? What's the strategy here? Just to have an evasive answer?
Yeah, so it's an evasive answer for Diablo. I'll be not a... I can't think of the word, not a consistent one, because usually you're playing Pegasus on turn 2. By that point, if your opponent is shifting Diablo, they can sing Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire. We see Aiden playing 2 just to get rid of the Madame Medusa. Pegasus only has 1 willpower, so any form of steel removal is going to remove the card. But in another matchup, and we keep talking about Ruby Amethyst, you can play Pegasus after they play a Flynn Rider and stop the Flynn Rider from triggering his ability of gaining 3 lore if you have a character with more strength on board than your opponent. So playing 2 roles there, being able to combat the Diablo and also the Flynn Rider, 2 of the stronger cards in the format right now that really people have to answer as soon as they're played.
Yeah. What's interesting, like you keep talking about how this deck is in this matchup versus that matchup, and you have cards in your deck that are really in there for different matchups, and because your cards are also your resource with the inking, you know, that really allows a player to build a deck that can have answers to multiple decks.
Yeah, and it's why I think you can even see what I like to call a tech card. It's the Pegasus is tech specifically for certain matchups. That's why you can put the card in your deck. It's because Pegasus is inkable. If you don't need the card for this specific matchup, like you said, we saw last game, Theodore didn't need a reason to play Pegasus and decided to ink it. You can ink it. It turns into a resource. Whereas if you try to use an uninkable card as a tech card in your deck, you're stuck with it. And if it's too narrowed down into a specific matchup and you're not playing against those matchups, then it can be sort of a dead card in hand. These Diablos keep coming.
They do. The Diablos, those birds, it's a whole flock.
They keep coming, and fortunately, Theodore continues to have answers for them with the Maleficent Dragon. We're going to do this again.
Okay. Yeah, Aiden said, we tried this last time. Let's do it one more time, because I don't mind talking about Bruno, but I don't want to talk about Maleficent Dragon anymore.
Yeah, Maleficent keeps banishing my birds, so we want to get rid of it.
And she banishes when you play, and also she quests for 2, and she's so strong.
Yes, a very powerful card, both in her questing ability. Oh, we do hit the Maleficent Dragon.
Maleficent.
So that's going to be discarded. Don't have to worry about that anymore, unless Theodore has another in hand.
Which you never know.
Always a possibility. That's how these Ruby Sapphire decks work, but I think at this point, Aiden is just trying to crawl back as much as he can, especially with the Lucky Diamond play. There are ways to banish the Lucky Dime in Aiden's deck. We saw the Aladdin being played earlier, but of course the Aladdin has to quest before that can happen. And then we've seen how strong Tamatoa can be that Theodore played last turn and can always bring that dime back as well. So I think Aiden is really on a race here, even though Theodore is starting to take the lead, using the Lucky Dime to quest with the Pegasus, and then, using Lucky Dime to get lore from the Pegasus while questing with the Pegasus as well.
We just saw Theodore play another item, the Vitalosphere, which what's really fun about Lorcana is not only do we have all these cards and characters, songs from the Disney movies that we know and love, but we're also starting to see more cards introduced that are from the world of Lorcana. And Vitalosphere is one of those. And it's a really interesting item. Talk about what Vitalosphere does and why it's in this deck.
Sure. So it's a cheap item, very much like Popsicle is. It only costs 1 ink and it's inkable. But you can banish the item and then choose one of your characters. That character gains rush and +2 strength for the turn. So it's a great way to just sit there, and then if you need to use it, if your opponent plays a location or has an exerted character and you need to banish that character immediately, you have Vitalosphere there. It's also just another cheap item that you can use to cycle with Hiram Flaversham or Tamatoa. We also see Great Stone Dragon being played. That's another really fun item card that we got in Ursula's Return. It enters play exerted, as we see here, but this allows Theodore to, once per turn, exert the Great Stone Dragon and then choose a character card from his discard and put it into his Inkwell exerted. So all of these characters that are sitting in Theodore's discard from those Be Prepared that he's had to play and banish his own characters, now they're going to come back and be able to be used as ink in his Inkwell.
Which we did just see him do. He exerted Stone Dragon and pulled that Pegasus back out to add to his Inkwell. And he played another Pegasus. Do you think he's not finding the other characters that he wants to see? I feel like at this point in the game, Ruby Sapphire has so many big characters like the Tamatoa and the Maleficents, and we just see a little Pegasus come down.
Yeah, Theodore's definitely struggling to find some of those finishing characters. And so we do see him. It looks like he only had a Hercules left in hand, which doesn't have any lore. So, of course, it makes sense to play the Pegasus just so you can start gaining a little bit of lore. I think Theodore's looking for his cards like Tamatoa, looking even for a Sisu, just anything with 2 or 3 or more lore so you can play and finish this game. Theodore's at 14 lore. Aiden is also top decking right now. No cards in hand with the Ursula Deceiver of All in play. And so, has the, we don't talk about Bruno, that he decides to play on the Pegasus. There's no cards in Theodore's hand, so it gets randomly discarded from his hand.
Yes, random. So very random when there's only one card in hand. So now we have both players here with no cards in hand. What do you think Aiden is hoping to pull off the top of his deck in this game right now?
Man, I'd say a Beast Tragic Hero would be really great right now. Beast Tragic Hero could quest for a lot of lore, but also would allow Aiden to start drawing an extra card every turn and help him finish this game. This Diablo is very useless other than the one lore that it has. Typically, when you play this one cost Diablo, you can look at your opponent's hand. Of course, Theodore doesn't have a hand, so it doesn't do anything. But any cards that help either of these players draw extra cards or have a lot of lore to go ahead and finish the game, I think is what both of them are looking for in this scenario.
Yeah, Theodore has, I think his collection is complete over here with all these items.
Yeah, do you think he has enough? I think I count six items
there
here.
are 6. If he could pull a Tamatoa, that would
all
be
he needs.
Pretty amazing, and that would win him the game. But Aiden is not far behind. I mean, Theodore has 15, Aiden has 13, and we've seen it again and again. Tight races, or when it looks like a player is pulling ahead, and then things can really change very quickly.
Yeah, so we're in a situation here where Aiden is slowly building his board back up, currently has 3 lore on board that he can use to quest, and he's sitting at 13, which means he can go to 16 next turn, potentially play a character this turn. If Theodore doesn't find an answer to Lucky Dime, I think needs a Tamatoa here. A Tamatoa or any character that could quest for 5, or a way to wipe Aiden's board, then Aiden's going to win next turn because he's going to have exactly enough lore that he needs.
Yeah, he has 4 on the board. And am I counting that right? Yes.
Yeah, 4 lore on board.
4 lore on board. He's at 15, so he wouldn't quite win next turn. Madame Medusa coming down, though, which, I mean, really, it felt like Theodore just needed a character on the board.
Yeah, so Theodore found a way to slow down this game by 1 more turn, banishing 1 character. Now Aiden only has 3 lore on board. There's no way, really, for the cards in Aiden's deck to gain a lore instantly, so he's only going to be able to quest for 3 next turn, go up to 19, and Theodore's going to have to find an... He gets 1 more turn to find an answer.
1 more turn to find an answer. Yep.
We do see Theodore banishing the Vitalosphere to give Madame Medusa rush, so that when Madame Medusa was played, got to banish a character with 3 or less strength, and then now Madame Medusa also gets to challenge the turn that she's played to get rid of 1 more character, making it so that Aiden is only going to go up to 18 next turn if Aiden decides to quest out with these characters.
Yeah, and that was interesting. So challenging into the Jafar Dreadnought, and of course that took 3 damage then onto Madame Medusa, and then using the popsicle to heal herself.
Yeah, you don't want... Right now, we are slowly getting closer and closer to 20 for both players, so Theodore does not want to give Aiden any opportunity to banish the Madame Medusa, healing all of the damage off of her to guarantee that that doesn't happen.
Yes. You know, the fact that he had all those items there, I'm sure he wishes that he had a Tamatoa that could come out.
Ooh. There's that cricket again.
Lucky cricket.
Coming into play, giving everything +3 strength for the turn to immediately get rid of the Madame Medusa. Oh, it looks like Theodore found another lucky dime.
Another lucky dime.
That's not going to help.
But he needs a character on board for that to do him any good. And unfortunately, he's not finding it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be game.
It's going to be game. So Aiden takes game 2. That was quite a match.
It was. I mean, luck was on his side with, with the cricket,
Lucky
top decking
cricket.
it, lucky cricket, being able to banish the Madame Medusa that turn, because if Theodore pulled the lucky dime that turn, I think he had enough lore to quest with the Madame Medusa and then use both lucky dimes to get to the finish.
Yes.
But using the cricket to banish the Madame Medusa, and then also the cricket having 3 lore on its own was going to be enough to finish the game. So
absolutely.
Very interesting back and forth.
Really
there.
interesting. Oh, yeah. I that was an exciting match to watch.
That
I really
was.
enjoyed it. That was a great game. I was very curious how the two decks would match up, and we saw that it was very even with each of them taking one game. So congrats to both players.
Yes, congrats to both players. You saw how strong both of the decks were when the Ruby Sapphire hits the Hiram Flaversham and the draw engines, and then when the Emerald player is able to discard a bunch of the cards. So,
And he never had a Bucky.
no, never found a Bucky the whole game.
So there you go. Emerald Steel players, you're going to be okay without Bucky.
Yes, absolutely. But I think that was the only game we have in round 3, so we're going to go straight to round 4 after a short break.
Sounds good.
Hey everyone, back here in the feature match area with Adon Pagan, fresh off of a nice little match here that we got to see. Some back and forth. That last game was unbelievably crazy. Did you think you had a chance in that last game?
In the beginning, I thought the game was mine, but right about the middle game, I started doubting myself. And I guess we don't talk about Bruno came in clutch. So that's pretty much the turnaround point.
Yeah, your opponent missing a few times. It was pretty nice too. You talked about you played quite a bit of TCGs in the past. You have some experience, but it's really your friend's fault that you're playing this one.
Yeah, my friend, he's a big Disney fan. He mentioned the game before, and a couple of days before the game came out, I told him about it. He's like, I already told you about that. And he's like, yeah, I want to get in. So we're a huge collector. We used to play another TCG before. Now we got access to adult money, so we can play more.
Yeah.
And we have been pretty much collecting since day one and playing Lorcana.
And you were telling me that you've got quite a bit of experience with chess and playing, at that kind of level. Do you think that helps you here in Lorcana?
Definitely help you think ahead, because I'm maybe new to the TCU world competitive, but been playing tournaments on chess and since I was in middle school. So I guess that kind of like prepared me to do better at TCU.
No, absolutely. I really believe that it actually helps a ton here, and it looks like it helped out quite a bit that match, and hopefully it does for the rest of the weekend. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are getting ready to go into round 4. And another great interview. I love hearing how people found out about the game. That last player said it was a friend of his who got him introduced to Lorcana. What about you, Brendan?
The chess comparison is particularly interesting to me, and it's something that is sort of on the forefront of the community's mind. A lot of people are talking about this. It's due to the powerful sort of starting the hand sculpting that you can do in Lorcana by looking at 14 cards of the top of your deck and having a 60-card deck. The chances for you to have specific cards and specific openers is extremely high. So if you know what the opposing player is on and you know your game plan into them, you can have very consistent 1, 2, 3, 4 turns.
Yeah.
And in a sense, it's kind of like a chess opener. And you can sort of do the math on like how good your opener is against their opener. And you can find places to arbitrage that and figure out where your deck is fundamentally more powerful than their deck. And you can go for this 1, 2, 3, 4 curve and ask your opponent a very, very hard question. It's kind of this emerging philosophy in the Lorcana community.
Yeah.
It's the comparison to chess specifically.
Chess. I could really see where chess and just having that mind to think about strategy, thinking a few steps ahead, and like you said, having that opener could really come in handy to be a strong TCG player, like in a game like Lorcana.
To give you an idea of how the math actually breaks down, if you wanted to think about a card like Diablo and you wanted to think about an answer to Diablo and something like Brawl, if you did the hypergeometric math on 4 of Brawl in your deck, you would be 66, I believe, % chance to see it if you looked at 14 cards. If you increase that to 6, and you're like, you can't put 6 Brawls in your deck. But let's say you had 4 Brawls and 2 Peter Pan Shadowfinders, and they were relatively serving the same role. That percentage jumps up to 88%. So almost 90% to find it in your starting hand, your answer to the most troublesome card in the format, if you know your opponent is on green steel, which is where you kind of get this idea of chess. Obviously, we're talking about a singular card there, but you can extrapolate that to multiple cards. So you need this card on turn 1, this card on turn 2, and this card on turn 3. And the math is actually pretty good for you to be able to find that if you know what you're playing against.
That's really interesting. I am looking forward to seeing this next match. We have a couple of great players that we're about to take a look at. Are you ready to jump into round 4?
I can't wait.
All right, let's take a look.
So we have Conrad versus Sky here. Sky is a very, very famous player of Sapphire Steel in particular, one of the sort of champions of the combination here. And we do see Ruby Amethyst on the other side. This Ruby Amethyst list is particularly interesting. It is running 8 1-drops, so it's running the Chernobog's Followers as well as the 1-drop Broom. It also has a 3-2 split on Madame Medusa versus Tremaine, so that is 3 Madame Medusa and 2 Tremaine. The Ruby Amethyst list these days is pretty stock standard, and you're not going to see a lot of differences between the lists, but particularly in that 1-drop slot and in the split between Lady Tremaine and Madame Medusa is where you're going to see a lot of the innovation. So I really love Conrad's list, to be honest. If I was to play Ruby Amethyst at the tournament today, I think I would be, card for card, I would be on his 60 cards.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst has always been a really strong deck ever since the beginning, and it's been really interesting seeing how that deck has evolved. I know this Chernobog's Followers is a really favorite card of Ruby Amethyst players and is very often what you see come down on turn 1.
So the reason why this card is so good is it can come down on turn 1 and be a potential sort of thing for you to bounce back to play your Madame Mims, but also the issue with 1-drops in Lorcana is that you play them on 1 and then they're not very good later in the game.
Yeah.
Chernobog's Followers breaks that mold because after you quest with it, you can banish it to draw a card so it can replace itself. So you avoid the opportunity cost of putting what can be a bad card in the late game onto the field and having to have it sit there. But we do see the very powerful opening here out of Ruby Amethyst with Chernobog's Followers into Flynn Rider. And we see it answered with this 2-3 Bloom. This Broom is included in the Sapphire Steel list because it is there to deal with Diablo. That being said, it does have two to attack here. So it's going to stop this to Flynn.
Because that broom is evasive, correct?
Yes, it is evasive. I think it is only evasive on your turn.
Oh, on your turn, yes. And it's a 2/3, which is really nice because then going into a character like Diablo, which is just a 2/2, then the magic broom stays on the board.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why a card like Peter Pan Shadowfinder is good, and Amethyst as well. What we're interested to see out of Conrad here is Conrad going to have that turn 3 character with enough attack to start, procking the ability on Flynn Rider. It's very important with him with the ink of Sisu here. It makes me think he has another Sisu.
If you see Sisu go in the inkwell, you know another Sisu is going to be played. And this card, I love Sisu. This character gets +1 strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So right now, there are, I believe, 5 cards in Sky's hand. So Sisu, well, now 4, now 3. It goes down and up. But that Sisu is really, really strong.
Absolutely. It's going to trigger this Flynn Rider, and Flynn Rider is one of the most powerful, aggressive threats in the game. And it's part of Ruby Amethyst's core game plan. You often want to open up your games with a 1-drop, 2-drop Flynn, 3-drop Sisu, because it's very hard to deal with. That being said, Sky does have the answer here with the Fire the Cannons.
Yeah. Which Fire the Cannons, just a 1-cost card, deal 2 damage to chosen character, and can take care of a card like Flynn Rider that is such a threat, like you're saying. I mean, he not only can quest for 1 himself, but he gains 3 lore, right? For at the beginning of a turn, that's no small amount of lore.
That's a ton of lore. The Fire the Cannons is the perfect answer here. So very, very good opener from Sky. I think that one of the best things that Conrad could have on the crackback here is potentially something like a turn 4 Queen's Castle. The Sky's board is not currently equipped to deal with that. That being said, the Ruby Amethyst list has a myriad of options for its turn 4 play, and we could see something like a Goat or a Merlin Rabbit come out. We see actually the Crab inked here. Crab a card, by the way, that's made it out of a lot of Ruby Amethyst lists.
Yeah, Crab was being played quite a lot, but I've not seen it being included in a lot of current decks. On the Steel side, I know we just saw Fire the Cannons. Another card I know that we'll often see is Baboom, but that's a 2-cost, but it is inkable. What do you think the thought process is there for a player on choosing Fire the Cannons over something like Baboom?
So that's actually a really interesting and hard question to answer. But if I had to guess, I would think that the opportunity cost of running an uninkable 2-damage card in something like Sapphire Steel is lower because you have access to things like Fishbone Quill, which can turn that into an inkable card. So you are potentially able to run a higherable inkable count, as well as, it is an inherently more efficient piece of removal if you're able to not get it stuck in hand.
Sure. That Sisu staying on the board. And the other great thing that I like about Sisu as well is that she quests for 2 and comes down on turn 3. And there's not a lot of characters that quest for 2 or more that early in the game.
Yeah, also has 4 willpower, which is a lot to deal with. 4 is just, particularly if you're on something like Sapphire Steel here, you look at the Flaversham has 1, and the Smee would not trade well into it at all, being a 3/3, but also get the additional damage counter, would eventually get banished. So it is a sizable threat. That being said, Sky is probably more focused on sort of enacting their macro game plan, right? Inking more cards, getting presence on board, starting that Flaversham draw engine, and potentially I'm trying to look in the list if Sky does have the Whole New World. Sky does not. So this is a Sapphire Steel list without a Whole New World.
Which I know that we've seen decks with and without it. And it'll be interesting to see how Sky does without it. I think that Whole New World is a really strong card, but it's not necessary for this deck.
Well, Whole New World is also a very, very good card into Ruby Amethyst in particular. Ruby Amethyst, a deck that likes to draw a lot of cards, and Whole New World can be a way to sort of punish that. Would you see that Queen's Castle coming down on 5 here?
Yes. And
a move.
Conrad. It's only cost 1 to move a character over to Queen's Castle. I think that the Queen's Castle is by and far one of my favorite locations in the entire game. One of the strongest for sure. I would think
I would make the argument that is the strongest location in the game.
There you go.
I would be happy to make that argument.
Yeah.
So what does Conrad really not want to see here? Really doesn't want to see something like a Rise of the Titans take out that Queen's Castle. Sky currently doesn't have any way to efficiently deal with it on board, and getting that additional card is going to be incredibly impactful. You see here on Flaversham, questing here, drawing 2 additional cards, banishing that Fishbone Quill, which is great. Fishbone Quill has really served its role, especially if we're not going to cast a whole new world here. So get to cash in that value there and get 2 additional cards.
Yeah, the Fishbone Quill, it seems like that is a card that is more helpful earlier in the game, but like you said, it's kind of done its job now, so he feels okay by banishing it.
Yeah, I think the only thing that breaks that mold is that if you are playing a whole new world, Fishbone Quill can be relevant on later turns as you string whole new world into whole new world, and you get sort of so many cards in hand that you can translate them into ink. But absolutely, in this matchup and with this deck list, you're happy to get rid of that after you've used it to accelerate your first few turns.
So what do you think Sky is looking for here? Oh, Tamatoa is nice. But with having that Sisu and the Queen's Castle, what answers is he looking for?
So Sky could simply just look to outvalue Conrad here. So, while the Queen's Castle gaining the 2 lore and drawing the additional card is potentially not ideal, like it is something where Sky can drop an 8 ink threat in the form of Tamatoa that's going to recur value onto the battlefield and kind of become the aggressor in this matchup and will deal with the Queen's Castle eventually. It is a must answer.
Yes.
But, oftentimes when Queen's Castle is on the battlefield and there is something that has been moved to it, it is devastating to not clear that turn. Sky is simply accruing so much value by himself with his own game plan that I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, Conrad only has that 1 character, but Queen's Castle is gaining him that 2 lore at every turn. But it does seem like he's going to want to find some other answers for the characters that Sky has out on the board.
Yeah, which is going to be very hard to do. He's quite far away from Be Prepared, so currently at 5 ink. But Be Prepared would be the best answer by far for this board, but it's just not going to be a reality. That being said, I'm trying to figure out if we could potentially see a Maui clear the here on Flaversham here, and then have the Sisu potentially, maybe not clear the Smee.
I was going to say Madame Medusa would be another option, and there it is. Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that we put ourselves in a board state to draw a King Undisputed and deal with this Tamatoa that way. That being said, we know Conrad does have Lady Tremaine in the deck as well, which is sometimes not included. So does have more ways than usual to deal with Tamatoa, but Tamatoa is a tough threat for Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, that 8 willpower is just hard to deal with.
You're simply just not beating it through challenging it. You want to look for one of these removal effects, whether it's a board wipe through Be Prepared or some sort of effect that, Lady Tremaine making your opponent banish it.
Yeah. Which means also, though, that he would have to take care of Mr. Smee because Lady Tremaine will let your opponent choose which character they want to banish. And, of course, Sky is going to choose the character, would choose Smee in this case. So
I do think that Sky is in a pretty good position right now, is very much ahead on ink, is definitely ahead on board to an extent, assuming that we clear the Queen's Castle this turn. And has access to Tamatoa, which is one of the deck's key engines as you get into those later ink stages. So I currently think that Sky is in a good spot, but does need to deal with the Queen's Castle this turn. And then I think he will be firmly in the driver's seat. We haven't seen a lot of draw out of Conrad. So Conrad has not played a lot of cards that draw additional cards. We haven't seen Friends on the Other Side.
No.
We haven't seen Maleficent. We haven't seen Merlin Rabbit. So
no rabbits and no friends. Yeah, Conrad needs some friends.
So if I'm in Sky's position here, I would be looking to sort of attrition the Ruby Amethyst opponent out through sheer card advantage, whether through having that Tamatoa, potentially having the Huron Flaversham, which was banished, but just drawing more cards than my opponent, trading 1 for 1, trading card for card, and then simply because I have the better draw engine via the Tamatoa, just get more value than them and eventually run Conrad out of threats and out of cards.
Yeah, and Conrad only has 2 cards in hand right now, and by Sky taking out that Queen's Castle, that's really one of the key ways that Conrad was getting more card draw.
Yeah, so really critical here.
And a Tinkerbell.
So Sky does insulate himself against something like a Lady Tremaine by adding this additional character to the board, which is very, very important because Sky really does not want to lose that Tamatoa. That being said, could lose it to a Be Prepared here. It'd be Ink plus Be Prepared. I think that would be okay because that would be 2 for 2, right? You'd be trading Be Prepared and this Madame Medusa for a Tamatoa and a Tinkerbell. So it's not a huge blowout.
Yeah.
Still not ideal. You'd rather keep your Tamatoa around because it generates so much value.
And I do think that the Madame Medusa should have 1 damage on it from the Tinkerbell that came down. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but we see a Tremaine, like you're saying, which Sky was probably bracing himself for a Tremaine, and like you said, putting another character on board so that he could keep Tamatoa there.
100%. So 100%, and that is exactly what happened. The Lady Tremaine was the follow-up, and we do see the Tinkerbell serve its role there, which was to protect the Tamatoa from such effect.
Now, talking about these ladies in chairs, as some people like to refer them, you know, we have these two ladies here who do a lot of work in a Ruby deck. And some decks will have only Madame Medusa. Some will have it split between Medusa and Lady Tremaine. What's the thought process there with these two cards? Because they do kind of serve two different purposes.
That's a really, 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 really deep question. So what that comes down to is the card's efficacy in the metagame and your expected metagame at that. So while Lady Tremaine does deal with threats that Madame Medusa cannot, and it does deal with threats that the Ruby Amethyst deck cannot, if you assume that there's not going to be that many Tamatoas running around, there's not going to be that many Ariels running around, well, Madame Medusa is just the better card because it hits the sort of the worst threat or the more posing threat more often than something like Lady Tremaine would. It also does combat better, or it is not going to be banished by an opposing Madame Medusa. Like, there's many, many reasons why Madame Medusa is a better card than Lady Tremaine. That being said, when you're facing something like a Tamatoa, the only answer that the Ruby Amethyst deck has to a card like that is a Be King Undisputed and Be Prepared. And when you add the Lady Tremaine in, you sort of increase your coverage against those cards. But the actual breakdown of how many Madame Medusa should I play, how many Lady Tremaines I should play, it's a hotly debated topic. To say the least.
Player's choice, kind of.
Yeah, hotly debated topic.
They are both great. They are both great ladies. They're both mean ladies, villains, both of them villains in their respective Disney worlds. And Hades making an appearance. Now, that is a card that I actually haven't seen played a lot. Talk about that card here and what we're seeing.
So that is, I've not seen that card play too much as well. And the reason is because it does have the three attack there that can be banished by the Madame Medusa. So that's why it sort of fell out of favor in the metagame. I'm assuming it's there just because it's a very good tempo play, right? Like you play it on 7 or you play it earlier than that if you have ramped. Yeah. It does 2 for 1 your opponent. It gives them the extra ink, which is not great, but it's also a 3/6 that quests for 2. That's hard to deal with. That is hard to deal with.
It is. Yeah, and the questing for 2 is really great, and Ruby does have the answers. The Ruby Amethyst deck does have the answers if Conrad can find them, and it seems like he has really struggled. We did see him just use Madame Medusa to sing Friends on the Other Side, but that was the first Friends that we saw all game.
And we see the Be Prepared, and we talked about the exchange of value with a Be Prepared on this board, and while it is not what Sky was looking for, it is just 2 cards for 2 cards, so ultimately it's not that bad of an exchange. Conrad did need to find that. I do think you have to stop the Tamatoa in its tracks or it will simply get too much value. That being said, speaking of value, we see him hit the board.
Yeah, Flaversham is just such a good card. He really is an MVP of every Sapphire deck. I don't think there's any Sapphire deck that we see where he's not included because he's just that good.
Oh, yes. Flaversham is definitely one of the best cards in the game right now. And combined with that item package, it is the backbone of the most powerful draw engine in this game.
Yeah, I've played against Sapphire Steel players that are just playing their items and questing with Flaversham and banishing the items, and they just keep going, and it's amazing. Now we have Simba coming down, this fighting prince. Talk here about what Simba does, because this is a really interesting card.
Yeah, so it has sort of a modal ability both when it is played, whenever you banish another character in a challenge, you may choose one. One is draw 2 cards, then choose and discard 2 cards, so a little bit of filtering there. Or the other one is deal 2 damage to chosen character. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of really pesky characters in the game right now that have 2 willpower that you can do that damage to. It also is a 5/7 that quests for 2. That's a big body.
That's a very large character. Another character that's hard to deal with, and Sky has a lot of those. I mean, Flaversham, he's a 6 willpower. You have Tamatoa, that's a huge character. And now we have this Simba here on the board. These are just cards that are hard to deal with. And Conrad, he had that Be Prepared, but now he's going to need to find a new answer because that Simba questing for 2 is really, and then a Tamatoa as well.
Yeah, so this is the combo of any Sapphire deck is a combination of Tamatoa as well as the Hiram, because the Hiram is going to quest and banish the item and draw you 2 cards, and then Tamatoa is going to quest and get that item back out of the graveyard, and then you have a loop for just massive card advantage. That being said, Sky does want to deal with this this castle pretty soon. It's not going to be the end of the world because, again, we go back to the same scenario we were at the beginning of this game where it's the castle's a problem, but Sky has such a powerful draw engine on board and can get so much value that maybe Sky can transition to being the beatdown of this matchup and just outvalue Conrad. Conrad's sitting with one card in hand, which, by the way, is a Maui.
Ah, a Maui. So what do you think Conrad's thinking now, then, having that Maui in hand?
I'm going to run this Maui into the hero and then hope that Sky does not draw another hero.
Yes. Oh, man. Yeah, I forget. I know that we saw one earlier, and we've seen this one. I think that we've only seen those two this game.
Unless there was one that was inked that I missed, which is very possible. It is an inkable card. I do believe we have seen two.
Yeah.
But the issue is that the Tamatoa on its own is actually still a draw engine. It's not as good as Tamatoa plus Flaversham, but it's good enough.
Yeah. And Sky has passed the turn over to Conrad. So, yeah, I do think, like you said, that Maui is going to come down. He does get to draw an additional card this turn because he has Sisu at Queen's Castle, which is great to give Conrad some more options. I mean, you can talk a little bit about that, about, having options is important in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, so Conrad is in an interesting spot. So it has drawn the 3 cards. I think the best card that Conrad could draw, and it's not particularly close, is Be Prepared. But we did just see 1. Conrad is playing 3. Playing 3 Be Prepared is very standard in this format. But right now, that would by far be the best answer, because not only would Conrad have a good trade on board, trading 2 for 3, if you count the Be Prepared, there's also trading into higher value threats like Tamatoa, but also that Queen's Castle would stay on the battlefield.
Yeah. I don't think he did draw Be Prepared. I think we would have seen it if he had. I think that I saw one of his cards as a Lady Tremaine. I can't quite catch his whole hand. And then he moved Maui over to that Queen's Castle. So now on his next turn, he's going to get to draw 2 additional cards. So Sky really needs to take care of that castle.
I think that Sky will take care of that castle. I'm not sure how many cards Sky has in hand. I don't think that Sky has enough cards for the Sisu to actually clear this the Simba here. So it does have a way to clear the castle. That being said, if you have access to Simba and you have access to Tamatoa, Simba's a card that gets value when you banish a character, and Tamatoa is a card that gets value after you quest.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be running those into castle.
Castle.
Yeah, that's kind of something you have to do only if you must.
Do you think Sky must right now? What do you think this position is that he's in? Is it a must?
So
into that castle?
The text on Simba does say deal 2 damage to chosen character, so could not potentially run the Tamatoa into the castle, clear a character with Simba, and then deal 2 damage to the location. It's just not an option. I do think that it is likely a must, but there's the fine line is wondering how efficient is it to just clear the characters on the castle, let the castle sit, but I think you just get rid of the castle. You're so far ahead of Sky here. There's potentially a line that is above my pay grade where Sky will take to win the game. But I think the simple answer is, I think you clear the castle.
You play the castle. You have to say Hakuna Matata and run them into the castle.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's taken his time thinking about it. I can't see what else Sky has in his hand.
Definitely one Tamatoa.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting because the answer to what should you do on this turn is either extremely simple or extremely complicated.
Yeah, well, he's looking for more answers. He did play another Flaversham, banished that Fortisphere, and looking for some additional answers.
Yes, and that is the last card that Conrad wanted to see come off the top because we have once again assembled the 2-card combo of Hero and Flaversham and Tamatoa. And we have plenty of items sitting in the banish zone here to recur via that Tamatoa.
Yeah, that Tamatoa, every time he quests, being able to bring back an item from your discard is just, it's, he likes his shiny things. That's the crab.
So if I'm Sky, one of the main things I'm thinking about here is not only do I want to remove the castle, but in an ideal scenario, I'd want to remove the castle plus the Sisu because Conrad is at 13 lore. Conrad getting up to 15 lore. It's not quite in the range of starting to do goat shenanigans, but it's getting close, and I would want to avoid that because Sky has not found the lucky dime yet, and that's going to be critical for Sky being able to close out this game quickly if he feels like he needs to because of some sort of bounce goat shenanigans.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Ariel hitting the field as well does increase the sort of the clock that Conrad needs to try to finish out this game drastically.
So do you think that this Maui is going into that Tamatoa this turn from Conrad's side?
I don't think so, because if you're it depends. So Maui must attack, right? So it's like, what is the better?
Yeah, Simba or Tamatoa.
What's the lesser of these two evils? Is Simba? I mean, the lesser of all the two evils is to sing Friends on the Other Side with Maui potentially and find to be prepared. I think that is your out here. Like that is by far what you want to do.
Yeah.
Because running it into either the Simba or the Tamatoa is not ideal. Because not only will they not be banished, but Sky has access to popsicles, like can potentially kind of heal them back up. That character has wards, so that is not possible. In regards to the ruling, I'm not sure if a new target is chosen or how that works, because you cannot legally target a character with wards, so it's going to target the Flaversham.
Which is
instead.
not bad. I mean, getting Flaversham off the board is still good.
Oh, completely reasonable, yes.
Yeah. If I'm counting correctly, Sky, when the Flaversham was on board, I think there was 10 possible lore. So now he's 9 because Ariel's going to quest for 5, Tamatoa will quest for 2, and then Simba will quest to 2. So that's 9 lore right now that Sky has on the board. That's a lot.
So 9 and sitting at 7.
Yeah.
So we need to find 4 more lore. Sounds like if we find a lucky dime, we just win the game on the next turn. From what I understand, that would also make Tamatoa quest for 1 more, so we'd be at 3. So a lucky dime does seem to be the win condition here to win on this turn.
And I think Conrad did not challenge with his Maui.
Yes, so that is I don't know if we can maybe alert people of that, but Maui does have reckless, so that is a must. That is a very commonly missed must, by the way. It's very easy to miss, and it happens all the time, and I've definitely done it myself. But Maui, from my understanding, with reckless must attack.
Reckless, yes. Yeah, Sky is. Yeah, I think he's really hoping for that lucky dime here, because that really would win him the game.
I mean, to be fair, if Sky doesn't win the game on this turn, it's okay. We have to clear board a little bit. I would like to get rid of that Sisu. I ideally like to get rid of the Madame Medusa. But if Sky doesn't win the game on this turn, I think it's very unlikely that Conrad wins it on Conrad's turn.
Sure. He only has 3 lore on the board. I don't know if Sky's going to let Sisu stay on the board. So Conrad's sitting at 15. That would put him at 18 if Sisu does stay. And so I feel like Sky, he's going to use his Simba. And what's he going to do? Draw 2 cards or 2 damage to another character?
Most likely draw 2 cards. Yep. I think we still have the lucky dime as an out, by the way.
Yeah.
So kind of similar to where we were before, we still have the possibility of lucky dime.
I don't see it in his deck there.
Definitely no lucky dime in the hand.
Yeah, no lucky dimes.
But that's a good example of Sky playing to his outs. So it does opt for the draw and the discard too, because knows that he can find the game-winning play off the top of the deck. And, okay, we're going to see a Fishbone Quill.
Which really I think is just to boost Tamatoa there.
Absolutely.
So.
Boosting Tamatoa. Tamatoa triggers, and we're going to go grab another item. We're going to place that item. I'm not sure. I think we could have still found Lucky Dime plus activation, so we could have still won the game off that draw step. Yeah. Oh, another. We can still win it off this one.
Now, if he doesn't win this turn, what are Conrad's outs on his next turn?
Be prepared at best. Be prepared and hope.
Be prepared and, yes,
and
faith, trust, and pixie dust.
Yes, so be prepared and then hope when it goes back to Sky's turn that we don't see, another explosive play.
Now, is he hard? Oh, wow. Okay, so he is playing Grab Your Swords and also a Fire the Cannons.
Yes, so that might have looked a bit odd because, Grab Your Swords on those 2 characters doesn't really do anything to the Maui. Like, why would you do that? So Sky has so many cards in hand, is so far ahead. The Sky knows that I'm just going to win this game.
Yes.
Right? I am just going to win this game on the next turn. All I have to do is make sure that you don't get to too much lore and beat me with goats, basically. I need to avoid that scenario.
Yes, and I've seen plenty of games where a Ruby Amethyst player can start bouncing goats and win it, and so he didn't want to let that happen.
And there's no reason to. Whether Sky gets to 16 lore on this turn or 19 lore, it doesn't matter because the next turn we're going to be questing for 10.
Yeah, absolutely, which just goes to show you how crazy that deck can turn around, from the beginning of the game to the end, that you can just go from 0 to 20 very quickly.
I think it's a really cool deck to watch because we do see the dichotomy between the Sapphire Steel list in terms of do you play a Whole New World or do you not? And Whole New World is almost undisputably one of the most powerful cards in the game. the thing is that some of these Sapphire Steel decks, they don't think it's part of their core game plan or their core competency and what that deck is trying to do. And it's a really interesting sort of discussion and deck building thing that's going on in the Lorcana community right now.
Yeah. Well, let's jump into game 2 and see how this plays out, because I'm really interested to see how these players approach game 2 now that they know what to expect from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm Conrad, I'm also probably thinking, like, does he play Whole New World? Does he not? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. Yeah,
we saw
he doesn't know.
Because it actually changes your play as a Ruby Amethyst player a lot. It really does. It changes like whether you play, friends on the other side or whether you prioritize playing something like a Merlin Rabbit. Like, it is a very, very relevant question that you have when playing against Sapphire Steel.
Yeah. So what do you think Conrad's strategy is going into game 2 here?
Well, I was surprised to see the Pascals out of Conrad, so it looks like that is the one drop of the 8 1-drops. Also see a Maui Fishhook, so potentially may have had the wrong list pulled up prior to looking at this game, which is interesting. It's going to make it more fun as we figure it out as we watch. But yeah, the Pascal and the Fishhook are not very popular additions to the deck. They're additions that have existed in the deck in the past for sure, but that Fishhook can really help you against opposing locations.
And it also can give evasive,
Absolutely.
if I remember correctly, which, of course, I don't think Sapphire Steel has a lot of evasive cards, but can come in handy against other decks.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of really pesky evasive threats in the format right now in the form of Diablo, but also the Flynn Rider.
Yep. And we see a little bounce action happening, which we didn't actually see a whole lot of in the last game with the Merlins and Mins. Conrad didn't find a lot of those.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like it's less a part of Ruby Amethyst's core game plan than it used to be. So the sort of last sets Ruby Amethyst would be always trying to bounce, always trying to win board. But the current set of Ruby Amethyst very much wants to, one drop ideally, but Flynn Sisu. Flynn Sisu.
Like Flynn Sisu Castle.
Yes, always Flynn Sisu.
Yeah, if you can get Flynn Sisu Castle out, that's for a Ruby Amethyst player is pretty happy these days.
Yes. So Ruby Amethyst is one of the best mid-range and control decks in the game. The thing is it has this just incredible option to sort of win the game with this aggressive package in the form of Flynn Sisu.
Yeah.
Flynn Sisu Castle, I mean, that even makes it that much better.
I do see a fox and I think maybe a rabbit in hand. So he does have some of those bounce package cards. And then Sky over on his side with the Mickey and the broom. It's not always typical that at this early in the game you see a Sapphire Steel player have a lot of characters on board. A lot of times they're just focused on the ramp.
Absolutely correct. I mean, I think that the Mickey can come out. We also have the Mr. Smee, but the Magic Broom is the addition coming out as a 2-drop. Sky just sort of kind of curving out here, playing out his hand. And I'm interested to see if he has additional ramp on top of this Mickey, but we do actually see the Beast.
Beast.
This is really tough. This is really, really tough. So Beast does also have 3 attacks, so that Brawl is going to do nothing.
Yeah, not until he gets up to 6 ink and can play a Medusa.
This is really tough for Conrad to deal with. So Conrad could have access to a 4-cost Beacon Undisputed, but because of the Mickey and because of the Broom, I don't see if is there no way to deal with this Beast? Like a turn, what is effectively, I think, a turn 4 Beast out of Sky is just going to be so hard for Conrad to deal with. And that additional card is going to accrue so much advantage.
Which just goes to show you the power of Sapphire and the ramp to be able to play those cards sooner in the game than you normally would is just so powerful.
100%. I mean, this Beast is such a problem. Beast feels like a problem when a Emerald Steel player plays it on turn 5. But when a Sapphire Steel plays it on turn 4, that's a lot to deal with. It also looks like I believe Sky was on the play. Could be wrong, but
he was. Yes. Yep. Sky went first this game. What do you think Conrad is looking for here?
Oh, that's a good question.
With that Beast coming out.
That is a great question. So I don't think there's a lot of fantastic answers. So if I had to prioritize anything, I would likely prioritize card draw at this point, because it's not really your outs on turn 4 that are going to do much. It's actually your outs on potentially turn 6, like your Madame Medusa, because it's just not a lot of ways to deal with this. I also see a lot of really unfortunate cards in Conrad's hand, one of them being Brawl, the other one being a King Undisputed. King Undisputed would be an answer, but there's no way Sky's going to...
picking, because Sky will not be like, yes, I will pick my Tragic Beast.
Yes. And Sky's also probably not going to open up his Broom or his Mickey to be cleared and potentially get blown out by King Undisputed. Sky knows. Sky knows the question of how do I lose to this? Sky knows the answer.
Yeah. We do have a Flynn coming down. How do you feel about that play in this situation? Do you think that's the best choice that Conrad could have made there, having that Brawl and King Undisputed, not having the right answers for Sky's side of the board to build up his board?
Very possible that Conrad just doesn't have anything else to do. It's like it is a relevant threat, so if Sky draws enough cards, that Flynn will trigger on the following turn. The Sky is drawing a lot of cards.
Yes.
Beast is on the board, so it is somewhat keeping Sky in check, where it's like, hey, if you draw too many cards, I'm going to gain 3 lower turn, which is relevant. I mean, that is a relevant amount of lore, but I do think that Sky will manipulate the game state in a way that this Flynn will not sort of run away with the game.
Yeah, and of course, we do know that Steel has the answers we saw in last game, that Sky had that fire the cannons that could easily take care of Flynn Rider. So there's quite a few answers that Sky could have, and because he does have a pretty full hand here, he might have something in hand.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to see the power of this Sapphire Steel deck without a whole new world. Sky consistently, game to game, just having so many cards in hand. Because I do believe people would look at a whole new world, would look at Sapphire Steel, and think that's very core to the deck's card advantage game plan. But Sky showing us that you can achieve similar results or achieve a sort of at parity level of results with something like Beast Tragic Hero as your draw engine, Hero and Flaversham, Tamatoa. So yeah, I'm just so keen to see how the Sapphire Steel shake out as we move later into the tournament and move into day 2 and see sort of who was right.
Oh, now this is interesting. He's using Fire the Cannons and putting 2 damage on Sisu. Does he have another one? What's his plan?
It's probably
here?
Grab Your Sword, I would think.
And
oh no, it's another
Fire the Cannons on on Flynn. Excuse me.
Yes. Is it? There's no way it's another. Oh, it's just going to challenge.
Okay, challenge. Yes.
I think this comes down to once again, this is actually a really interesting point in the game. So what Sky, in my opinion, is doing is Sky is realizing that they are so far ahead on card advantage. Their draw engine is so much better that they can afford to trade those cards inefficiently. They're also uninkable. You're not going to do anything else with them. They can afford to trade those cards inefficiently to sort of win board and win tempo because they have access to Beast Tragic Hero, potentially more draw engine cards coming off the top.
Yeah, and Conrad just, he only has 4 ink, so he can't play the answers that a Ruby Amethyst deck would want to be playing, like a Madame Medusa. That Brawl doesn't help him. What is Conrad? Yeah, what can he even do right now where he is?
It's really, really tough. Almost nothing this turn, right? It's going to be kind of setting up for the next turn. Does double clear, which is nice. I think we know that Conrad has a King Undisputed in hand as well.
He does. Yeah, he does have that in hand, which, yeah.
But Sky's not I really would be surprised if Sky opens himself up to being, losing that beast to a King Undisputed. I think Sky is very aware that the opposing Ruby Amethyst player, prior to turn 6, cannot deal with the beast outside of a King Undisputed.
Which we saw last game, that Sky was always made sure, the character that he had on board. Last game it was Tamatoa that he was kind of protecting. Right now it's Beast. To always have another character on board so that if you have a Lady Tremaine or a Kate King Undisputed, that he has another choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the best follow-up after this is probably going to be a Madame Medusa. But we see the power of the ramp Sapphire deck into something like Ruby Amethyst, getting so far ahead on ink and then playing cards that are basically not meant to be played on this turn. So as a result, Conrad's deck, and honestly Lorcana in general, just doesn't have answers. So when you play a 5-drop on turn 4, you play this 6-drop on turn 5, like there are not answers in the game that exist at these lower ink levels that can deal with them, and that's why they're so powerful when they come out to the board earlier than they should.
Now, Beast Tragic Hero typically we see players keeping them ready so that it can get that extra card draw. But Sky chose to challenge and banish Madam Mint Box. Talk about what the thought process was here, probably.
So that's interesting. Probably just trying to get as much value out of Beast before it gets Madam Medusa. So you're going into turn 6. You're saying, okay, if I don't do combat with my Beast, then the Madam Medusa can destroy it, and Sky just wants to guarantee that he gets as much value out of as possible out of the Beast. I do believe that is a play. I also think that's a phenomenal play, by the way. Like, that's very heads up, and that's very smart. Shows a lot of experience in the matchup.
Yep, we saw a rabbit being played. He got to draw, and yeah, so he must not have a Medusa in hand. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have seen it. But even if he had a Lady Tremaine, like we said, with that Mickey, Conrad would not want to play it.
Yeah, we talked about in an earlier round the argument between Mickey Mouse and the one jump ahead, and sort of why some players play one and one plays the other. And I think you see the power of Mickey Mouse. The power of Mickey Mouse is, it ramps you a turn later than one jump ahead, but existing on the board in a format that has Lady Tremaine's, King Undisputed's, like, it is very relevant.
Yeah. And we see Flaversham making another appearance here, our favorite toy maker for card draw. And Sky, he's just really been able to keep up the card draw, which has been key. And Conrad, which, the Ruby Amethyst deck is known for having a lot of card draw, hasn't really been able to keep his hand full.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst is definitely known for card draw, but I would say when it comes to draw packages in Lorcana, I do think that the Sapphire draw package is actually better than the Amethyst draw package. The Hero and Flaversham combo with the items and with the Tamatoa is just... it's unparalleled.
And it seems like it's very consistent.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think in a card game like Lorcana, that consistency is really, really important.
Lorcana is a very, very consistent card game, and that is due to a few reasons. One is how powerful the hand sculpting is at the start of the game, but also just how replacement level value some of these cards are, because they can be used as threats, but also be used as ink. Yeah. So you don't really run into the situation, unless you're running a lot of Uninkables, where your hand doesn't really do what you want it to do. So that's why you see these very consistent strategies in Lorcana.
Yeah, and Conrad wasn't able to play another character on that turn. He did play Friends on the other side. And now he does have a full hand, which gives him some more options. What answers do you think he's looking for besides be prepared? Is that the only answer
that
here?
Is it. So when your opponent has 4 or 5 characters on the board, you have nothing.
Tamatoa, Beast, Flaversham. Yeah, that's a lot. And be prepared really is.
And to be fair, I think it's very reasonable for Conrad to have be prepared. We've seen a significant amount of cards. Conrad has many cards in hand that we don't know about, so I think be prepared is a very live draw here. The thing is I think that Sky would be okay if he casts be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, Sky is sitting at 10 lore. Conrad has 6. The game's not over yet, but as it gets later and later into the game, I mean, you have that Tamatoa out.
It's too much value. The Sapphire Steel deck is a better deck than the Ruby Amethyst deck in the mid to late game. It just is. Yeah. It has better card quality, but that's Ruby Amethyst makes that sacrifice because it wants to also have the possibility to be the aggressive deck. Like, Ruby Amethyst is a way better aggressive deck than Sapphire Steel is, but at this stage of the game, we're playing Sky's game.
Yeah. And I think we would have seen Be Prepared by now if Conrad had it, but he does not. He is thinking real hard about what he wants to do and he has some rabbits in hand. I do see another Friends on the other side. I can't see what else. Yeah, a Brawl.
Yep.
But not really, the answers that he would want in this situation.
Absolutely, and only at 7 ink, so can't do something like cast Friends on the other side and try to find the Be Prepared. Does find another King Undisputed. Can potentially next turn sing the Friends on the other side. Look for that. Okay, we're good. So
rabbit.
This is absolutely correct, by the way. You just have to dig as much as possible.
Yeah.
The problem is that even if Sky doesn't win on this turn, which he's at 14, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So this has to play one item and then quest the Tamatoa, and I believe it's that would be game. And we do.
Oh, and then there's Lucky Dime at the end, just to close it out. That was great. Yeah, Ruby Amethyst is a very strong deck, but I think this matchup really showed that Sapphire Steel, like you said, is one of the strongest decks out there right now in the game.
Sapphire Steel, I think, is a hard matchup. I'd say the community is definitely split on if it is or it is not. But also, when you talk about Sapphire Steel, you talk about a lot of different deck lists. You talk about deck lists that play Whole New World and ones that don't. And that is those two strategies, playing Whole New World and not, they are extremely different. You have to prioritize different cards. Like it is a much different matchup. But there's a lot of things that exist in Sapphire Steel that make that matchup hard. You have targeted removal for your Flynn.
Yeah.
You potentially have targeted removal for your castle, but then you also have an extremely strong draw package that Ruby Amethyst cannot interact with super well. Obviously, can hit the high arms with the Mana Medusas, but once you get the Tamatoas out, it's tough.
It's very tough.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ruby Amethyst really wants to get out ahead, but we saw in both games, we saw Sky stop the aggressive pressure and stabilize the board fast. And as you get into that mid to late game, it is absolutely Sapphire Steel's game.
Yeah. I think what's great with Lorcana, it's still a fairly brand new game to the market, but as we get more and more cards, we're seeing a lot more variations within the ink pairings. And I think this was an example of that. Really fun to see. Good job to Sky. Congrats on your 7 points because you get that bonus point for 2-0 this round. And we're going to go to a break and we're going to continue on with coverage of round 4.
Welcome back down to the feature match area. We're joined by Sky, fresh off a 2-0 victory. And Sky, you were telling me you're a big fan of the parks, possibly of going over 30 times in your lifetime. What's the one park you can never miss, and what's the one ride that you're rushing to try to beat those lines?
Yeah, so I like all the parks, but I think Epcot's definitely my favorite. There's a lot of cool, interesting, a little bit different attractions there that throughout the years they've kind of changed. But I'd say my favorite attractions are probably like Living with the Land. It's a little bit more low-key one. Also American Adventure, Spaceship Earth are the other two favorites. But yeah, definitely those three are my favorites. So.
What's your go-to food item?
Go-to food item. We usually go during the Food and Wine Festival, so I like to try the different foods around the country. So there's I know the pretzel with cheese soup from Canada is awesome. That and the steak with mushrooms is awesome as well. So that or Le Cellier is also an awesome place to eat. So.
When is lunch? I just got really, really hungry. Now, you've also got a lot of experience here at the Disney Lorcana Challenges. You've been to all three now in North America. What's stood out for you? What's been your favorite stuff so far?
Yeah, so I played card games for a few years before, so I've gone to different regional events like this, and I think it's really awesome just the amount of new people that are coming into the game. Like you see people that just have never played card games before. They show up, they don't care if they do super well, but they want to compete with everybody else and just have a good time. So just seeing that in a card game that's also just very competitive and still has that depth that you really crave for a card game that you can go deep and be competitive with is awesome. So.
Well, Sky, you're doing awesome this weekend. Keep it up. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the booth here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Liam Kozma. Liam, how is the energy as we progress through our tournament, almost halfway through of day one here now?
I mean, it's still buzzing out there. Everybody's still super excited to be here. Side events are starting to kick off. They have a really fun event out there where you can play Lorcana game developers, get in line and play against them, which is a really neat experience. So people are queuing up for that, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, we've had some exciting games on stream, particularly our last matchup. It's going to be a bit different from this one because we watched Sapphire Steel, and I believe we have a Sapphire Steel coming up next. But the previous list is playing no Whole New World. This upcoming list is playing a Whole New World. And I think that the dichotomy between a Whole New World and the Sapphire Steel list is just fascinating right now.
It completely changes how you play that deck and how you play against that deck.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And so to your point, as you mentioned last game, you don't know going into that matchup against Sapphire Steel whether your opponent is playing that Whole New World. So there's a lot of decisions you have to make trying to figure out if they're actually running it.
Also, you're going into game two and you're like, okay, I saw 30% of their deck, 40% of their deck. Maybe I just didn't see the Whole New World. Maybe they have it. Obviously, Sky is a very popular Sapphire Steel player, so maybe you could make the assumption, but it's a big question. It drastically changes the way that you should probably play your opener against that deck.
That's very true. Now, we're going to get to see it against a different color combination here. We got to see it against Ruby Amethyst last match, and here we're going to get to see it against Emerald Steel, another deck that's very popular, but I think this is a great matchup for the Sapphire Steel deck, and I'm really excited to see it go.
Yeah, so if we're ready, let's head down to the feature match table. I think Emerald Steel against Sapphire Steel is particularly interesting. And from what I understand, the matchup into Emerald Steel from the Sapphire Steel perspective is kind of one of the theses to bring, this deck. It is quite good against Emerald Steel, or it can be. It does have that targeted removal, and it differs in that sense from the Ruby Sapphire list, which doesn't really have many ways to deal with some of these more troublesome threats in the form of Bucky, Diablo, of course. So Sapphire, and particularly the Steel side of that, kind of shores up some of those weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think you're right. This, we thought, was going to be super popular this season because of the prevalence of green Steel with Bucky and Diablo running around. Now, we did talk right off the bat how important it is for Jeffrey to get a feel what kind of list Jonathan's running. So playing Diablo turn one, getting a look at his hand helps him do that. And we saw some cards in there that you would expect. I think all that you would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. That turn one at Diablo play is very powerful. And I know there's a really interesting question in Lorcana and generally in card games in general is what value do you put on that information, Liam?
Oh, I mean, it depends. It depends on the matchup. It depends on who you're playing. I value it very highly. And, I don't necessarily think that it's a card or you play a card to get that information if you're not getting something else from that card. But being able to play Diablo on turn one and then use it as a shift target later and set up that threat on the board is pretty powerful.
This is a really interesting series of events that happened. So play the Diablo, saw that there was no target for Ursula in hand, but is forced to run out the Ursula on turn two. Anyway, obviously, Jonathan could have top decked something in the meantime that Ursula could have hit, but not an ideal start here for Jeffrey.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it's possible you're playing that on the off chance they draw that one jump ahead that they'd like to play on turn two. It's also possible that he's just looking to take a really aggressive line, trying to close that game out quickly. So the Ursula is perhaps more for early lore than it is getting that card out of hand.
Yeah, I would assume that Jeffrey would most likely have liked to play something like a Bucky there, or some other kind of 2-drop that could potentially fill a better role. But the Ursula, it's not that it's a particularly rough play for Jeffrey, that he's in a losing position right now.
Not
but
ideal.
It is indicative of a hand that might not be ideal.
Yeah, it tells us he most likely doesn't have the Bucky.
Yes, does not have the cards that the deck is effectively named after.
That's true. So here we do have the Smee on turn 2 here from Jonathan. We've seen this before today. Very strong card on turn 2. It does take a damage each turn if it's exerted and there's no captain in play. And I don't think this deck runs any captains, but unless I'm wrong. But it's a 3/3 on turn 2 and it quests for 2 lore, so it can get you out to an early lore lead. But here it's probably just serving as a big body on the board, able to take out or banish some smaller characters on Jeffrey's side if Jeffrey chooses to get aggressive.
Honestly, Smee is just one of the most well-statted characters in the game. A 2 cost that quests for 2. This is a 3/3. That is unheard of in Lorcana. It obviously does come with that downside that you get the damage counter after it's been exerted. But often Mr. Smee accrues enough value by the time that you would sort of have him banish those damage counters that it's just a extremely good card.
Absolutely. I mean, if you get 4 lore off a turn 2 character, that's just fantastic.
Yeah. And sometimes 6.
And sometimes 6. And so here we see the value that Smee brings to the table. If Jeffrey is choosing to take that aggressive line and Jonathan's worrying about that, Smee with his 3 strength on turn 2 can take care of that Ursula pretty easily. Diablo, of course, with evasive.
What's one thing that you think that Jonathan needs to think about when exerting this Smee that might come up on Jeffrey's turn?
Let's think about this. So if he exerts Smee and quests, he takes 1 damage. If he takes or challenges the Ursula, he'll be sitting with 2 damage after he's exerted. So anything that does 1 damage across the board, it's susceptible to a return challenge. The one thing, though, that we see set up here is the shift target with Robin Hood. Robin Hood able to shift for 3 and then immediately challenge that Smee, removing it and also getting Jeffrey 2 lore in the process is a play available.
That being said, I don't think that you can actually play around the Robin Hood. It is going to be unfortunate if we do see the Robin Hood, but you can't just let your Smee sit there on the battlefield and not get any value.
You need lore to win the game. Yeah,
you got to cash in Smee while you have the chance.
Absolutely.
But we have seen this is a very common board state that you will see against these Emerald Steel players. They will have that 1-drop Robin Hood sitting on the field, and you're just wondering as we get to that 3 ink, that 4 ink, you're like, is it coming down?
Do they have it?
Yeah, and often they do. That is the nature of Emerald Steel. Yep. So I do believe that is at 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That is because of the Diablo, trading with the Diablo, as well as the trigger off of Smee. It is not when you quest, it is just when it is exerted.
Yep.
I do think that Jeffrey was attempting to actually do him a favor, though, at that point, because now can trade the Ursula into it if he doesn't have the shift Robin Hood. Which
that's good.
I'd be surprised if we have the shift Robin Hood right now. Ooh, we do see the 3. Okay, and there it's in Aladdin.
Again, you'd love to be playing this Floodborn here into a Bucky. We talked about this deck before. This Emerald Steel deck is really playing kind of a sub game, and that is force you into top deck mode as fast as possible. But you really need the Bucky to do it. You don't need the Bucky to win the game. There's plenty of lines this deck has available to win in the mid to late game. But it sure is nice if you can force your opponent down to 1 or 2 cards by turn 4 or 5.
Absolutely, and that is the primary game plan of the Emerald Steel deck. It just happens to have the upside of having secondary and tertiary game plans that are also effective.
Absolutely. Now, Jonathan, not necessarily off his game plan here. The first turn item sets up the Hiram Flaversham for the mid game. Drawing a little bit of ramp here with Mickey allows him to get that ink advantage going. So, and Smee on turn 2. So, not a bad opening hand for Jonathan. He's kind of on his game plan, I think.
I would argue it's been a great opener. If we see the Flaversham come down on turn 4, that's the most ideal scenario. You would prefer that this Aladdin not banish your item. If you're able to get full value out of it, I think that would be a fantastic position for Jonathan to be in.
Yeah, there's another opening that we usually see with these Sapphire decks, and that's 1 jump ahead on turn 2. But I think into this matchup that's going to try to get a lot of characters on the board early and potentially take an aggressive line, that Smee on turn 2 is exactly what he wanted into this matchup.
So I do think this Aladdin will be snagging this item, but that being said, if there is a card that Emerald Steel has trouble dealing with, it's Cogsworth.
That is true.
Cogsworth is just a juggernaut of a card. Has ward, also gives resist +1 to all other characters on the board. And especially when you combine Cogsworth with Cogsworth, any sort of steel deck basically has a lot of dead, sort of not usable cards in the deck suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, all of Steel's removal, for the most part, or all of its character removal, is damage-based. And so anything with resist or resist 2, if you get 2 Cogsworth on the board, just becomes really problematic. Ruby as a color doesn't have to worry about that so much. A lot of its removal is targeted removal, which can just banish characters outright, and it's not damage-based. But here, resist is a very challenging mechanic for Jeffrey.
Yeah, and I think you outlined a great reason why Cogsworth is so good is because the resist package is so good against the steel decks, and the ward package is so good against the Ruby decks. There's a lot of Ruby removal outside of Be King Undisputed and Be Prepared is targeted removal.
Absolutely. So here we do have the Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan, coming down on Jeffrey's side of the board. This is a 4 lore character that loses 1 lore for every card in Jonathan's hand. The Sapphire deck, though, especially a deck running Whole New World, is one that can definitely keep its hand full. And so where that Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan, is dangerous against some opponents, here I think it's going to take a bit to get going.
Absolutely. And Whole New World is a very interesting card because when you think about it at its most base level, you might think, why would I want to give my opposing green steel player 7 new cards? Couldn't they drop a Bucky and a Diablo? The idea in general is that you can sort of utilize your hand faster than them, both by using things like Fishbone Quill, sort of ramping, inking, and then later in the game, your card quality at the higher ink amounts is better than Emerald Steel. So as you transition that mid to late game, they might have 7 cards, you might have 7 cards, but as a Sapphire Steel player, your hand is better than theirs in general.
It's a lot better sitting on 15 ink with 7 cards than it is sitting on 6 ink with 7 cards. No, you're absolutely right. It allows you to do a whole lot more.
And I'd rather have Tamatoas than have 1-drop Diablos.
And here we have Tinkerbell coming out on Jonathan's side. We saw this card in his opening hand, 2 of them actually, dealing 1 damage to each of Jeffrey's characters. As you suggested, the Aladdin did take care of the Fortisphere there. Aladdin serves an interesting role in Jeffrey's deck. Not only is it a Floodborn that triggers Bucky, so it's in there for that reason, but it also allows you to banish items when it quests, which is a useful thing to be able to do against Jonathan.
So Jonathan is absolutely dominating this board state right now because of the Cogsworth in combination with that Tinkerbell. Puts Jeffrey in a really tough position to... It kind of feels like you can't quest unless your characters have evasive. If you do quest, my Tinkerbell will challenge that character, banish it, deal 2 damage, or 2 damage counters to an additional character, probably banish that, and you kind of take over the game as a Sapphire Steel player here. It is a pretty nasty combination of cards, both Cogsworth plus the Tinkerbell. It's basically saying if you exert your characters and they don't have some sort of text that stops me from removing them, I will get an incredible amount of value.
But here we have interesting play. As we talk about the value of Cogsworth on the board, Jonathan choosing to sing Whole New World with Cogsworth, making it vulnerable to challenges. It has ward, so it can't be targeted, but it is vulnerable here to challenging from Jeffrey on his turn.
Yeah, so I think the idea behind that is if Jeffrey does decide to challenge his Cogsworth, it will be a 2-for-1. So while you lose the insulation of having resist across your characters, you still sort of progress your primary game plan of outvaluing this deck, getting to higher ink amounts, and getting to that mid to late game where your deck shines, and this Emerald Steel deck does tend to fall apart.
Absolutely. Jeffrey, of course, sitting on 4 ink to Jonathan's 6 ink advantage. So even though it's not the disparity you see at the end of the game, we already have this disparity in what Jonathan's going to be able to do with the tools at his disposal.
By the way, it is also an extremely heads-up play to do something like that. Like maybe the decision to cast to do a Whole New World was simple, but to do it with the Cogsworth and open it up to the trade is a bit of a more advanced play because you would think like, oh, I just sit the Cogsworth here, I don't quest it, I get my resist value. But if you sort of look at this paradigm right here, my Cogsworth is going to sing this, draw me 7 new cards, and then for my opponent to get rid of it, they have to 2-for-1 themselves. It just nails down this concept of value and how does Sapphire Steel win the game.
It's a fantastic point. With cards like Cogsworth or Bucky or some of these cards that have these static abilities, you fall into the trap sometimes of thinking that their full value is sitting on the board forever and giving you that value into the mid and late game. But for Jonathan, as you suggested, there is an end game state that he is working towards. There's an engine he's trying to build. There's certain cards that he needs and a goal that he has to get to. And he's thinking through, what are the things I need to do to advance that goal right there? And in this case, it's refill his hand, get the value out of that Cogsworth, and to give him more tools.
So we actually saw an incredibly heads-up play in our previous Sapphire Steel match where our Sapphire Steel player played Beast on turn 4, and then didn't exert it, and then going into, on their turn 6, decided to attack with it and put damage counters on it. It's like, why would you do that? Because they wanted to guarantee that they got as much value out of that beast before their opponent even potentially cleared it with Madame Medusa. Fantastic play.
That's awesome. I'm sad I missed that.
Yeah, it was very, very good play. I enjoyed it very much.
So Jonathan here with a whole new hand. Let's see what he does with it. I will say on Jeffrey's side of the board, we do finally see Bucky. So able to play Floodborn and start forcing some discard from Jonathan. But it does feel you'd rather be doing that in the early game, and so it will put a little bit of hand pressure on, but it's just not the threat it is in turns 3, 4, and 5.
Top deck mode feels a lot different when you're on 7ing versus when you're on 3, 4, 5. Because you put people in this scenario where they might not be able to play the cards that they draw, but once you're in the later game, the discard becomes a bit less powerful because they can draw a Tamatoa and they can slam it on the board, and it will 3-for-1 everything on your board.
That Flynn Rider, we'll note, is still sitting there with no lore due to the number of cards in Jonathan's hand. Let's see.
There's a Grab Your Swords off the Tinkerbell. This is a very, very effective play here for Jonathan, clearing both the Bucky and the Bucky and the Flynn Rider there.
Grab Your Sword is a card that fell out of favor, I think, a little bit last season. It's back here, I think, really because of Bucky and Diablo. I think that's the reason you run it in this list, and it's being used effectively here.
That's a great point. I wonder if Grab Your Sword would exist in the metagame or be a popular pick if Bucky wasn't in the metagame, because it is obviously an answer to Diablo. It's not as efficient as the other cards, but the thing is, when you talk about Bucky, it is the answer to Bucky, because Bucky has wards, so it really dodges all that targeted removal, so you need this area of effect removal in the form of Grab Your Sword. And it just has the additional upside of also hitting Diablo, and then also often 2-for-1ing boards that are Diablo plus Bucky.
That's true, because Diablo has answers that are not... Diablo has other answers, because it has to be exerted to be used, even though it has evasive. There's plenty of things like Peter Pan Shadow Finder and other cards which can deal with it.
Yeah, even these Fire the Cannons, these Babooms, like these 1-cost or 2-cost answers, there are ways to deal with Diablo. There are not ways.
There are not ways to deal with Bucky.
Yeah. Looks like Jeffrey is in the tank here.
Yeah, just thinking things through. I mean, it's challenging. The Cogsworth is back on the board again. Beast Tragic Hero is not a terrible answer here. To keep playing the game, the more cards you have, the better. So Beast, a card that allowed Jeffrey to see an extra card every turn. I think we have a Bucky going into the Inkwell here.
Yep, most likely. I also think the Beast is a very, very good card here, because if you think about it from the Emerald Steel point of view, it's what are your outs? I mean, Beast doesn't feel great into a Steel deck. Your opponent could have, they could have Zeus, they could have, just small damage to stop the Beast from triggering. But if you think about, okay, I'm clearly behind this game, how do I win? My opponent doesn't have the answer. I draw immensely more cards than I should be doing, or I draw more cards than my opponent. My opponent also doesn't have a whole new world. That is my way into this game. It might be slim, it might not be likely, but that's how I win.
Yeah, in TCGs, you always have this concept of playing to your outs. To your point, oftentimes your route to victory may be so slim. You might need a series of cards, but things like that happen every single day in Lorcana. So you identify what your avenue is where you could possibly win the game, even though it's remote, and you keep playing to that as long as the odds seem.
I think it's universally applicable that you should play to your outs rather than play not to lose, and that is exactly what these players are doing. Now back over to Jonathan's turn here. Starting off with a Popsicle. One of the big upgrades to this Sapphire Steel deck in particular was Fortis Sphere and Steel.
The Steel Popsicle.
Steel Popsicle, as they like to say.
One great note on these cards, they do a few things. Drawing a card each turn off the play is... You think of it as a small thing, but really what that's doing, not only you're getting an item on the board to give you fuel for Hiram, and that other cards care about, like Tamatoa or Aerial Item Collector, but it makes your deck a lot more consistent, because you're basically putting 8 cards in there, which allow you to draw another card. And so if you're looking for key cards in this deck that you just need to find, it is essentially reduces the cards you have to dig through down to 52.
Which is exactly the reason for playing a card like Develop Your Brain, which is... does not leave something on the board, and it actually looks at 2 cards, and the reason you do that is because there are cards in the Sapphire color in particular, but in the Sapphire Steel deck that are overwhelmingly more powerful than other cards, and you want to see them overwhelmingly more than other cards. You really want to see your Hirams, you really want to see your items, you really want to see your Tamatoa. If you don't see your Tinkerbell during one game, I'm assuming a game where Bucky is not running away with the game, you'll be okay. But the games where you don't see your Hiram and you don't see your draw package, you will feel that.
Speaking of Tinkerbell doing a little work here. We did talk about the value of Beast there, getting an extra card every turn, which works unless Beast has damage counters on him. So the Aladdin being open to the challenge there, Tinkerbell challenges in, removes that Aladdin, and then chooses to put 2 damage onto the Beast Tragic Hero.
Yeah, I think I missed that. I didn't see the Aladdin get exerted there towards the end of the turn. So yeah, clearly able to stop the Beast draw. The sort of the Tinkerbell is an option here to put those 2 damage counters on the Beast. The Beast will likely trade a character on board on the way back, but that is totally fine. We can see there is a huge differential in terms of committing threats to the board between Jonathan and Jeffrey here, and it is very much a Sapphire Steel game at this point.
Yeah, this is just going to be a challenge to come back from. I mean, Beast was one of the outs, getting you an extra card every turn, allowing you to find things, but this is just difficult. Jeffrey has some removal options. There is, he may be running Grab Your Swords in there, which he could sing with Beast, which would do some damage. But again, Cogsworth is there, resisting one of those damage on all those other characters. So, man, this is just a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough spot for Jeffrey, but there is, you need to keep playing to your outs. The game is absolutely not over yet. And we're going to see that Beast go ahead and, we're going to scoop him up. Okay.
One of the things we talk about as you extend these games, one reason to keep going, and that game was reaching terminal pretty quickly, but one of the reasons to keep going in Game 1 as a format is perhaps you gain more information about your opponent's deck. One thing that Jeffrey can now bring into the next game is he knows this deck is running a whole new world. There's some other cards in there, which not all Steel Sapphire decks run. So going into Game 2 here, he has a lot more information to work with when he's choosing what to keep in his opening hand.
Unless time is an issue, which it often is not in a 2-game format, even a 1% out or a 0.01% out or a 0.001% out is not a 0% out. So you are incentivized to sort of play out the match. That being said, looking at that board state, I do think we were getting to the limit of 0% out.
Yes. I think it was, the writing was on the wall there, and so choosing to scoop and go into the next game. So I'm really excited to see what happens next here. I think the Emerald Steel deck, as we pointed out, did not have its ideal opening hand. And so perhaps now in this game, we'll see what the Emerald Steel deck can do against the Sapphire Steel deck if it has the cards it wants.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into it. I'm excited to see. And like you mentioned, we were sort of, it was very clear to us with the starting Bucky. Bucky coming down turn 1 is good, but then, knowing the information in the hand, still having to commit the Ursula on 2 is clearly not ideal. It is not, not what this deck is known for. And we are going to, do you remember who was on the play? Okay, so the Emerald Steel player was on the play, so we're going to see the Sapphire Steel player going first. Very, very good to win the game on the draw for Jonathan and now be able to play on the play. So Emerald Steel is a deck that is particularly powerful going first. Still good going second, but going first, it is something to deal with.
Yeah, no, to steal that game on the draw there against this Emerald Steel deck is pretty good. So let's see if we have the opening that we want to see, and it is the Diablo again. So we'll get a look here, and what do we see? Ooh, interesting. So we do have the Hiram on turn 4, which you really want to see, but we don't have a turn 2 play. We don't have the ramp you'd like to see on turn 2 or 3. So we're really playing to turn 4 here.
It's actually kind of a clunky hand. That being said, Hiram plus item is
always good.
It's one of the things I look for against Emerald Steel, to be honest, especially against that Bucky package. And we do see that right off the top. That is such
Did
a
that
good
come off the top deck?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
And Jeffrey knows that too, so a little psychological.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. Oh, so yeah, there it is, the turn 2 play. Smee again. So same opening as last game, I think. We had this Fortisphere instead of the Popsicle, but here we are. Last game we had the Mickey, but we didn't have the Hiram. So I think Jonathan's pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I think Jonathan's hand is looking pretty good right now. I mean, context could change as Jeffrey plays out turn 2 and turn 3, but having that item on turn 1, top decking the Smee, and now having this upcoming Hiram on turn 4 is, in the case of a Bucky play here, is going to give him enough card advantage to sort of kind of muscle through that discard.
And here we do not have the Bucky on turn 2 again. Instead, we have the 2/2 Robin Hood. It is a shift target, but not doing much for Jeffrey. Definitely not as good as the Squirrel.
Yep, and I think we can see that reflected through Jeffrey's reaction to playing the Robin here on 2. That being said, opposed to last game where we didn't see the shift Robin Hood to clear the Smee, maybe this game we could see Robin Hood shifted on 3 to clear that Smee and gain the 2 lore. Also just kind of dominate the board as a 3/6 that quest for 2. We're going to see that Bell inked.
Yeah. So we'll see. So again, Jonathan, I think taking this turn off here. We didn't have a 3 drop before, so waiting for...
I think that Jonathan was saying there's no way you've top decked the turn 3 as well. There was a little bit of exchange between the players.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We love to see that sportsmanship. So there is the shift on 3. But the Smee not exerted there, so not able to challenge immediately, but able to sing let the Storm Rage on again. Look at another card. It only does 2 damage to Smee, but now the Smee, if exerted, will damage himself one more time.
Which
and
is
off the discard pile.
really interesting, actually. What do you think is a better scenario for Jonathan? Questing with the Smee and then getting it removed by the Robin Hood shifted, or having Robin Hood shifted, let the Storm Rage on played, Smee having 2 counters. Now, when you quest with the Smee, you get the same amount of quest value, but your opponent does not get that additional 2 through the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm Jeffrey, I'll reverse it a little bit. I think if I'm Jeffrey, I'd much rather have the 2 lore off the challenge. Because I do think this is a game where Jonathan has inevitability. Long game, Jonathan's going to win. So every little bit of lore that Jeffrey can pick up in the early game, I think, is better. So Jonathan, perhaps with the right call there to not make that vulnerable to the challenge. What do you think?
I mean, it was just really interesting to me. It's like it's actually very complex. That's why I was asking. I think that Jonathan navigated that expertly, and I think the exchange potentially out of Jeffrey was actually he would have preferred to actually get that with the Robin Hood. That being said, Robin Hood would have had 3 additional damage counters on it, so maybe that's worse. But ultimately, I think that's an exchange that Jonathan is Jonathan is happy with.
I think so too. But we do have the Hiram now on turn 4. Hiram eating that popsicle immediately and drawing 2 cards for Jonathan. Now, dude, we didn't get an ink, did we? Jonathan's sitting on 4 ink, unless I'm mistaken.
So, did we see the Hiram played this turn?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's
what about-
correct. No, I think it's correct, right? So Jonathan was on the play. He's on 4. Jeffrey's on 3. This is Jeffrey's turn 4. So I think we've seen an ink every turn.
Oh, yes.
It's
I'm
no
sorry.
red.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. Twitch chat's letting me have it. All right, so here we have Whole New World. Okay.
Oh,
So
this is a very good hand.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You do have Whole New World, but you also have, you have several other options on 5. So several singers for Whole New World. So Jonathan in a position now where he can set up with a 5-cost singer, either Beast to get him more cards or Cogsworth.
Takes the Let It Go.
Yeah, interesting.
So the Let It Go would likely hit something like the Robin Hood, or maybe Jeffrey has another threat to back it up that he doesn't want Let It Go. I thought that, Jonathan's hand looks, in regards to the Whole New World game plan, looks okay. So can't really do anything likely with that. Lucky Dime will likely get discarded. Also has redundant 5 drops. So, maybe the card advantage that Jonathan might get off this Whole New World play is just not enough because can't really get rid of the hand. Basically, we'll play the 5-drop, ink a card. Down the following turn, we'll be sort of forced to cast a Whole New World, and maybe that's what Jeffrey wants. So I do believe Jeffrey has it's either 2 or 3 cards in hand. I think it might be, could even be 4 with the one planning to ink.
Yeah, it is an interesting call. I mean, I do wonder, it may say something about how he values the Robin Hood, or, there's another option here too. If Jeffrey has Diablo and is able to shift that with an action, a Whole New World becomes a lot less palatable.
Okay, so by the way, the Smee there was hit by another Let the Storm Rage on, which it's not inherently 2-for-1 because they replace themselves, but there is a tempo loss there. So you're eating the opportunity cost of doing something else with the Robin Hood here. So you could have quested with the Robin Hood. So instead, we've opted to sing Let the Storm Rage on. So it's a non-zero sort of loss that you realize for that.
I mean, to me, it indicates Jeffrey may be digging for certain answers he's looking for. There's a card that he needs he doesn't have. Perhaps he's looking for that Diablo to get that on the board in preparation for a Whole New World. That may be what that Storm Rage on is about.
I mean, if I'm Jeffrey, I'm dumping as much of my hand as possible, playing out my hand as fast as I can, as fast as possible, because, if I looked at Jonathan's hand clearly wants to cast a Whole New World. Maybe. So the maybe there is that Jonathan also has access to Beast Tragic Hero, and I think if a Beast Tragic Hero hits the board and goes uncontested, and Jonathan also finds an item, then Jonathan's not going to cast a Whole New World.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting board state.
Yeah. So let's see. Several options here available.
It's either Cogsworth or the Beast.
It is Beast Tragic Hero.
Yep. And I'm interested to see if Jeffrey opted to play out all of his damage, his direct damage cards here. If so, that Beast Tragic Hero, might lend itself to the scenario that I spoke about, which is we draw additional cards with Beast Tragic Hero, we find an item, we quest with Hiram, we banish that item, and then suddenly, why would we give the opponent 7 more cards? We wouldn't.
Absolutely.
So even this Robin Hood is not set up super well to trade into the Hiram. Obviously, Jeffrey can't attack it. So we do. Okay,
Oh,
that is
there
a
we go.
clear answer. That is a clear answer to that. Which is, I was actually wondering about that, if it would be correct for Jonathan to run out the Cogsworth first to stop that 1-for-1 removal trade.
This is
with Zeus.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Look at both those answers. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I cut you off.
No, it's just you're absolutely
plays,
correct.
though.
I was just wondering from Jonathan's position if it was correct to run out the Cogsworth, and I'm not even hindsight 2020ing this. Correct to run out the Cogsworth to stop Zeus, the Zeus removal from being 1-for-1 and make it sort of 2-for-1 because of the resist.
Yeah, and this is what a swinging board state. And to your point about the resist, because before, if Jonathan had chose to do it, singing a hole in the world is fantastic. You have your ink available to immediately play things to the board. Not being able to sing it is not as good. A little painful.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were in a position to, potentially not even play a whole new world in this game if things had kind of gone correct. That being
Right.
said, Jeffrey did have the answers to the beast. We still could have potentially, if the Hiram had survived, top deck the item. But at this point, it's interesting because Jonathan has access to the whole new world line, but also has a very, I would say that Tinkerbell here is quite a menacing threat on board. It doesn't match up too well into the Robin Hood, but it's always threatening to sort of 2-for-1 the board. Challenge something, banish it, then deal 2 damage. And we're going to shift that Diablo. So
And quest. Okay, so here we go. Now talk about what this does with the whole new world, because now things are different.
So yes, the context has changed. So casting a whole new world or playing a whole new world into the Diablo can be very risky. I do believe that the Diablo triggers are individual as well for each drawn card, so can opt to sort of draw as many as they want. I would need to be checked on that, but I do believe that happened in set championships. And yes, so each additional card that you're drawing off Diablo, I think is.
I think that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So your risk to sort of be run out of cards in deck is actually quite low, and we do see a clear answer, and that is absolutely what Jonathan needed here.
Yes. So for those watching, what that would have done for Jeffrey is he would have drawn 7 cards of his own, but as Jonathan drew 7 new cards, Jeffrey would have the option to draw an additional 7.
Mm-hmm. And we do see a whole new world sung here, and we see that Lucky Dime go to the Banished Zone, like we spoke about, not able to utilize it.
But the nice thing about this deck, when you're forced to discard Lucky Dime, what you need is you always have a way to get it back.
Yeah, it's like your second hand once you get Tamatoa going. But we're definitely in for a game here. I would say players are relatively at parity. Jonathan is definitely favored due to the amount of ink that we're working at this stage of the game, but Jeffrey, until that Cogsworth hit the field, was winning on board.
That's true. I mean, here's where we're really going to see the ink disparity here. Jeffrey choosing whether it's to maximize presence on the board in preparation for a whole new world, or just the lack of inkables, because we did see several Let the Storm Rage On and other uninkable cards. With 4 ink to Jonathan's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 7.
Yep, it's 7. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, Jeffrey will definitely be able to ink a card every turn at this state because we started casting a whole new world. I'm not sure if Jeffrey did opt to not ink on one of those turns. I wasn't really paying attention, but sitting at 4 ink, I would venture to assume so, but
I don't think we've seen any ramp, so... Yeah. So it's interesting. This is kind of the point in the game where things start to feel like it's swinging a little bit, but definitely answers, on both sides. So this game is still wide open.
I mean, this is where you want to be. This is a position you want to be in as a Sapphire Steel player. You want to be going into that mid to late game. You want to be sort of deciding on your own volition whether to hold the world or not, and then just be at a much higher ink total than your opponent because you can utilize that much better. Okay, we do see the Ursula come down. And there's going to be another whole new world in the hand. A Rise of the Titans, which will potentially not do too much in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting. So obviously we take the whole new world. Do some Mickey. We have the Popsicle. So Aerial Item Collector is a fun card that we saw worked into, new to this meta, but that was worked into this deck very quickly. A card that says if you have more items than your opponent, it gets it goes up to 5 lore. And with this deck, more items usually means 1 item, actually, in this meta, unless you're in the mirror or against a Ruby Sapphire deck. So a card that can close out games quickly, especially if you have Lucky Dime.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that Jonathan would really prefer the Tamatoa at this stage of the game.
Yes.
But it is still a powerful threat to hit the field and is a great target for Lucky Dime later in the game. Interested to see how Jeffrey will navigate the new hand here post Whole New World. Looks like we are going to see that Bucky come out. Bucky not nearly as threatening in this mid to late game as it is on the early turns. What are you worried about here if you are Jeffrey? Like, what are you hoping that Jonathan doesn't have?
Oh dear. I mean, anything that does wide damage, so another Tinkerbell perhaps to start clearing out Bucky and Pegasus. Grab your swords, perhaps, if that's being run in this list. I'm not sure if it is, actually. But really, what's going to close out this game for Jonathan here is getting his item draw going with the Hiram Flaversham. So I'm hoping we will go many, many turns before Hiram getting onto the board and starting to supercharge Jonathan's hand.
Yeah, I think a Tamatoa hitting this board is going to be really, really tough. And we do see the grab your swords that you were speaking about. And that was another top deck, Liam.
Yes.
Right? that was another top deck. So
yes, it was.
Jeffrey consistently having to witness his opponent not having the card that he's worried about, then passing back to his turn and him immediately playing the card.
So brutal. And I will say the Bucky, as you mentioned, it's not nearly as threatening at this point in the game, but it actually, Jonathan was starting to go through a lot of the cards in his hand. He was inking every turn. He was down to 3 or 4 cards probably at that point. Whole New World was discarded. And so if he'd managed to discard an extra card or 2 or 3 cards with that Bucky, it does start to put some hand pressure on. But now that's no longer an option.
Yeah, back over to Jeffrey's turn here. Just counting out the ink here for Jonathan does look to be 10. So sitting here at 10 ink, that does mean that the bell is live, and I do believe there are, if our lists are correct, there are 2 bells in here. Bell likely needing to be comboed with, or ideally being comboed with that Lucky Dime, but if not, still a relevant threat. One thing to note is that the quest value for Jonathan right now, 0.
Is 0.
But despite that, do you feel like Jonathan is behind? The answer is absolutely not, and that's what this Sapphire Steel deck does. It can absolutely win the game on a single turn or just 2 turns back-to-back.
That's really what these decks are trying to do. The Sapphire Steel deck, the Ruby Sapphire deck, they're setting up an endgame engine that allows them to win the game, as you said, in 1 or 2 turns. And Jonathan is just trying to consistently build towards that board state in terms of ink value and the key parts of that engine that he needs. And I would argue, the one thing I think he's still hoping to draw more than anything is that Hiram Flaversham to get that engine going, because that'll really allow him to run away with this. And find the answers like Tamatoa.
One thing about Tamatoa is that, in conjunction with Cogsworth, even without conjunction with Cogsworth, Tamatoa none of these characters can do anything about Tamatoa. Like, Tamatoa is going to be a force to be reckoned with on this board.
Yep. Jeffrey has very few answers. There's a couple. A Beast Tragic Hero with some damage becomes a 7th strength character, and so that's something.
Yeah, best case scenario, it 2-for-1s itself into
right.
Tamatoa. Yeah.
But it's a tough thing to deal with. That 8 willpower, very strong. 8 willpower plus 1 resist.
All right, back over to Jonathan's turn here.
And there's the Flaversham.
I feel like we've been doing Jonathan some favors.
Yep.
As soon as we talk about the impactful card, it comes right off the top.
What is interesting is we talked about, the key. There's so many cards in this deck that are key for the end game, but we mentioned the one that Jonathan's probably drawing towards is that Flaversham. And once it hit the table, Jeffrey's like, all right, writing's on the wall.
Could you imagine a grab your swords on this board comes off the top?
There it is.
That's just how it goes. That's why we play TCGs. Is that's what makes it fun. Is you never know sort of what is going to be the next card in your deck, and you can have these sort of scenarios where you go runner into the card you need, and you just see it there. It's so powerful. I think it's awesome to see Emerald Steel versus Sapphire Steel in particular. Sapphire Steel is a deck that, if we think about the metagame of this set, there was 4 top decks, and there was 4 decks that were the pillars of the metagame. That's Ruby Sapphire, that is Ruby Amethyst, that's Emerald Steel, and then lagging behind a little bit, and then some people might not like me saying this, lagging behind a little bit was Sapphire Steel for a bit. It was kind of that last one in the list, still a top-tier deck, but I feel like going into the DFW Lorcana Challenge, and this is different, I believe, from Bochum or any other data sets we have, like Sapphire Steel seems to be a top contender, and it is doing extremely well.
It's a fantastic point because I do think coming into this meta, because of the prevalence of Emerald Steel, we thought Sapphire Steel was going to be up there. It was going to be 1 and 2 with Emerald Steel kind of battling it out, and we didn't really see that in Chicago. The meta looked a little bit different, and here walking around today, it does feel like this deck is really well represented, not only in terms of numbers but with some really top tier players.
Absolutely. So fascinating to see that. It kind of feels like Sapphire Steel is getting up there as one of the decks to beat. Listen, the reason you bring Sapphire Steel is that from what you've seen on stream, it has a good matchup into Emerald Steel, and Emerald Steel is extremely likely to be the most played deck in the metagame. And if you look at metagame conversion data from a big tournament like Bochum, Emerald Steel had some of the best conversion data I've ever seen in my entire life. We were talking about, into top 64, it was X%, but then into top 32, it was 50%. Into top 16, it was 50%. Into top 8, I believe, it was 50% as well. Just by the numbers, a fantastic deck.
Can you, really quick, we do need to go to break, but can you explain conversion rate for those watching if they're not familiar with what you mean by that term?
So if there is a pool of Emerald Steel players that comes to a tournament, there is a percentage of them that makes it into the top 64 cut. That percentage, you would call that the conversion rate of Emerald Steel players from the originating pool into now top 64. The same thing goes for the pool of Emerald Steel players from top 64 into top 32. So by saying that, I'm saying, yes, the conversion rate of the Emerald Steel players that actually made into top 64, based on the data, 50% of those players made it into top 16. And of the Emerald Steel in top 16, 50% of those players made it into top 8. The data was, I've never seen a deck perform that well, I think, in my life. Like it is, and Emerald Steel is a deck that I've doubted for a long time. I really have. And it was mostly due to play patterns. I always knew it was a powerful deck, but you really have to give Emerald Steel some respect after you saw how well it did in Bochum.
And it did well. So I guess not a surprise then to see Sapphire Steel really well represented here after we saw those last few results. And we'll see if it can go the distance.
Awesome.
All right, with that, we're going to go to a quick break and then bring you the next match.
Hey, back in the feature match areas with Jonathan Dang, straight off of a 2-0 victory here. And Jonathan, you were telling me that not only is this your first challenge, this is one of your first forays into a big competitive TCG kind of moment for you. How are you liking it?
Yeah, it's been great. A lot of great people here. All the matches have been fun. Everyone's been friendly. So it's been great to meet all these people playing the same game.
Now, you're playing Blue Steel this week, a personal favorite of mine in the game. What brought you to that deck? Was there anything in particular, or, why'd you choose that?
Yeah, I was playing red purple for set 2 and 3, and then I played green steel and decided I didn't want to play red purple anymore. So I always liked blue steel. It's a fun deck where you can just start inking a bunch and then wheel to get your cards back. And then I thought green steel was going to be big, so I ended up playing blue steel.
You're telling me that you have a tech card in this weekend just for a couple of the matchups. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's a pretty common tech cards now. Originally I was playing the one jump ahead version of the blue steel, but I was running into a lot of problems against red purple. So I switched to Mickey and then added Argus to stop the Flynn Sisu. And the Chen Pose, which just has a great stat line against red purple. They'll have to 2-for-1 it and protects aerials, bells, things like that.
Well, I've been having a little bit of problems in that matchup, so maybe I need to get your list and try out some of these changes. Hey, thank you for your time, and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We just finished round 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Fort Worth. For anybody that's just now tuning in, welcome, or if you've shortly tuned in previously, welcome. This is a 9-round tournament, so as Tiana would say, we're almost there.
Almost
getting
there.
close, at
yes,
least. So.
Indeed. Yeah, about halfway through the day, and
Yeah.
we have seen a lot of really fantastic matches. We've seen puppy decks.
Yes.
We've seen a little bit of everything.
Yeah, some crazy stuff, some stuff that we expected. I've really enjoyed watching and then getting to commentate over some of these matches. Every time I'm not casting, I'm on the floor talking to players, trying to see what people are thinking out there, and everybody seems to be having a great time. If they're already knocked out in regards to the amount of points they need, they're saying, well, I'm still playing for the prize tickets, and some people have dropped entirely and are just going straight to the side events. There's so much for people to do here. Everybody's having a great time.
Yeah, there's so much excitement, such good vibes going on. The energy level is just awesome. And it's also been awesome having the whole team here.
Yes.
You've got to see a lot of us. We're switching in and out, which is really fun. So a lot of different voices, and it's just been a really great day, and we still have lots more fun to have.
Yes, we do. We still have about half a day of rounds left to go, including this next match 1 for the 5th round. So I think we should get into it.
Let's get down to business.
All right, we have Michael Bruno and Christopher Kennedy here for match 1 in this round 5. I believe Michael Bruno is playing an Amethyst Steel list while Christopher is on Emerald Steel. We've seen lots of this squirrel and the Bucky today. It looks like Christopher is going to go first, though.
Yes, yeah. It's just a sea of steel out there. It does
Yes.
feel like, and I think that it makes sense with the current meta and a lot of those cards out there that steel just has a lot of answers.
Right. I mean, even looking at Michael's hand that Christopher gets to see by playing this Diablo, there's a couple removal cards in there between Baboom, and I saw a Smash in there as well. So Steel just has a lot of great answers to what is a little bit slower of a metagame, but there are cards like Diablo, like Flynn Rider, that you want to get rid of as fast as possible, and Steel just has great removal. It lends itself to removing those cards a bit easier.
Yeah. And I really love the Amethyst Steel combo. I think that we see a lot of Emerald Steel, of course. We're really familiar with the Bucky and Floodborns and all of that, the Diablos. But the Amethyst Steel is not as popular of a deck, but it's a really fun one.
It's an extremely fun deck. I played it for a little while in Rise of the Floodborn. It has evolved a lot since then. And the first thing that I question when I see those two inks together is, are we playing Jafar? There's a couple different lists that play Amethyst Steel. There's a Jafar list that likes to play Whole New World and can win the game from Jafar singing Whole New World. But then there's a more of a mid-range list that likes to play Merlin Rabbits and Madame M Snakes and a lot of those types of characters. And there's even some broom variations of the decks. It likes to play magic brooms as well. So I'm very eager to see what we have here with Michael. We already see a Merlin Rabbit and a Merlin Goat in his hand after him playing the Chernobog's Followers, which is a one-drop I really like to see. When you quest with the Chernobog's Followers, you can banish it and then put it into your discard and draw a card. But instead, we see Michael just questing with the Chernobog's Followers so that they can play the Madame M Snake, because you have to bounce character back to your hand when you play Madam M Snake.
Yes, yeah, those Matter Mims and the Merlins are considered the bounce package,
Yes.
as they say, of the in Amethyst Inc. And it's really fun that the mechanics there between the interactions that you can have with the Merlins and the Mims going back and forth, the bouncing goats and all of that. Really, really fun cards, really fun theming there with the characters. And there's actually, we just saw recently revealed a new card coming in the next set, Shimmering Skies. We have a Madam Mim in her elephant
the elephant form.
Yes. So there's actually, I think, 15 total
Oh,
possible
geez.
animals between Mim and Merlin in the movie, Sword in the Stone, that there's a total of 15 different animals they turn into. So we might see some more.
You know who else has a lot of animals? Prince Ali. There's like a song
Yes.
about that, about all the animals
There
he has.
is. He has, like, what is it, 1,700?
It's a bunch of elephants. I
God,
forget. I can't remember all of
golden
it.
camels and
Yeah.
things. Well, I guess the camels aren't alive. They're golden. But
When you can view them for free. Anyway.
we have 2 Buckies. Yes. Anyway, we have 2 Buckies down on Christopher's side of the board. We have seen some matches earlier in the day that Emerald Steel players have been struggling to find any Buckies, but now we see 2 on
There's
the board.
2, yes.
Which has got to be pretty scary for Michael.
I think it is. Luckily, Michael's playing a Amethyst Ink, and the reason that's lucky is because Amethyst lends itself to a lot of cards that draw a card. We see the Maleficent Sorceress being played that simply says, when you play this card, draw a card. And so Christopher having 2 Buckies on board is going to start ripping apart Michael's hand if Michael's not able to draw extra cards for turn, basically.
Yeah.
So we saw a Jafar Dreadnought being played last turn, which forced Michael to discard 2 cards. Any other Floodborns that get played is going to make them discard a bunch of cards as well. And one thing that I like about the Amethyst Steel list over something like an Amethyst Ruby list is you can play a little bit lower to the ground. So in Amethyst Ruby, a lot of times you're looking to get to your 6 or 7 drop characters or songs like Be Prepared. Whereas Amethyst Steel, we talked about earlier, it lends itself to a lot of removal cards that are a little bit cheaper. So although you can't specifically play Baboom or Smash on a Bucky, you do have Grab Your Swords that's slightly cheaper at 5 ink. So you have a little bit of leniency and a little bit of extra time, I suppose, to get yourself to that 5 ink or 6 ink so that you can hopefully find an answer to these Buckies.
Yeah, with having 2 down on the board, Michael's going to have to find some answers pretty quickly. Otherwise, it's really going to start demolishing his whole hand and not leaving him with many of those options that you're talking about, like a Grab Your Swords or like a Tinkerbell maybe, or Avalanche is an action, that I've seen. There's some good answers in Steel, but the question is, can he keep enough cards in hand to find them?
Yeah, and even just looking at the cards in Michael's hand and the cards that are on board, I mean, I see a Friends on the other side. I see a Trinabox Followers. There's a Magic Broom in there as well. All of those cards are drawing Michael cards. And so I think for the first multiple turns of the game, Michael's game plan is just to continue to draw extra cards every turn so that hopefully you can get to the mid game or later into the game where you do find those Bucky answers. We do see Christopher choosing to challenge and banish the Maleficent Sorceress with Jafar Dreadnought. That'll allow Christopher to draw a card off of Jafar Dreadnought. And then we see the Flynn Rider being played, which is a really fun card.
Yeah, Flynn Rider is, like you said before earlier in the day, is really made for a discard deck.
Yes.
So if you can empty your opponent's hand, Flynn quests for 4, plus he's evasive, and so just a really, really strong card there if you can, get the discard machine happening.
This really is a perfect card for the deck because it is a game finisher with all of the lore. If you can get your cards out of your opponent's hand, it's also a Floodborn. So when you play the card, you are forcing your opponent to discard cards with those 2 Buckies. Michael had to discard 2 cards. I think I saw a Magic Broom being discarded and something else that I had missed, but it's perfect because it's doing what it is designed to do when paired with this Bucky.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Flynn Rider doesn't stay for very long. He is banished from that smash that came down, which is good because I don't know that there's many... there are some evasive characters he could have, but none that he had in hand that could come down and challenge the Flynn.
Yeah, there's not typically a lot of evasive characters that see play, I think, in Amethyst Steel. There's a couple characters like
Peter Pan.
Yeah, there's a Peter Pan Shadowfinder and also Peter Pan Shadow. Neither of those have enough strength, I don't think, to banish Flynn as they're played. There's also like a 2-cost 3/2 Jafar and Steel that gains evasive on your turn that people
Yes.
sometimes play. So if this were a Jafar list, I would expect to see one of those cards. But I'm not getting that. I'm not seeing any Jafar so far. I'm expecting this to be a bit more of a mid-range Amethyst Steel list personally. But still, having that Steel removal with something like Smash, immediately get rid of the Flynn. We saw the Baboon played on the Jafar Dreadnought to get rid of Christopher's board. I think Michael is setting himself up to be in a solid place. You have the Merlin Rabbit that you can bounce if you need to. I think that's a Friends on the other side in his hand that can potentially be sung. Okay, well, not anymore. But different ways to draw cards. Oh, no, we see an Aladdin being played.
Wow, and Christopher actually doesn't have any cards left in hand now. He played his last card, being that Aladdin, forcing Michael to discard some cards from his hand. But now Christopher is left empty-handed. And unfortunately, one of the big cards in the Emerald Steel list to help with card draw is the Floodborn Diablo, which we've not seen yet.
Yes. Christopher has not seen the Floodborn Diablo yet, so both players are on very low cards in hand. I don't think Michael has a card that draws him cards in his hand currently, and both players are top decking at this point. We're in a weird scenario, too, because the Madam M Snake doesn't exactly want a quest, because then the Aladdin gets to challenge into it next turn. But also, if the Aladdin quest, the same thing can happen for Michael. Michael currently is ahead in lore, so he has more incentive to quest with Snake and just go ahead and force Christopher to answer it. We do see Christopher singing. I believe that was a Let the Storm Rage On with the Aladdin to deal a little bit of damage to the Snake. And, you know, Caster Curse. We talk about the Diablo, and there it is.
And there it is, which is great for Christopher, not so great for Michael, because Michael also now is empty-handed. I guess the good thing about that is Bucky doesn't have any cards to discard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really going to give Christopher an advantage here. What do you think that Michael is hoping for?
I think Michael needs some cards to help him get back into this game. A rabbit is a great place to start to let him draw some extra cards. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword because there's still those 2 Buckies in play. I expect Michael to banish the Buckies in one form or another, whether that's through any cards that he draws or just challenging one of them with Madam M Snake. But every card that he draws is potentially a card that gets discarded. So you want to be inking and playing these cards if you can. And so we actually see this Snake challenge and banish the Aladdin instead, keeping the Buckies in play. But outside of that, I think Michael's looking to find maybe a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, potentially a Grab Your Sword. A Grab Your Sword would be great here, actually, because it would banish everything.
Would banish everything. Yeah, Grab Your Swords would be great. What do you think the choice was there, the thought process about choosing to banish the Aladdin instead of one of those Buckies? Is it just because Michael doesn't have any cards in hand?
Yeah, I think it's because the Buckies aren't getting too much value right now due to Michael not having any cards in hand. But also, Aladdin's a 3-cost character, so Aladdin can sing songs, you know, and you don't want to give Christopher the opportunity to gain any value out of songs he might draw off the top of his deck that you can then sing with Aladdin. Cards like Let the Storm Rage On that would let you draw extra cards. And so getting rid of the Aladdin just trades both of those characters. And then Michael knows whatever card I'm drawing, I'm either playing it this turn or I'm inking it. The Buckies are only gaining 1 lore per turn. The Aladdin was gaining only 1 lore too, but the Aladdin was a little bit scarier because of his ability to sing.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Michael is thinking here. I can't tell if he has another card in hand or...
I think he just played an Along Came Zeus and banished the Exerted Diablo. I'm not sure what else, like you mentioned, if he has anything else in hand he's considering or not. I think it has gone to Christopher for this turn, though.
Yes, and... Yeah, this...
Okay.
Okay, so he just has 1 rabbit in hand. That's it. Oh, look at these Ursulas come down. Wow, that's fun.
Yes, Ursula comes down. The Ursula Deceiver, which lets Christopher look at Michael's hand again and discard a song card. Of course, there's only the Merlin Rabbit, so that doesn't happen. But then Ursula Deceiver of All, which Christopher can sing with Ursula Deceiver of All a song twice. You can sing the song twice, then put the song at the bottom of your deck. Fortunately for Michael, none of those were Floodborn cards, or else he would have had to discard
The
his
one
rabbit.
that he had, which he definitely needs to get another card.
Yes, he needs to get another card, but it's bittersweet because Christopher has this Exerted Diablo, which means every time he draws with rabbit, and it looks like he drew into a snake, if Michael decided to play the snake on the rabbit, bounce the rabbit again, Christopher's drawing again off of Michael's rabbit. So it's a weird thing where Michael wants to be drawing more cards to find answers, but so long as this Diablo is exerted, you're also kind of helping Christopher as well.
Yeah, and because, of course, that Diablo is evasive, Michael is not going to be able to challenge. Oh, and he did have a goat in hand. So.
Okay, we do see Merlin Goat being played, which will gain a lore when it enters and leaves play, similar to how the Merlin Rabbit draws a card when it enters and leaves play. This is that fun mechanic that you were talking about earlier with the Merlins and Mims being able to bounce each other back and forth and benefit off of each other.
Yeah. So Christopher has got to be feeling pretty good with the state of his board right now. But do you think that Michael's presenting a lot of threat here? What do you think Christopher's hoping to do?
This has been a pretty slow game, to be honest with you. This is what happens when we have two steel matchups. They both end up playing a bunch of damage removal on each other, trying to gain control over the other person on the board. And so far, it's been a pretty tight race in that regard. Christopher is building up a really wide board with some very good cards. We see another Diablo being played, and that Diablo won't be able to exert this turn, but the next one will be able to, and if Christopher has any songs, can potentially double sing them with the Ursula. So I think right now, Christopher is presenting a stronger board. The issue for Christopher is all of these characters only quest for one.
Yeah.
And some of these characters you don't want to exert, like the Bucky. And so you're not exactly gaining a ton of lore immediately. You can, of course, exert the evasive characters if you would like to. And we do see him move some of them to the Hidden Cove.
I was wondering, I saw him play another card, and I thought maybe it was a Hidden Cove, and it is. Which then, if he does play Grab Your Swords,
yes,
would not take care of those two Diablos because they now are basically 3/3 characters with that extra strength and willpower from Hidden Cove.
Right. It changes a lot of what Michael needs to come back from this game for the exact reasons that you said. Christopher moving the arguably most important characters on his side of the board to the Hidden Cove so that they aren't banished by the Grab Your Sword, because, like I said, a lot of cards in Michael's deck draw him cards. And so when you have two Diablos on board...
Two Diablos.
And you draw cards as much as you want, Michael.
Yes, no
Christopher
kidding.
would love it.
Christopher's like, your friends are my friends now.
Exactly.
Michael's friends really are on the other side.
They are on the other side of the board. That's a good one.
Oh.
So we do see Michael quest out here. I think they ended up banishing something. I didn't see what that was.
Was
it an Ursula? I don't remember.
I don't think he did.
Oh, did he not banish anything? Okay.
No, it's just hard to, unless
Maybe
it was the Hidden Cove. Yeah.
It could have been the Cove off screen.
I couldn't tell if it was off screen. Yeah, I think he did run into the Hidden Cove, which makes sense that he would want to get rid of that.
Right. Michael's looking towards his outs. He knows that if all these characters hit at the Hidden Cove, all of his steel damage removal is less effective than normal. So the first thing you got to do is get rid of that Hidden Cove, because if Michael can top deck a Grab Your Swords or even a Tinkerbell would be a start, then this whole game turns around, especially now that Christopher challenged the rabbit with both of the Ursulas. They have damage on them right now. So any sort of AoE or area of effect damage like Grab Your Swords would banish Christopher's entire board right now and could be a great way for Michael to come back.
Yeah. Besides Grab Your Swords, is there anything else that you think Christopher really does not want to see from Michael's side?
Any card that does widespread damage, like you mentioned Avalanche earlier, some people like to play that card. It'll deal 1 damage to all opposing characters. A Tinkerbell would do the same thing. Other removal cards would be fine for Michael, just to get rid of something, like to get rid of 1 or 2 of the Diablos. These goats are pretty strong as well because they're just gaining lore every time they're played. And then they're pretty good challengers as well with 4 strength and 3 willpower. So if you can use it to start taking out some of Christopher's board here, we see Michael challenging the Ursula Deceiver with the Magic Broom, starting to gain more control over what Christopher's done with such a wide board. And then if Christopher decides to retaliate and banish any of those Merlin goats, you're going to gain a lore off of them anyway. So they're pretty safe to either quest or challenge whatever you need to do with them currently.
Yeah. And we did see that Madam Mim Snake challenge the Ursula Deceiver of All, which I think there was
there's
a
a Flynn. That changes things a little.
Flynn was hiding in the shadows. We didn't see him there. Yeah, we are, seeing still a very wide board on Christopher's side, and that Flynn does really change things because Michael is sitting without a hand.
Yeah, so with Michael not having any cards in hand, Flynn Rider will quest for 4 lore the next turn. He's also an evasive character, so going to be tough for Michael to banish. And we see Christopher at 9 lore currently. That'd be 4, 5, 6, 7 at the next turn, I think.
Oh, Christopher would have 8, I think.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore next turn, which would put him at 17. So
Christopher also has a very healthy hand size. We see him playing a couple action cards to remove some of Michael's characters so that Michael can't challenge and gain more control over Christopher's board on this next turn. Though there's not a lot that Michael can touch, to be honest. Both the Diablos and the Flynn Riders are evasive. I'm not sure if Christopher's going to quest with the Bucky. He may want to keep that around to make sure that Michael can't keep any cards in hand. And the Diablo is going to get an extra lore, but you're probably not shifting it because unless you want to specifically shift it to exert it that turn. But we do see...
Yeah, what do you think about that move there?
Yeah, the Bucky getting rid of the Madam M Snake. I don't hate this just because the Bucky's not gaining too much value while Michael doesn't have cards in hand, so there's no cards to discard for Bucky. And Bucky's only going to quest for 1 lore every turn. Christopher understands that, if there's a Grab Your Sword or a Tinkerbell that gets pulled off the top, then it's going to be banished anyway, so might as well use the Bucky to keep control of your board by banishing the snake for Michael.
Yeah. Now, it looks like maybe Michael went ahead and conceded that game. He saw there was too many birds, too many squirrels. There was an animal menagerie over there, and then we had that fox come down there at the end.
Yeah, there were a bunch of animals, hard to catch, these birds flying around, the squirrels up the trees, and then Flynn just on his own,
Flynn.
He's hard to catch, known for being able to get in and out of places without being caught. So
And Michael was just not finding the answers that he needed, like you were saying, like the Grab Your Sword, that widespread damage that he needed to clear some things off the board. He couldn't find it.
No, and those are especially important in this matchup because of your cards like Bucky, which have ward, and then we talk about how difficult it is for him to challenge evasive characters. So if you don't have a way to get around ward, you don't have a way to challenge these evasive characters, it becomes especially difficult to deal with a board. It allows them to build up a large board like this and then quest for a ton of lore there at the end. We counted up 8 lore with a board worth of 8 lore at least.
Yes.
And so it only takes you, 2 or 3 turns with that many characters on board to jump from 0 to 20. And of course, they were far past 0 at that point.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Michael can find the right answers in game 2, get that bounce package going. Let's go ahead and dive into the next game. Now, going in here, you talked before about how Amethyst Steel can kind of go a lot of different ways. Now that we've seen what Michael has, what do you think his strategy is going in, knowing that he has these Buckies to deal with? Is it, and does all the Floodborns come in to make him discard his hand? What's he going to do here?
So I think there's a bit of a balancing act that Michael's going to have to play. You have a lot of the card draw from Amethyst, and so I think very similar to a Ruby Amethyst matchup. Is that an enchanted card?
It is an enchanted card.
Is that I can't tell what it is. Is that an Ursula or a Yen Sid?
It's an enchanted Yen Sid.
Oh my goodness. So we see the Yen Sid with the brooms enchanted.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Fun.
I always get excited when we see enchanted cards on stream.
I do too. I love seeing those enchanteds. They are so incredible. The art on them, the foiling, the holographic,
Yes, and there it is. Michael plays
There's our
the
Yen Sid.
Yen Sid lets you draw a card, or gives you the option to draw a card if there's also a magic broom in play when you play the Yen Sid. And then if you have 2 or more brooms in play, then Yen Sid quests for an extra 2 lore. So it can be a really strong and aggressive play in the beginning, drawing you a card, which is exactly what you want to do against Emerald Steel. Going back to your question, Rebecca, I think Amethyst wants to just draw cards for the first couple of turns of the game. You don't want to hold on to too many of those songs that we talked about that Michael wants to use, like Grab Your Sword, because we know that Christopher's playing those Ursula Deceivers. You don't want Ursula Deceiver to discard that card from your hand when you need it. So if I had to guess, Michael's just looking for the first 3 or 4 turns of the game to keep drawing cards so that if Christopher has a Bucky to play on turn 2 and starts doing the Bucky Diablo, Floodborn, discard engine, you can at least keep up until you can get to those 5 ink, 6 ink cards that you can safely play.
Yeah, it looks like in Michael's hand that he has a rabbit and a queen's castle, which both of those are 4 cost, so we're a couple turns away. But even now, I know he's got to be thinking what direction he wants to go. What do you think that queen's castle is going to come into play this game? We didn't see it last game.
I think it definitely could, because you're absolutely right. There's 2 paths that Michael can take here with both a rabbit and a location in play. Emerald Steel historically does not have a lot of characters that have a lot of strength. So when you play a card like Queen's Castle that has 7 willpower, you're probably going to get at least 1 or 2 turns out of it before they banish the card. And also, if they're challenging a location, they're not questing for the turn, or they're not singing songs, which you're pretty okay with as well. It gives you a couple turns to build up your board or draw some extra cards, find some answers. At the same time, if Christopher had played a Bucky last turn and you knew that he was going to be discarding cards out of your hand, the rabbit looks a lot more enticing there, because you can play the rabbit, immediately draw a card, potentially bounce the rabbit if you have any snakes or foxes in your hand, and continue to try to mitigate the discard that Bucky is providing. Since we don't see a Bucky being played, I wouldn't be surprised if Michael does, around turn 4, play the Queen's Castle, because if the Queen's Castle lasts a turn, then the turn after that, you can move a bunch of your characters to the Queen's Castle, and if it survives the turn again, then for every character at the Queen's Castle, you get to draw an extra card per turn, which would completely undo what Emerald Steel is trying to do in decreasing your hand size as fast as it can.
Yeah. So we do see a Baboom come in and do 2 damage onto Diablo, which would normally banish Diablo, but because of that hidden cove.
Yes, we see how much work this hidden cove is doing. Just that 1 extra willpower can make all of the difference between the 2 damage and the 3, keeping the Diablo alive, making it so that all of these cards that Michael wants to draw, Christopher's going to draw as well, so long as the Diablo is exerted.
Yeah. And then it looks like instead of questing, that Michael's decided to put some damage onto that hidden cove, probably just for that reason.
Yeah, I think so. We talked earlier about some of the cards that I think Michael really wants to look for, either whether they're cards that deal widespread damage or more direct damage. In Lorcana, there's a huge breakpoint between certain willpowers, and so being able to make sure that the characters have the willpower you're expecting them to be and fall into those 2 damage or 3 damage actions and songs that you're trying to play can be really important.
Christopher got 2 looks at Michael's hand there with the back-to-back Diablo, followed up by the Ursula, and then by Diablo. Of course, the Ursula, he got to force Michael to discard a song, which he did have, that Let the Storm Rage On.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, because that would have come in pretty handy.
Yeah, could have used that to banish the Diablo next turn and also draw a card yourself. Unfortunately, won't be able to do that because it was discarded. We also don't have anything to sing it, so I think it still would have been fine to play, but you usually want to sing those songs if you can.
Now, this is interesting because Michael has that Queen's Castle and a rabbit, and then he drew another rabbit. The only inkable card in his hand is the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, and we see Michael reluctantly inking the Queen's Castle, because you have to, especially in against Emerald Steel, when you don't know how many cards you're going to have in your hand at any time. You got to get ink into the inkwell while you can. And a rabbit is still a perfectly fine play at the end of the day to draw a card. It's essentially a guaranteed draw 2. So rabbit is a perfectly fine play here. It just means the game may not go as fast for Michael as he wanted it to, with the Queen's Castle gaining 2 lore every turn.
Yes. And because the Hidden Cove got banished, Diablo automatically was banished because, of course, Hidden Cove dropped off that strength once it was banished. So Diablo had enough damage on him. And we see Flynn making another appearance.
Yeah, we see Flynn being played, and then Ursula Deceiver challenging the Chernobog followers to banish it so that Michael doesn't get that draw off of the Chernobog's followers when he quests to banish it and draw a card. Oh, we draw a Friends. This is a great draw off of the top for Michael. Can potentially sing this with Rabbit, draw an extra 2 cards.
Yeah, the Friends on the other side is one of those cards that I don't think you ever see an Amethyst player without.
Yeah, I know anytime that I'm trying to build an Amethyst deck, there's a couple cards in there that I put in
automatically
no matter
included.
what.
Absolutely. Friends on the other side is definitely one of them.
And we see the strength here of the Madam M and Merlin package. The Madam M Fox being able to bounce the Merlin Rabbit back to Michael's hand, allowing him to draw another card because Rabbit left play. And then Fox has Rush, so can immediately rush into this Ursula Deceiver, banishing that for turn. Michael doesn't have to use the Magic Broom or the Yin Sid to get rid of the Ursula.
What's really interesting about this game is that it's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of challenging, a lot of damage, different actions and songs, and we are still sitting at just 1 and 2 lore here. Not a lot of questing happening yet.
No, these steel matches can be a little bit of a grind for that reason. For the majority of the game, it's just fighting over board presence, see who can get the advantage, usually through these steel songs like Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of Raging Fire. And a lot of these color pairings as well, you have characters that trade efficiently like the Madam M Fox, or sometimes you have like a Robin, Champion of Sherwood, that gets played. So most of the game is spent fighting over the board until somebody inevitably wins and inevitably has a hand advantage. And what I mean by that is just you have more cards in hand, maybe your opponent doesn't have many cards in hand, and then you can really start going out on board and start questing for a bunch and using that advantage.
Yeah. Now, we did see a broom in Michael's hand, and he has now 2 Yensids on the board. So if he plays his other broom, he could actually quest for 3, which each of those Yensids.
Yeah, so that would be a total of 6 lore between the 2 Yensids. I think this Yensid was played this turn.
Last turn.
Oh, so it was last turn.
Yes,
Yeah, so that's
last turn.
extra scary. A burst of lore there with both of the Yensids if we quest. And the great thing is Christopher's board does not look super scary either. You just have the Ursula, Deceiver of All, you have the Flynn Rider, and the Diablo, none of which have a ton of strength. The Flynn Rider is the strongest card on their side of the board with 2 strength. And so Yensid having 3 willpower means that it would be especially difficult for Christopher to banish those Yensids anyway if we do exert the Yensids. And you called it right out, Rebekah.
Brooms.
We see the magic broom being
brooms.
played, giving one of the Yensids resist. Or sorry, no, that's the evasive broom. Questing with the Yensids for 6 total.
Yeah, the brooms and Yensid synergy is just really fantastic. Of course, we got some brooms. There's also some Mickey cards, Mickey Sorcerer, and that have some synergy there. Since set 1, we saw some brooms, and ever since then, we've seen some more brooms come into play. This last set, we got Yensid, and I think that the players are really enjoying some of these new cards and how they work together.
I'm inclined to agree. I feel like since the beginning, when we saw the Mickey Wayward Sorcerer and we saw the other Magic Broom, everybody, a fan favorite has been the Magic Brooms.
Absolutely.
And everybody's joked about eventually seeing the Magic Brooms at the top tables. And we finally have enough here that, like, here they are. We're playing Yensid and a Broom Amethyst Steel deck, and it's doing well. Being able to quest for 6 in that turn, potentially playing a couple extra Brooms to keep those Yensids online, talk about how strong Flynn can be with the 4 lore that he can gain per turn, depending on how many cards are in your opponent's hand. Same thing for the Yensids. They can get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, and Christopher said, no thank you, and along came Zeus and to take that other broom off the board. And I guess my guess is there's a few reasons for that, but why do you think he chose that broom over some of the other characters on the board?
Yeah, so the broom specifically that he banished has evasive on Michael's turn. So not only is it it's a 1 extra broom for the Yensid to potentially give it 3 lore, but if Christopher has any Diablos that they want to play, or even any of the Flynn Riders that we saw that were on board, he can't really exert those characters without them being threatened from this magic broom, because it'll have evasive. It can challenge those evasive characters in turn.
Yes, and Christopher played that Along Came Zeus, and then Michael says, well, I will meet you with my own Along Came Zeus, and goodbye to your Flynn.
Yeah, the gods don't play favorites. Zeus is on each side.
Yes, absolutely.
Slinging lightning bolts.
The lightning bolts coming down every direction. And there, like you said, we just kind of see this battle of the steel going on.
Yeah, it's just constant steel removal. Each player trying to find any area that they can gain a smidge of advantage. And Michael's doing a great job at doing this. We see 2 rabbits in play. Both of those rabbits, again, just very strong cards, allowing Michael to draw cards, especially when Christopher doesn't have something like a Diablo, where Christopher would also be drawing cards as well. Michael's creating a hand advantage, seeing more cards in his deck than Christopher is, and slowly but surely getting to that point where I mentioned earlier in the game, you have this slog between both of these decks until one of them eventually starts winning on the board, starts winning in your hand, and we see both players have very few cards in hand, but Michael definitely has the stronger board.
Yes, and we see another Hidden Cove coming down.
We see Christopher moving the Diablo to the Hidden Cove so that it gets enough strength to banish this Yen Sid very well. A lot of good use out of this Hidden Cove and that ability.
Yeah. We've had quite a few locations since they first made their appearance Into the Inklands. And obviously Queen's Castle is a favorite, but Hidden Cove is a location that I think has seen some of the most play out of the locations out there.
I would agree. It ended up being a staple in Emerald Steel, and I'm not sure it's one that people expected initially. Locations, it takes a lot for a location to see play, I think. A lot of people are very wary of how good or bad they are, but people found it out very quickly just how important it is to keep your lower strength and lower willpower characters from being banished in these Emerald Steel decks so that you can leverage the advantage that you have with your Floodborn characters and your Buckies and Diablos. And so it's ended up being a very strong and very much played card in Emerald Steel for sure. And definitely giving you opportunities where you can play the Hidden Cove and surprise your opponent with a trade they didn't think you could make, or giving you that little bit of extra willpower so that those cards that they may be holding on to banish your characters don't banish them anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that Hidden Cove is just really, really strong in this deck. And I think that's why we're seeing Michael and other players trying to banish it as soon as they can because of just all those reasons you mentioned. Oh, another Long Caves news. Another lightning bolt to take care of that Diablo. Something else I realized on Christopher's side of the board just now is we're pretty far into this game, and he still just has only 4 ink in his inkwell.
Yeah. Yeah, hasn't had a bunch to ink. In Emerald Steel, their curve, their ink curve is a term in TCGs, which essentially just means how many of each cost card you're playing is not very high. So the ink curve's not very high. The most expensive cards that Christopher's playing are likely 4 or 5 cost cards.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't need to ink very much. But we do see Christopher pull a Flynn Rider there off the top, which isn't going to win him the game.
Game 2 goes to Michael.
Yes.
Yeah, the Amethyst Steel was able to do it this time. And the package with the brooms and Yen Sid,
Yeah.
we didn't see any of that in game 1, so it was kind of surprising.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
We talked about in game 1 how when you look at an Amethyst Steel list, there's a couple different variations it could be. And at the very first game, I thought it was just a typical mid-range Merlin Mim, but I was very pleasantly surprised to see the Yen Sid and the Magic Brooms. I'm always happy to see a Magic Broom.
Yes. Were you enchanted to see it?
Yeah, I was especially enchanted with those enchanted cards. Those are my favorite to see play.
Yes.
I know
So fun.
some people don't like to play with their enchanteds, but they're too pretty.
They're too pretty. How can you not? Well, it was a great game. So that is a split match. So 3 points to each player. Yeah. And we are going to have another round 5 game coming to you after this break.
Back down in the feature match area here with Bruno, and apparently we do talk about Bruno here today. And I want to talk a little bit about your deck. We just saw it on camera here, and we see a lot of people with Ruby Amethyst, and you've got kind of a different take on that kind of strategy here in Lorcana.
Yeah, I'm playing Steel Amethyst, and utilizing the bounce with the Mims, the Goats, but I have my twist onto it is I'm playing Brooms, Yen Sids, and I'm utilizing a lot of action and songs in the deck. So I try to do a bounce combo, sing a song, draw while still eliminating and taking out characters on the other side.
Yeah, it's really cool. I hadn't seen that kind of strategy.
Yeah, like Ruby Amethyst, the big thing now is a lot of them try to get turn 2 Flynn, and I'll use cards like Baboom to knock out the Flynn, quest away, start gaining the lore. Or if I'm on turn 3 and I'm going first, I have songs, I have options with Smash, songs such as Strength of a Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage On, or just playing a 3-cost to either draw or just build up the board so then I could sing with that 3-cost to still have board control.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned this earlier to me, and you talked about a little bit that answer of Yen Sid being kind of a big player here today.
Yeah, Yen Sid is really, if I can get Yen Sid on turn 2 with a 1-cost Broom, or at least get him turn 3 with already the winged Broom that has evasive and works against like Diablos and the other evasive cards, then it's great. He allows me to draw a card, and then I either quest away with him. I'll try to get multiple Brooms out, and he has that ability where he gains 2 lore. And then he's a good decoy because a lot of these players, they see Yen Sid and then they want to brawl him, they want to shoot him down. So then that allows me to just advance further with my board state and again, use the actions, the bounce, the draws. I'm trying to replenish my hand all the time. Green Steel is, as we saw in this match, and it's a little difficult, especially if they have multiple Buckies, but if I can get that playing, it counters it pretty well.
Yeah, you can keep up and sometimes even outpace it. Bruno, thanks for the time and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Welcome back to round 5, Illumineers. We are in the middle of the day now, the smack dab in the middle, and we have a half a day to go. We have some exciting matches, though, I think, coming up in this next match we're going to take a look at.
Yeah, we just heard Michael Bruno talking about his Amethyst Steel deck and how it's a little bit different than an Amethyst Ruby deck, sort of what Amethyst Ruby is trying to do, and even how he teched for that matchup. And we have an Amethyst Ruby deck here in the next round, along with, can you guess what the other deck is?
Let's think. Emerald Steel.
Yes.
These are like the 2 big bads. We think Ursula's the big bad of the set, but right now the 2 big bads are Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, and they're going to go head to head here.
Yeah, I mean, both of these decks won the past 2 Disney Lorcana challenges, Bochum having Ruby Amethyst and then Chicago taking Emerald Steel. So it's going to be another showdown. It's going to be fun. See which one can end up on top, or maybe we just walk away with a split match.
Yeah,
so
you never know.
You never know.
You ready to dive in?
Let's do it.
Let's go. So we have Jeremy Bertarioni over here, player 1, and Robert Gress is player 2, both here with 28 points going here into round 5. And it looks like Jeremy is on the play.
Yes, Jeremy's on the play and also playing Ruby Amethyst. Something to note about the 28 points, by the way, that should mean that both of these players are undefeated so far in the rounds, having gone 4 rounds, going 2-0. So both players certainly knowing what they're doing, having a good run. I'm very eager to see how this game plays out. And we see Robert inking and Ursula Deceiver to play a Diablo. He'll get a good look at Jeremy's hand. I saw a couple of brawls in there.
The bounce package.
Some of the bounce package. Looking for what he needs to play, or what Robert needs to play around in these next couple of turns, and also just with what Jeremy's working with currently.
Yeah, so I feel like this matchup is pretty close between Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, and really it's like what happens in the first few turns.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head with that one, Rebekah. A lot of times it comes down to who just gets a really good opening. If Robert misses a Bucky, for instance, and misses some of the discard, then Ruby Amethyst doesn't have to worry too much about missing some of their draw characters. Like, unfortunately, Jeremy hasn't been able to play a 1-drop or a 2-drop in the past 2 turns. But of course, we do see Robert coming out with a very strong turn 2, being able to shift this Diablo by discarding an action card and playing the Hidden Cove to move the Diablo there. So now those brawls that were in Jeremy's hand that we saw before no longer can banish the Diablo, since the Diablo has 3 strength and 3 willpower.
Yes, and of course, that is the enchanted Diablo that we see, which is just fantastic. We talked last match about those enchanted cards, how incredible they are, and really fun always to see players bringing those enchanted cards down.
And it looks like there's more than one. I think I saw another enchanted card in Robert's hand.
I think you're
he's
right. Look
holding.
at that,
So,
another enchanted Diablo just waiting in the wings.
in the wings. Grab your sunglasses, folks.
Yes.
This is going to be a blinding match.
Very shiny.
We do see a Bucky being played after that. I don't think there's any Floodborns coming in afterwards, but this will start the discard engine that Bucky provides. We have a fun little play by Jeremy here with the Sisu being played, because Sisu gains an extra strength for every card in your opponent's hand. And so Diablo is drawing a card every time Jeremy draws a card, but every time Robert draws a card, the Sisu gets bigger.
Gets strength. Yes, it's very, very circular. That's very interesting. And Sisu, of course, is the dragon from Riot and the Last Dragon. And one of the things I was thinking about is, you know, this Sisu and even the other legendary Sisu that we'll sometimes see that are so powerful, right? Sisu is so powerful, but the dragon, the character, is the only one of all the dragons that didn't actually have her own powers at all. Her dragon siblings had all the powers, but then she got them throughout the film. But now we have in Lorcana these very, very powerful Sisu cards.
Yeah, I mean, Sisu might be the most played dragon in Disney Lorcana so far. We have the Maleficent dragon that I can think of, but there's so many Sisus and so many of them see play, you know.
Yeah. We unfortunately didn't see the Flynn come down on Jeremy's side, and I know that combo, the Flynn Sisu, is one of the really strong openings that a Ruby Amethyst player wants to see. But
especially on the play, Jeremy being able to go first, being able to play the Flynn Rider and then the Sisu and then the Queen's Castle after that, or a Rabbit would have been super strong. Oh, we see another enchanted Robin Hood.
There's an enchanted Ursula in the Inkwell, and then
oh my goodness.
Robert is all blinged out with his deck over here. I love it. And that Robin Hood coming down, that's going to be, really strong for him.
Yeah, especially this early in the game. Robin Hood having 3 strength and 6 willpower. It has the ability to banish characters in a challenge, and then when it banishes them in the challenge, you gain 2 lore. So I've especially loved Robin Hood since it's been revealed. Typically, character cards in Disney Lorcana can only do one of a couple things. They can either challenge for turn, or sing, or quest. And of course, questing, gaining you lore to help you win the game. So Robin Hood able to do both of those in challenging while progressing the win condition is especially good. And then when he's banished in a challenge, then he gets to draw a card. So until we get up to about 6 ink, where we're looking at some Madame Medusas, this Robin Hood is going to sit there and dare Jeremy to exert any of his cards so that Robin Hood can challenge into them.
Yes. And we saw the Peter Pan Shadow Finder come down.
Yeah, I love this card in Ruby Amethyst specifically for the Emerald Steel matchup. Peter Pan Shadow Finder is an uninkable 3-cost 2/3 with Evasive and Rush. And so Jeremy's able to play the Peter Pan Shadow Finder this turn and immediately rush into that exerted Diablo, banishing the Diablo, not having to rely on something like a Brawl to banish it. You're also developing a character. Your character is evasive, so you can potentially quest and not see repercussions from that. And then, of course, if Robert plays another Diablo, which we see him do here, you still have a character that can challenge that Diablo again if that Diablo ever exerts itself.
Yes, which, of course, Robert wants to have Diablo exerted because that's how you get the card draw.
Right, that's the primary way that Emerald Steel draws cards, to be honest with you, and especially playing against a Ruby Amethyst player where they really want to be drawing cards for the first couple turns of the game. We haven't really seen that. I think Rabbit's basically the only thing that we've seen played to draw extra cards. Fortunately, the Bucky, it's been doing a little bit of work. There's been, for the past couple turns, Floodborn's been played, getting rid of cards from Jeremy's hand, but luckily Jeremy's been able to find at least 2 rabbits, drawing a couple cards off of that. We're going to see this rabbit being bounced by the Madam M Fox, which has Rush, and we'll be able to rush into that Robin Hood if Jeremy wants to.
And I do see that Jeremy has a Be Prepared in his hand, which he's actually had for the last couple turns, and it's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, it's kind of a scary thing for Jeremy to even have this Be Prepared in your hand. It's definitely a card that you want to see as you get closer to 7 ink, but knowing that you're playing against Emerald Steel, Robert likely knows that Be Prepared is one of Jeremy's best outs to Diablo and to Bucky. So if Robert has the ability to play an Ursula Deceiver when Jeremy has 6 ink, knowing he's going to go to 7 ink the next turn, then Robert can potentially force Jeremy to discard that Be Prepared and mess up his entire game plan, leaving Bucky on board and the Diablos to continue to force Jeremy to discard cards and then drawing cards when Jeremy's drawing cards as well.
Yeah, so a card like that, the Ursula Deceiver, where you can force your opponent to discard a card, you don't necessarily always want to play it on curve. Like sometimes you do want to hold it back and play it at the right time.
Yeah, sometimes it's best to not play your Ursula Deceiver on turn 2. It's not a terribly statted character in that it has a lot of willpower, so it won't always be banished immediately, but it's a great way to completely disrupt your opponent's game plan, especially when you know that one of their outs to your deck is a song card like Be Prepared. We know that Jeremy's game plan for this matchup is essentially to get to 7 ink as fast as you can so that you can play those Be Prepareds. So if you're able to force discard one of those Be Prepareds, you already see another one that had been discarded earlier that's in Jeremy's discard right now. Jeremy can only play 4 of them. So if 2 go into the discard, that means that Jeremy's only got 2 left in the deck. He's less likely to find the others. Robert can play a bit more aggressively with his characters, go a little bit wider, and try to end the game before Jeremy can come back.
Yeah. And we did see a few different things that happened there. So Jeremy had to ink a goat. Unfortunately, that was the only inkable card that he had in his hand. But he played the Madame Medusa to banish Beast, which, Beast is such a strong card, but Medusa just takes care of it in a snap.
Yes, the face that you see on Beast Tragic Hero is how I feel when Madame Medusa gets played on my Beast Tragic Hero.
It's tragic.
Because Beast is a very powerful card.
And there's another
one. He just comes right back. Can't siege the castle that fast.
Yes.
So Beast Tragic Hero will draw you a card at the beginning of your turn if he's not damaged. If he is damaged, then he gets an extra 4 strength until this, just for your turn.
Yeah, and that was really unfortunate for Jeremy because that second Beast that just came down, because it's a Floodborn and he still has that Bucky out, forced Jeremy to discard the last card in his hand, which was his Be Prepared.
Yeah, which was that Be Prepared. So that means there's 2 Be Prepareds down from Jeremy's deck, and he's not even up at 7 ink either, so he's top decking right now, has to consider if you play the card that you draw or if you ink the card that you draw, so that if you do draw it, Be Prepared later in the game, you can actually play it. We do see the Madame Medusa challenge to banish the Robin Hood, which Robert should be able to draw a card off of that. And we see a Queen's Castle come down. And Jeremy's going to move both of his characters to the Queen's Castle so that if those characters are still at the Queen's Castle at the start of his next turn, he gets to draw an extra 2 cards.
Yeah, and as we've seen in other matches, that Queen's Castle can win games. So I'm sure that Robert is thinking, how am I going to take care of this Queen's Castle? What do you think he's looking for?
Yeah, I mean, this would be huge if the Queen's Castle stays and Jeremy's able to draw a couple extra cards. Right now, Robert only has, I believe, 5 strength on board, with the Queen's Castle only having 7 willpower. So Robert needs to find something to banish the Queen's Castle. I don't think there's any rush characters in Emerald or Steel that could rush into this Queen's Castle. You'd be looking for something like an Along Came Zeus. You'd be looking for something like a Baboom would even do it if you challenge with all of your characters into the Queen's Castle this turn. There's Rise of the Titans and Avalanche cards that can banish locations just outright. We don't typically see those cards being played in Emerald Steel. So even though Robert has a handful of cards right now, the likelihood that he has an answer is actually pretty low.
Yeah, he has a Robin Hood, Hidden Cove. I think I saw Prince John in there. But yeah, I'm not sure that he has anything right now that would take care of that Queen's Castle very quickly.
And if we can't take care of the Queen's Castle, we might as well banish one of the characters that are there. The Madame Medusa is exerted with 3 damage on her, which means that the Ursula Deceiver, I think, is the most likely thing to challenge into the Medusa and have it banished, unless Robert wants to challenge with a Bucky and then play another Bucky if he has one. But at least you can get the Madame Medusa off there so that Jeremy will only draw 1 card for the next turn for the fox that is at that location.
And with that Hidden Cove coming out, he is giving all of his characters a boost there. He did pay 3 ink to move all 3 characters to the Hidden Cove, and they're all 3 going into the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, I completely missed the Hidden Cove line of being able to play Hidden Cove, giving all of your characters extra strength so that now you do have 7 willpower to challenge into the Queen's Castle. This is how strong we talked in the last match, I believe, of how strong Hidden Cove can be because of these surprise plays where your opponent thinks, okay, they don't have enough strength on board to challenge into this. And then you say, actually. I do, after playing the Hidden Cove. So a great representation there of that, making sure that Jeremy doesn't draw any extra cards for the turn and having a possibility of coming back into this game.
Yes. And we see him taking care of not the Hidden Cove. He was thinking about it. He was going to go into Hidden Cove, but instead chose to give Madame Medusa a boost with the Merlin Crab and take out the Beast.
Yeah, very thematic for Merlin cards. Whenever Merlin Crab enters and leaves play, you can give one of your characters Challenger +3. So it's exactly what he did with Madame Medusa, so that Madame Medusa had just enough strength, well, a little bit more strength than necessary. She was a little under strength for the Beast, so needed a little help there.
We have Jeremy's now at 5 lore, and Robert is at 9. And we see that Flynn coming down. Ooh, that's big.
Yeah, this is really big. Right now, Jeremy only has the card that he draws for turn in hand, and Flynn Rider, of course, has 4 lore, loses a lore for every card that is in Jeremy's hand. So while Jeremy has no cards in hand, Flynn Rider's going to quest for 4. We see Jeremy drew a Maui, immediately plays the Maui and banishes the Hidden Cove. And now Flynn Rider can quest for 4 on this next turn.
So in Robert's hand, he has a Prince John, and I didn't see what the other card is that he has in hand. Is that another? It's another shiny card, an enchanted something.
It's hard for me to see as well.
Maybe Ursula?
Yes, Ursula and a Prince John.
Oh, and they're both coming down.
Robert's going all out right now, playing his cards out of his hand, knowing that he's getting pretty close to 20 lore when you consider all of the lore that is on the side of his board right now, jumping all the way up to 15. Jeremy doesn't have the ability to play something like Be Prepared next turn because he only has 6 ink. So Robert knows he can fairly safely play all of these characters out. It's going to force Jeremy to have an answer for all of them if he wants to stay in this game.
He does have a Friends on the Other Side in hand, so he could sing that and with one of his characters.
He needs an inkable card and a Be Prepared. Let's see if he finds it. We find the Be Prepared.
Oh.
Is that an inkable card?
It is Maleficent.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's gonna
quest with the crab.
Maleficent, and we see Be Prepared.
Wow. he finds the out of exactly inkable card and Be Prepared. Managed to find it, banishing Robert's entire board, including his own. And now, I mean, he can potentially come back if he continues to find answers to these cards that Robert's playing. Robert, of course, still had a pretty healthy hand, so is going to come back immediately, play a couple characters. So it's going to be a climb if Jeremy wants to come back, but that's exactly what he needed.
It is. He needed it probably sooner than he found it, but it did help him live to see another turn. And the Chernobox Followers was not the card that you wanted to see at this point in the game.
No, not the card you want to see at all. It'll help Jeremy dig a little deeper, except it's going to get removed by Strength of a Raging Fire. So Jeremy needs like another Be Prepared, I think, and doesn't find it.
The win goes to Robert. So Emerald Steel, really, those Buckies and everything. Diablo. Those shiny Diablos, the flock of birds doing their job.
The flock of birds. And I think, we really saw Bucky shine there, no pun intended, of being like dwindling Jeremy down to almost no cards in hand. He was holding on to that Be Prepared for so long and really needed to play that when he had it. And Robert was just able to find that Floodborn character. I think it was a Diablo or a Beast that he could play and force them to discard that Be Prepared that they really needed.
And he did find it later, but it was Too late
A little
in this.
too late.
Little too late. So
Yeah.
let's see if we can hold on to his cards in this second game and pull out a win, or if Emerald Steel is just going to run away with it again.
All right.
So this matchup does seem like it kind of tips in favor to Emerald Steel, especially if they can get those Diablos and Buckies. Even without Bucky, though, I feel like Emerald Steel is really favored in this matchup.
It's kind of tough because the Ruby Amethyst player essentially has to play cards that draw cards for the first 6 or 7 turns of the game, just because of how threatening a card like Bucky is. Even if your opponent has Diablo, you need a couple pieces, right? If they play the Floodborn Diablo, you really need a Brawl to get rid of that Diablo, because you are trying to play cards that draw you cards throughout the game. And if you're drawing cards for 5 or 6 turns and your opponent is also drawing all of those cards, you're not really gaining much of an advantage. You're still staying in the game, and that you have enough cards to ink and play per turn. But there's definitely a lot of answers that Ruby Amethyst needs in this matchup, whereas Emerald Steel has some pretty safe answers for what Ruby Amethyst tries to do anyway. If we see Jeremy open with like a Chernobog and a Flynn, it unfortunately looks like he doesn't have the 1-drop, you have all the steel removal that you can use to banish the Flynn if you want to, or you have characters that can contest him in strength for the first turn or two. But Robert does have the Diablo and the Bucky we see on turns 1 and 2. Fortunately for Jeremy, Robert does not have the Shift Diablo to follow that up, so it's just going to be this Bucky on turn 2.
So what's interesting is I think that Jeremy actually did have a Chernobog's Followers in his hand.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I missed it. I know I saw Be Prepared in there, a Brawl, but would there be a reason why he wouldn't play that on turn 1?
I think there is. And the reason for this is because Robert is on the play. Robert went first this turn.
See, there it is.
Which means that
he's inking it.
Robert can play a small Diablo on turn 1. Jeremy saw this, and so Jeremy says, okay, if I play a Chernobog's Followers, and then Robert can shift Diablo next turn, then Robert can also sing a removal song on my Chernobog's Followers, keeping me from drawing a card. So rather than playing a card and then it going to the discard pile, you want to keep as many cards in your hand as possible so that you can make it to that 6 or 7 ink. So instead of playing the Chernobog's Followers, Jeremy says this is actually better used as a card that goes into my inkwell.
Interesting.
In case Robert does have that line of being able to sing a removal action card on the Chernobog.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That, it's like we've talked about before, resources are really important. And especially with Chernobog's Followers, that's a card that you want to make sure sticks on the board, because you can choose to banish it to draw a card. And so it's not just about having a body on the board, it's that card draw element too.
Yeah, it would be totally different if Jeremy was going first, because then he can quest and banish the Chernobog before Robert has the ability to banish it himself. So that's the kind of differences and things you have to think about when playing Disney Lorcana at a highly competitive state like this, knowing when you're on the play, on the draw, how to play around those. But we do see Robert play an Ursula, Deceiver of All. Very powerful card, being able to sing songs twice and then put that song on the bottom of your deck. Specifically, really good for either any sudden chills that Robert might be playing to force Jeremy to discard 2 cards for the turn instead of just 1, or the plethora of damage steal actions that Robert has available to him as well.
So many. Did you know that Ursula's an octopus, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But did you know that she only has 6 tentacles?
No, I did not.
Even in the movie and in the art on Lorcana cards as well, she has 6 tentacles.
I'd never noticed that. I never counted.
If you count her arms, though, she has 8 limbs.
Okay.
So there you
I
go.
guess that makes sense. So there's still 8. So that's
Yes.
up to 8. We do see Jeremy playing a Brawl on the Ursula Deceiver of All, recognizing how powerful it could be for Robert to sing any songs with her and saying, it's not a Diablo, but it's still strong enough to warrant removal. So
Yes. Now, some decks I know are made where you don't put a lot on the board in the first few turns. I don't think Ruby Amethyst is typically that kind of deck, but that's kind of what we're seeing happen here.
I think not typically. It depends on the matchup. And I think specifically going into Emerald Steel, you mentioned resources earlier and how important it is in a card game. And specifically in this matchup, you know that Emerald Steel is attacking your resources in your hand specifically. And when you're attacking resources in hand, you're also maybe even without realizing it, attacking your opponent's ink, because the less cards you have in hand, the less cards you can ink, and you're attacking the cards that your opponent has to play. So Jeremy, knowing that Emerald Steel typically doesn't have a lot of high questing characters earlier in the game, so it's a bit okay to give up a little bit of lore that Robert can gain in these first 2 or 3 turns, knowing that I'm going to keep extra cards in my hand and guarantee that I have cards to ink every turn and that I can at least get up to 7 ink, so that hopefully I can find to be prepared and answer this board before Robert gets too far ahead.
Yes. Well, squeakum. We have 2 Buckies on the board here.
2 Buckies on board. Robert also did something really interesting the last turn, in that he played a 1-drop Robin Hood and then shifted the Robin Hood on top of it, because Robert's only playing with 4 ink right now, hasn't inked up to 5. So just to get the 1 Bucky discard trigger off. So now we have 2. Every Floodborn character that Robert plays is going to force Jeremy to discard 2 cards. I'm sure Jeremy is trying his hardest to keep these cards in his hand. And this is why it's important for him to not play characters early in the game, because if he played a card every turn after this, he'd be 2 or 3 cards less in his hand than he has currently.
Yeah, and like you've said before, in the Ruby Amethyst deck, a lot of the tools and answers that you're going to have are at the 5, 6, and 7 ink. And so making sure that he has cards in hand that he can put into his inkwell are just going to be really important. What do you think that Jeremy is thinking now, though, that he is up to 5 ink? Do you think he's feeling a little bit more comfortable?
Definitely more comfortable, specifically because of the size of his hand. I'm not sure how many uninkables are in his hand. I think I've spotted quite a few, so I don't know how difficult his inking situation is currently. But even just being at 6 ink and having multiple cards in your hand like this, you know you can pretty safely make it to 7. And once you make it to 7, that's where Ruby Amethyst can really come back from this game. The most impactful cards that Ruby Amethyst has a lot of times is to play those expensive Ruby characters like Madame Medusa, even Maui, or Be Prepared as well. So as soon as you can secure enough ink to play those, then if you draw it off the top, it's okay, because you already have the ink to play it. And those are cards that really help you come back in these scenarios, because we see Robert has built a really wide board, 2 Diablos, 2 Buckies, a Robin Hood as well. And so he's not questing for a ton. The Robin Hood is questing for 2, but because he has so many characters on board, they all add up together, questing for 5 or 6 lore turn at this point. So it's critical that he has something like, I keep mentioning, Be Prepared, because that's really the answer here, so that you can basically start over, wipe Robert's board completely, and start slowly gaining advantage over time and coming back.
Yeah. We did see that Madame Medusa in his hand, and I was wondering if that's what we're going to see is Madame Medusa coming down, choosing to banish that Robin Hood, because that's really was that biggest quester on the board there.
Biggest quester, and one of the biggest threats, in that Robin Hood can challenge your other characters and still gain lore. It's super important for Emerald Steel to get as much lore as possible early in the game, because playing against a deck with a better late game like Ruby Amethyst, you're less likely to have your characters stay on board at least long enough to quest with. And something else to think about, Robert has a wide board, but 2 of those cards are Bucky. Robert doesn't really want to exert these Buckies if he doesn't have to. He wants to only exert them when he knows they'll be safe, which is basically never at this point.
Oh, yeah, and he's seen Jeremy's hand because of the Diablo that he played, so he knows Be Prepared is there. But he's choosing not to quest with Bucky. Do you think that there's a reason, why would he not choose to quest now if he knows that Be Prepared is going to take them out?
That's a good question, to be honest with you. If he knows that Be Prepared is coming along, it may be advantageous to just go ahead and quest with him. The other reason might just be to force the Be Prepared. So Ruby Amethyst has cards like the Peter Pan Shadowfinder, the Maui, these cards that have rush, and Robert only had the 2 Buckies and the Diablos in play. So if you quest with all of them, he had a Madame Medusa in play, all he needs is another Maui or a Peter Pan Shadowfinder, which he did draw off the top. Then you can play that to banish the exerted characters, and now you don't have to play the Be Prepared. You can get rid of them anyway and save it. So it sort of forces Jeremy to play this Be Prepared, and that's one less Be Prepared that he'll have later.
Yeah, I have to be honest. This is one of my favorite things to do as a player myself, is to play Be Prepared. Your opponent puts down another character, and then you come right back and say, well, Lady Tremaine.
Sorry. Should have played another character.
Lady Tremaine is great, and I'm glad to see that some players are still including her in decks because she's a lot of fun. I know we've talked before in some other matches, Madame Medusa, is really strong, but Lady Tremaine, I think, still has a nice place in the deck.
Absolutely. These ladies in chairs, as the community likes to call them, are very strong for different reasons. Lady Tremaine forces your opponent to pick a character to banish when she's played, and so of course when there's only one character in play, that's the only character they can banish. And she was an extremely strong card in set 2, sort of tapered off when Madame Medusa got introduced in set 3, and has seen more of a comeback because people have stopped playing around her. I remember in Rise of the Floodborn, every deck was playing small one-drop characters, so you had something to play next to that threat in case your opponent had a Lady Tremaine, and people just aren't doing that anymore, so you can get away with plays like that where they just play a Tragic Beast and then the Lady Tremaine comes down.
Yeah. But there's really been, since Jeremy was able to play that Be Prepared, a dramatic shift here in the board state. How do you think, what do you think Robert's going through Robert's mind here in the current game state?
So Robert's trying his hardest to utilize threatening cards like Diablo. We see him playing the Diablos, hoping that you can get the Diablos exerted, playing the Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, so that you can start to challenge your opponent's characters and continue to gain a little lore. Unfortunately, Jeremy is doing what Ruby is best at doing and just keeps banishing these cards. This is why it was so important for Emerald Steel to gain as much lore as possible at the beginning of the game, because as the game goes later and later, Ruby Amethyst just has more options to banish your characters before they're really able to quest and before they're able to do anything, while continuing to build a wide board themselves. And Ruby Amethyst starts to really pop off here, being able to play their Merlin Rabbits, bounce them back. All those cards you discarded earlier, you're starting to draw a bunch of extra cards, and unless Robert can stick a Diablo or something that can draw him cards as well, he's going to be working with very limited resources.
And there was another Be Prepared in Jeremy's hand, but Robert was able to force the discard there with the Ursula Deceiver.
It's definitely a start, because you don't want Jeremy to have access to another Be Prepared in case you do start to come back and are able to build another wide board, so that's great. Jeremy's hand is still looking very great, though, having 2 Merlin Rabbits in hand, also having a Flynn, Sisu, and a Maui.
Yes.
The Sisu's a little bit less threatening because Robert's not working with a ton of cards, but the Maui having 6 strength is certainly enough to make sure that the Flynn gets a trigger every turn, and Robert just not having very many cards in his hand.
Robert's out. He's empty-handed.
No cards in his hand means that it's more likely for the Flynn Rider to be able to trigger, gaining 3 lore at the start of Jeremy's turn. We do see a fun card that we haven't seen in a little while, though. Donald Duck coming down.
He just celebrated a birthday.
He did just celebrate a birthday. He's an old duck.
He is.
But
he's a classic.
He has a very fun ability. It's a group hug ability. Everybody gets to draw cards at the start of Robert's turn. Jeremy can decide if he wants to draw another card, and Robert gets to draw an extra card off of Donald Duck as well. It's sort of like a pseudo Tragic Beast. I see people playing him for that reason.
Oh, yeah.
He also has 2 lore and a lot of willpower, so he can be difficult to banish through challenging, and can also quest for a fair amount. And because your opponent gets to draw cards off of him, they're kind of incentivized not to challenge him. In this case, I expect fully Jeremy to banish the Donald Duck if he can, because Robert's already at 14 lore. But
yeah, I think Robert, he was counting up the lore on board there and going, well, Jeremy gets this one because he put down 3 characters there at the end, the Sisu, Merlin, I think something else, the Flynn. He just went
Flynn
boom, boom,
Merlin
boom.
Goat,
And yes.
Yeah, so had an overwhelming board state there. So the rounded up being split, but we saw how strong both decks could be when they do their thing. And in the first game, we saw Bucky pop off and discard a bunch of cards, especially getting rid of those Be Prepared. We talked about how important they were for Ruby Amethyst in this matchup specifically to start to come back. And then in game 2, when the Be Prepared could be played and did wipe out the board, we saw what happens when they're actually able to go through with that game plan.
Yeah, and I think that, as we talked about during the game, Jeremy choosing to hold back his cards, not play characters, so that he was keeping his resources. He could put those cards into the inkwell, and then if Bucky did force him to discard, he had the cards available to do it and was able to save the cards that he really wanted for when he needed them.
Totally. I mean, top tier play from Jeremy there, because a lot of people would say, if you're Ruby Amethyst, you're playing against Bucky Discard, and your opponent finds 2 Buckies, you can't ever win that game.
Can't come back. Yeah.
But because he didn't play all those cards, he had enough cards in hand so that even when there were 2 Buckies in play, he was still able to discard a couple cards and get his way up to that 6 and 7 lore. So definitely made a difference in that game, I think, and ultimately is what helped him win.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to both players. Really wonderful play. Those are some fun matches to watch. We're going to go to a break, and we will be back with some player interviews and then go into round 6.
Hey everyone, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm here with Jeremy Bertione, and we just watched a really good match from you, and I was enthralled in that second game. You going up against the Emerald deck, and you were really, really patient in game two. Is that something that you have to do in that kind of matchup, especially with like the Bucky starts?
So at the beginning of the set, everyone thought that the matchup was like almost unwinnable for red purple, but then this really great strategy sort of emerged where you kind of really hold everything back. You only play cards that draw cards because you're trying to keep a critical mass in your hand, hope that you can get a be prepared, and then usually cleaning up after that's pretty easy. It's just getting there. You have to not play your Sisus, not play your Flynn Riders. It's maybe a little counterintuitive, but you have to have that sort of game plan to get into the late game that you want to be in.
Yeah, I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, why didn't he develop these characters on 2 and 3 that he has in his hand? And then I saw your game plan to come there together, and you were like, protecting that be prepared your hand. It looked amazing, and then it worked out beautifully, which is nice. Speaking of being prepared,
yeah,
you play in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh yeah.
And you were telling me, and I've heard this from more than just you, that you think that this might be the best place in the world to play Lorcana.
Atlanta has the craziest scene in the world. You have crushers like Kindle Burdett and Zan Syed. Those are like masters of their archetype. They've got golden Mickeys and all this stuff. Every set championship that you walk into is like one of the hardest tournaments in the world in Lorcana. So I really think Atlanta is like molding this class of just like impossibly good players that know these matchups ins and out, right? This plan that I talked about is one that like got developed in Atlanta.
Yeah, and are y'all all practicing together? Is it like a good camaraderie there? Healthy companionship with each other, but like also you want to beat each other?
My girlfriend's actually jealous because it can be hard to make friends as an adult sometime, and I like got into Lorcana in Atlanta, and suddenly I had a group of like 10 guys that are always talking on Discord, always practicing together and just doing whatever we can to be good at Lorcana. So yeah, I mean, they're probably some of my best friends,
It's like, hey, boyfriend, come to dinner, and you're like, sorry, I got to play some more Lorcana.
I'm with all the friends that I just made playing this Disney trading card game.
Well, Jeremy, best of luck the rest of the day, and thanks for taking some time with us.
Tannon, great to see you again. Glad to be back, and thanks so much.
Hello, Lumineers, and welcome to round 6. I'm Rebekah, and I am here joined by Tannon Grace, who you've seen interviewing players, and now he is here with me in the booth for this round.
Well, I had to take a little bit of a run from the stage
Yes,
over to here.
yes,
But
some Disney magic.
yeah, I've seen y'all doing the casting so far at all 3 of the challenges. It looked like so much fun. I was like, I got to get involved in this. I had to try my hand at it. So hopefully it goes well this round.
Yes, I mean, you wanted to join us so much that you even matched my pin.
I did. I wanted to,
matching pins.
Yeah, we thought ahead, So.
Well, I'm excited to get into this next match. We have 2 decks that are being played a lot right now. We have a Ruby Amethyst and Blue Sapphire or Sapphire Steel. So this is going to be a fun matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, this is one of the best matchups in my opinion in all of Lorcana. Especially when you take away the Emerald top part of some of the metagame. These are 2 of the most played decks, like you were saying. And this is a matchup where people will go back and forth on who they think is favored. A lot of people will say they think the Ruby Amethyst deck is favored, which I do think is correct in general, like in a vacuum. But once you get to the certain player level that you're going to be seeing, especially in this match, I do think that Blue Steel actually can go toe-to-toe with this deck when you have a good plan and you execute it well and you mulligan correctly at the beginning of the games. And we have Brennan DeCandio in this round playing Blue Steel,
yes,
one of the better players that we have on tour here. And I expect him to be able to play this round as well as you possibly can.
Yeah, these players are going to go toe-to-toe for sure. So let's go ahead and dive in and see what these players can do. So we have Matthew Burns over here, player 1 with 27 points so far today. He's playing the Ruby Amethyst deck. And then Brennan DeCandio, like you said, with 27 points on the Sapphire Steel deck. And we have both players have already taken turn 1, I think. We have Popsicle, of course, is like the perfect opening for a Sapphire Steel deck. And nothing here yet on Matthew's side.
Yeah, Matthew can take his time and develop. He doesn't have to come roaring out of the gates in this matchup too much because it's more about his 2 drops and his 3 drops in this matchup that are better. Flynn Rider and Sisu on turn 3 are the real winners for him.
Absolutely.
Flynn Rider can get a lot of lore early because Brennan does not do a great job of checking that early in the game. And then if you get Sisu out, it is something that Brennan has a very hard time trading into 1-for-1 in the matchup. It creates a problem with, it having too much strength and having 4 willpower can be a lot of a problem. So turn 2, really important for both of them. We're over on Brennan's side. Does he have 1 jump ahead here? Or is this one of the slower draws where he's going to be relying on Quill? That's the big answer.
Yeah, and it is that 1 jump ahead, like you said, which that is a song, which he uses ink to play and adds another card into his inkwell. It's exerted, of course, so he can't play another character or anything this turn, but really helping with that ramp. So that's what Blue Steel is known for. The Sapphire decks all can ramp and build up that inkwell very quickly.
And speaking of Flynn Rider, we see 2 of them here. 1
2.
in the inkwell, one played for Matt Burns in here. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. So the fact that Brennan can play, say, like Haversam here, and that's a very powerful play for him, right? To draw 2 cards, but immediately Flynn's going to go and get 3 lore, possibly quest into another one, and that's a lot off of a 2-drop. So, Brennan coming off of a top 8 in Chicago, played this deck very famously there, did really well with it. He's actually changed up his list a little bit coming into this. One of the biggest changes was he went up to 4 copies of the card Ba-Boom. And this is a card in general that he's kind of targeting, besides obviously, Bucky and Diablo and things like that. Things like Flynn Rider are a problem for this deck, especially on the draw. I just wanted to have more early things to deal with. Speaking of really good draws, there's the Haversam getting put.
Yeah, put in the inkwell. What do you think about that instead of seeing it played down on the board?
You know what? I kind of like it in this matchup. Haversam is a very powerful card, but its real power is when it starts to quest as well. It gets the 2 cards when it comes to play, and then you quest it. You don't know if Brennan's going to have a second way to quest here because, he might use the Popsicle, but he might not want to get rid of the Fishbone Quill. The other problem is this. The decks have 4 copies of Brawl in this matchup, and that is the only card in your deck that Brawl can hit. So if you never put a Haversam to play, they never have a target for Brawl. And so that's pretty awesome for you if you can kind of strand that card in their hand or not give them a good target.
Yeah, which it doesn't look like Matthew has Brawl in his hand. But he does have that Sisu, which that Flynn Sisu, turn 2, turn 3 is like the perfect line of play that a Ruby Amethyst player wants to see. Of course, that Sisu gaining 1 strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So at this point, early in the game, most players do have a pretty full hand.
Another problem for Haversam here as well. You're drawing 2 cards when it gets played. You're drawing 2 cards when it gets exerted. So when you exert it, you'll draw 2 cards, but they will immediately turn Sisu into a challenge, and you're going to have enough cards for it to take down.
Flaversham, yes. But man, okay, this is seeing Tinkerbell come down already is pretty amazing. Again, the power of that ramp. Tinkerbell is a 6-cost card. The fact that Brendan was able to play it this soon. What do you think about this Tinkerbell?
One of the best cards in the entire game. Tinkerbell, I know I've heard stories because I wasn't around, but in sets 1 and 2, this might have been the most powerful card. Or one of the most powerful cards
it was
Lorcana.
really popular.
And we're starting to see the power of it here because not only is it putting damage on your opposing characters, but the threat of it ever getting to challenge a character and then take out another character, because it's normally going to be able to do that in this matchup, is huge. Not only that, here's the thing. Anytime Brendan gets a 5 or 6 cost character into play, you always worry about his next turn, because that's when this deck really, really starts to sing.
Yes.
I think it's the right way to put it here. Because anytime these get to sing something like Along Came Zeus, A Whole New World, or anything like that, Brendan's going to start to pull far ahead, because he's got such an ink advantage that he's going to start to really be able to leverage that. So you're seeing, Matthew having one of the ideal starts here, Flynn Rider into Sisu, but he's probably not as far ahead as you would hope to be in a matchup where you have your ideal start.
Yeah, and Brendan does have a couple of really strong song cards in his hand. He has both A Whole New World and Grab You Swords. So it looks like he has quite a few options here. He has the Tinkerbell as well. So, Matthew, of course, doesn't know that those songs are hiding in his hand. But what do you think, Brendan, knowing what he knows, what do you think he's hoping to not see on Matthew's side?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a single card he's hoping not to see here. In fact, I think he's actually hoping that Matthew doesn't do too much here or play too many cards, because it looks like he's setting up a whole new world for the next turn. He put the Hercules into play in bodyguard mode here, which is pretty good. It's going to make sure that Tinkerbell stays around. He's going to have a character here to possibly sing the whole new world, because that's when you get the real strength of the card, is you're not actually paying ink for it. You're getting just to tap one of your characters and stuff as well. Because you actually saw him take the Tinkerbell and attack into the castle here. That's a problematic card as well in this matchup. So like I said, this is one of the nightmare starts from Matthew Burnside for DeCandio, and he's actually in a pretty good position from here.
Yeah, that Queen's Castle is such a strong card. I've seen it help players win games. So Brennan really trying to take care of it quickly is going to be really important, I think.
Yeah, and Matthew has to be kind of conscious here too. He needs to make sure that his next turn isn't going to be, that Brennan's next turn is going to be bad for him. He has to start worrying about something like A Whole New World. He has to worry about Draw Your Sword. He has to worry about a second copy of Tinkerbell, and making sure none of that happens too badly for him here. The other problem here is, don't forget that Hercules has resist 1 here, so there's not a lot of really, really good attacks from here, because Brennan got a bunch of cards out of his hand, so that Sisu now only has 2 strength.
Yeah, so that's 2 strength, and he does have a fox that came down, but again, because that resist, what do you think Matthew's best line is here?
So I'm wondering if you're supposed to start to challenge some of your cards into this. I don't think you do. I think what Matthew's doing is probably what is best for him here, and just get a bunch of your characters into play here. Use your ink in your hand as much as you can, because it's likely you're getting a whole new world.
Yeah. And unfortunately, if that does happen, those 2 be prepareds are going to go into the discard.
Yeah, this is really important. I'm glad you pointed that out. That's 2 copies of Be Prepared here, and that's 2 of the most powerful cards that Matthew has in this matchup.
Yes.
Because it's his only reset button. We talked about it just now, that sometimes his challenges aren't as good in this matchup because the characters are so big on Brennan's side. And he needs to be able to keep the board as clear as possible, because if Brennan starts to amass too much of one, he's never going to keep up in value and rate.
Yeah, and some players will run 4 Be Prepared, but some only 3. So, by losing those 2 with Whole New World, besides that, what are the answers do you think that Matthew's looking for on his side?
A couple more foxes, and so here's the thing: Matthew's behind drastically here. He's starting to fall behind on the board in size. He's going to start to fall behind in lore very soon once Brendan decides to turn the corner and start, actually generating lore. The thing that he needs to do here is start to develop a board as much as possible from here. The problem is he's at such an ink disadvantage that Brennan's going to be able to keep pushing the forward with his stuff, and then maybe play A Whole New World again. He's never going to run out of gas. So Matthew has to be as efficient as possible with his cards here, while developing a better position on the board and developing as much lore as possible, because he needs to start making Brennan have to make tough choices here.
Yeah. He does have a Brawl, which he decides to ink. He has another Queen's Castle, which I wonder if we'll see. But those 2 Tinkerbells on Brennan's side of the board are going to be, and that you can't even do anything about them because of that bodyguard that's out there.
Yeah, maybe Matthew needs to start finding his copies of King Undisputed. The problem is there's the Hercules there protecting the Tinkerbells. You start getting them off the board. You start getting through these things as much as possible so your characters are free to quest. That is the biggest squeeze that he's in right now, is if he ever starts questing, he runs the risk of losing not one, but multiple characters to single challenges from Brennan.
Yeah. And he does play a rabbit here to draw a card. He got a friends, which, to help him dig through his deck and find some more answers, which he does use Madam Mim Fox to sing. He got a goat and a snake. Not maybe the answers he was looking for.
And yeah, you're seeing how Brennan's leveraging his deck into making this a more palatable matchup than it generally is. And sometimes, I know that when I first started playing this matchup, I did not win a lot at all on the blue-steel side. I lost a lot. What he's doing is he's setting the terms of combat here.
Yeah.
And he's making Matthew have to play a game that he doesn't want to, where, hey, look, you're going to need to challenge my characters to get out of this here. And Matthew's characters don't challenge well into this board.
Yeah. Yeah, even the characters that he has, they can't really do much damage at all to what Brennan has out on the board. And because of that Hercules out, that Flynn that's sitting there isn't doing anything for him.
Yeah, exactly. That Flynn is pretty much a dead card here at this point, and you're seeing Brennan really start to turn the corner here. And I've got to believe, so this is a Tamatoa here. This is how Brennan's going to win the game very quickly. This, plus if he ever has a lucky dime, is going to gain 10 to 12 lore in a turn, depending on how many items he has. I don't know if Brennan would play this early in the game. I know I say early. It's a little bit, but like this early in the game, because this generally goes really long. I don't know if he'd play this early if those two Be Prepared hadn't been discarded earlier for the whole new world, because there's a chance that Matthew, I mean, look, he's got a ton of cards in his hand, but the odds of him having them are a lot lower.
Yeah, Brennan saw those two Be Prepareds go into the discard, and so he probably felt very safe putting that Tamatoa out there.
Yeah, you can see you go ahead and start to lore up here. I think it was a lore for 5, 6 here total that turn.
Yeah, and that Tamatoa right now, of course, he quests for 1 on his own, but then he gets an extra 3 lore for those other items that he has out. So Tamatoa is questing for 4, and then both Tinkerbell and Hercules are all questing for 2. So there's a lot of lore. And Brennan, in lore was quite behind Matthew, but this deck can turn very quickly, and we can see now that's 10 lore that he's going to get next turn.
Yeah, you're never actually too far ahead of the blue steel deck when it comes to lore because of Tamatoa and because of Lucky Dime. They can do unreal things. I've seen people go from 0 to 14 in one turn, and then threaten to have too much lore, threaten to go over 20 on the turn after that from actual 0.
Yes.
And then you have to keep Matthew as well on a certain turn, a certain amount. You have to keep him below, say, like 15, 16, 17 going into the last turns, because they can do some really cool things with Goat and Bouncing Goat once they developed enough ink. And you're drawing a lot of extra cards from the game, so they can set that hand up. So that's what Matthew's trying to find here. He's either, I think the ship has sailed on trying to get control of the board back without finding one of his Be Prepared. So you see the King card here taking out one of the characters from Brennan. But I think at this point, I guess you just have to try to race in lore. The problem is that Tamatoa is going to make that really difficult.
Really difficult, yeah. And, of course, that Bee King Undisputed lets Brennan pick which card he's going to banish, and he chose one of his 2 Tinkerbells that he had out. So he said...
The second one is extra. The first one,
yes.
the threat of the first one is enough. Keeping the bodyguard around is really important, and you don't want to get rid of Tamatoa here because of the power of it, questing for 4, 5, 6 every single turn. And, all right, here's the start of this for Matthew. He's going to have to start attacking into this Hercules, and look, it's not great. This is what I was talking about earlier. You need at least 2 attacks into Hercules to take care of this.
Yep, which he does. He
Yeah,
trades both of his Mims, the fox and the snake.
And now you're not left over with enough strength that's capable of challenging, starting to take care of the Tinkerbell, and you can't even quest with some of your other cards either for fear of Tinkerbell taking out multiple cards. So this is what I like to call the squeeze from the Sapphire deck. You're in a spot that's not great for you.
Yeah, I feel like Brennan's still got to be feeling pretty good at this point. He still has the Tamatoa. He does with a bunch of items. He still has one of his Tinkerbells. How do you think he's feeling right now?
I think he's feeling like he can't possibly lose this game from this point. He's got a whole new world in his hand, another Tamatoa. If something happens to the first one, and he's got to grab your swords here just in case Matthew decides, look, I've got to try to race on lore. I'm going to go wide, play 3 or 4 characters turn, and then Brennan's waiting in the wings to just take care and sweep all that up. It's going to take some monumental heroic stuff from Matthew to get back into the game from this point, even though he's technically leading in lore right now.
Yeah, the lead is not by much, though, because we've seen Brennan really pick up the pace. He's stepping on the gas. We see him here doing, questing with Tamatoa, and now he is up to 10 lore. And yeah, it's really tipping the scales have tipped the other direction very quickly.
Yeah, he's getting to do, and here we go. We see the grab your swords.
Grab your swords.
Yeah, this is going to go ahead and just take care of everything, actually, from Matthew Burns' side of the board. And we get to see Brennan doing one of my favorite things with Tamatoa here. If you get to have it in play multiple turns, even if you don't have a ton of items play, if you have something like Popsicle in play, you can sacrifice the Popsicle anytime you want, even if you're not getting value off of it, which there's sometimes you can. You can get some defense, some damage off of some of these characters, but it puts it into the discard pile, and then you quest the Tamatoa. Yeah, you lose 1 lore, but you get it back, and then you get to draw another card, so you keep the gas going.
Yeah.
And, we're just looking for Lucky Dime here at this point. Even though Brennan doesn't really need it to win from here, it would seal the game immediately.
Yeah, if he keeps both Tamatoa and Tinkerbell, if nothing changes about this board state, he'll quest for 7 next turn. And so then at this point, the game would be over in 2 turns unless Matthew can find something here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Besides that, be prepared, there's really not much.
Yeah, it's just be prepared. The fact that 1 character was left over besides the Tamatoa is, you could tell Brennan was very much trying to do that. He was trying to make sure that 2 characters stay on the board. In fact, he doesn't have it in his list, but this is one of the reasons that some people play the Mickey Mouse version of
yes,
this.
the Mickey
So they
Mouse
have
Detective.
Yeah,
yes.
so they have a leftover character sitting around to give up for Be King Undisputed.
Yep. And I think that Matthew played the rabbit. I think he just drew another Flynn off of the rabbit. So not the answers he was hoping.
You got a feel for Matt here. His opener was really good for
Yes.
this matchup in particular, and it just wasn't enough. So this is one of those games you just got to tip your cap to your opponent where, look, you did what you're supposed to do. You played fine. You drew well, but like your opponent's hand just, it had what it needed to beat you from here.
Yeah. And that whole new world really, I mean, that was the turning point in the game, was when Brendan played that whole new world. It was really a whole new world for both of them.
Yeah, it was a game that looked like it was in a good spot for Matthew, and then Brendan's like, no, we're actually in my world. You're just allowed to be here.
Yes, and now it's all shiny, shimmering splendor over here on Brennan's side with that Tamatoa. And is that another whole new world?
That is another whole new world.
Wow.
I think so. The extra cards don't matter here. Brennan's so far ahead that he doesn't mind giving Matthew Burns extra cards, but he's just maybe trying to find a way to lethal this turn, which he did. Lethal dime with Tamatoa.
He found the lucky dime, and there it is. Yeah.
And speaking of ink and how much Brennan has this turn, I want to talk about the card that he had face up in his inkwell there while we're waiting for the next one. It's Argus. So it's just a random common. And I saw some people starting to play it in this matchup, and Brennan started playing it. And I was like wondering, I was like, this card to me, it seems out of place. It's not as powerful as the other one. It's not an item early. It's so big, and especially this kind of matchups, because it answers Flynn Rider, it answers Sisu early. It can challenge, it can attack down a castle with multiple attacks, or challenge down a castle with multiple challenges and stuff. And so for a common that's just a 4/1 for 2 that quests for 1, I was like, yeah, I wasn't impressed with this. Then you see that it just answers so many of your problems in the matchup. So another piece of technology just for this matchup. So that's why I was saying earlier that I do think it's actually advantaged on the other side away from Blue Steel, because Blue Steel has to make so many concessions to make the match palatable.
To make it work for this matchup, which, I mean, when you're going into a tournament like this, though, that's what you have to do. You have to think about what are the decks that I'm most likely to see out there? What are the cards that I need to have that will put me in the best position to win those matches? And we can see that Brennan did, and it had worked out in his favor in this first game of this match.
And speaking about that, about like what it's going to take to be in the favor, let's talk about what's going to happen for Matthew Burns. For him to be better in game 2 and to make this a 1-1 match, he's going to have either a similar start to that one and not have Brennan have all the answers and his best possible draw. If his draw doesn't match up perfectly for that, that's great. He doesn't have a boom, he doesn't have Argus or anything like that. Or if he can make the game go a little bit longer and actually stick a few characters on the board, that's what's going to look like to a winning game for him. Because once he starts to get to do the Merlin, Goat, Madam Mim kind of bounce and stuff, he can win games from spots that look really, really bad by just questing a bunch and then gaining a bunch of lore without ever questing.
Yeah, and Ruby Amethyst, I mean, when you get to the late game, if they can start bouncing those goats, I mean, they can close out games when you're least expecting it. So yeah, let's jump into game 2 and see if Matthew can pull this one out, or if Brennan is going to take home another win. So it looks like both players have already altered their opening hands, and they're just getting ready to start. I believe Brennan was on the play last time, so Matthew's going to start us out.
That's huge here as well. Matthew being able to play this game, and this is one of the better ones to start off with, Turn Box Followers. I love this card. This is a really good litmus test for how much you understand your matchups. And it's just such a great card because, look, if Brennan doesn't have a lot of answers early, this is going to get a ton of lore in, and then the turn you need it, it's going to, change in for a card. But also, if your hand doesn't work out, right? If you've rearranged your hand, you're missing your 2-drop, you're missing your 3-drop, I just need another Inkable, you can go ahead and quest for this and change it into a card. I think this is one of the best 1-drops the entire game. I think this is just a very well-rounded, well-designed card that does so many little things that you don't necessarily notice in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it again and again today that turn 1, Ruby Amethyst puts down Chernobog's followers. He's questing, and of course, this card has the ability where when you quest, you can choose to banish it, but you don't have to draw a card. And because there's no threats on the board here on Brennan's side, Matthew's just questing and leaving it there on the board, so he gets to choose when he wants to banish it.
Yeah, not having a Flynn Rider here is huge for Brennan.
Yeah, I see the Sisu in his hand, but there was no Flynn.
Yeah, that's huge for Brennan. That takes a lot of pressure off him because the Flynn would have gotten at least 3 to 4 lore this game, if not more. Plus, you've got the Chernobog's followers starting early. Then we're going to have the Sisu behind this. He would have been really far behind very, very early in this game. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and just the Popsicle and the Fortisphere so far on Brennan's side. We didn't see that one jump ahead like we saw last time to help build up his Inkwell. What do you think Brennan's looking for?
So here's the thing. Both of his Inks cards are the same one. They're both Quills.
Yeah.
I have to believe there's a third Quill.
A third Quill? Yeah,
there's no way that we don't have a third Quill here when you don't have a 1 jump ahead and you're already inking them. So I think
there is. Yep. Look at that. He has 2 more in his hand.
So he just has all 4?
He has all 4 Quills. Nice. He's going to ink the other one and then play.
So is this triple ink of Fishbone Quill into... Oh, there we go. Ever the Showman. Yeah. 4 of a kind dealer. What do I win?
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine having an opening hand, starting?
Yeah, he
out
probably
the game.
kept 1 and then
drew
more.
3 of them. Yes, I've had games like that before.
Oh, absolutely. You should know it too. If your opponent is ever in something like a blue steel deck, if they're ever putting down their Quills face up in turn 1 or 2, and especially if they don't 1 jump ahead, there's more behind this.
There's more coming. Yeah, any of those cards that are like powerhouse cards, and you see it go into the Inkwell on the turn that it could be played, there's another one in their hand.
So we got a little distracted by the 4 of here. That's the answer to your question, by the way. What does Brennan need here coming into turn 3? He needed a Fishbone Quill.
And
he had 4 of them.
Yes. Yeah, which, again, for the Sapphire Steel, that's what you want to see. You want to be able to ramp, get up to those high-cost cards as quickly as possible, especially, I think, in this matchup to Ruby Amethyst.
Oh, absolutely. One thing that's going on here, so Matthew Burns' hand is actually pretty good to play out this game. He's got the Turbo Stars, he's got the Sisu, but he has a lot of the tricksy stuff that I'm talking about, kind of like the mid-range fight here. He's going to draw some extra cards here, maybe get some value of playing cards a second time by picking them up with the mana mims. He also has a Be Prepared in his hand, I believe. I think I caught a sight of that earlier. The thing about this is, in this matchup, when you have something like Be Prepared in your opening hand, that's actually not the best place to have it.
Yeah, you don't want it on turn 1. You want it like on turn 5 or 6, so it's not sitting there.
Yeah, the other thing too is like you can't always count on having it for your turn 7 because you are only playing it on turn 7, the earliest things possible. Brennan, let's say he could have that card, his deck would play a lot sooner because he's usually going to have the ink advantage. But also, he's most likely to have played a whole new world before you get to turn 7.
Yes, that's absolutely true, and which is exactly what we saw last game, where Matthew had the Be Prepared. He had 2 of them, but he wasn't able to hold on to them when he had 7 ink because Brennan played a whole new world. I think though it looks like it might be King Undisputed over in Matthew's hand, which is a good one for him to have.
Yeah, it's a really good one. He could definitely navigate some
there's
board
Be Prepared.
states. There we go. There we go. He could definitely navigate some board states to where Be King Undisputed get the exact character you want to, because the way this game plays out, a lot of times it's not like the one we saw in game 1 where there's a bunch of characters left over. Generally, it's one you have to sing, and then he can trade in with like a fox and a couple other things, or one other thing maybe, and then kind of make the choice for Brennan. Like it says choose, but he doesn't actually get to choose.
He doesn't actually choose.
Yeah. So like that's one thing you're seeing here. 5-drop Beast, not amazing in this matchup, right? You're not destroying an item ever, obviously, but it is something that can sing all of your songs.
Yep.
It is big enough to trade with practically everything from Matthew Burns, which is great. Also, it's Be King Undisputed fodder that we've talked about here that protects the more important characters down the road. So this is one that, yeah, usually you're inking it more in this matchup, but it's fine to play this early enough just so you can set up those huge turns like we've seen where you sing Whole New World and do some stuff. And
there's Be King Undisputed.
I like this from Matthew. Like he saw that in game 1, it got out of hand when Brennan got multiple characters into play. Let's make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. And especially because it was just that one character on board, he knew that was going to be the one that's going to go. The other
I don't know if Beast could he actually be king if, there were lions around? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, he is king of the castle.
Yeah, but he's king of a castle. The lions are king of everything the light touches.
Fair enough.
That's so much more than a castle.
It's true. Yes.
Plus, Matthew has castle in his deck, so there's like that thing too. Like,
Yes. King Undisputed. Now, Brennan, he has the Tamatoa in hand. He also has a Cogsworth, I see. He's got some good stuff over there. But we have yet to see, besides that beast, a character come out and stick. What do you think he's hoping to do here?
He needs to get a character to stick for a turn. And, that's another reason why you saw Matthew get really aggressive with the Be King Undisputed is if you can keep Brennan from singing Whole New World, from singing Grab Your Swords, or even from singing, Zeus, like just any of the cards that cost, 4 or 5, those are the turns where Brennan starts to pull ahead because he could ever, sing plus play a character that's really powerful.
Yeah.
If you grab your swords plus Tinkerbell, that is devastating. Usually kills everything in Matt Burns' deck besides maybe Sisu. And that's the kind of turns he's really trying to avoid. And it feels like, we could see the cards obviously, but it feels like Brennan's trying to set something up like that. He's trying to set up, singing one of his characters. And that's what this deck wants to do. So if you're not always doing the best thing your deck can do, if you can stop your opponent from doing what they're about to do, that might be better.
Yeah. And we do see that Cogsworth come down, which is a fun card. He has Ward, which everyone is just, gets really frustrated with that Ward. But he has another fun ability where he gives Resist 1 to all your other characters. What are your thoughts about Cogsworth?
So Resist is a great ability. It's super powerful. This deck utilizes it almost never. it almost never comes up. You're not into combat too much. Cogsworth usually sings, which I don't know if Cogsworth has a great voice. I don't think it's a song I'd want to hear.
He doesn't. He dances a little bit in Be Our Guest, but he doesn't sing too much.
Yeah, he's more of a background dancer, a background singer. Yes. Yeah. It'd be like if I were to ask to sing, you do not want me on the main mic, please. Nobody wants that.
You're not going to sing Be Prepared for us today?
Absolutely not.
All right. But he has gotten that character to stick, so now he has a character that can sing. Like you said, Cogsworth is often used for singing.
Yeah, I love starting with Popsicle here for multiple reasons. That's the first thing you want to do. Oh, okay.
Did
I was about to say, double grab your
sing,
swords.
Grab your swords?
Well,
oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he sang one and
played the other.
Yeah. So I was going to say, I love starting with Popsicle here because if you have grab your swords, and if he were to draw into exactly Tinkerbell there, he could take over the entire side of the board from his opponent. But, hey, second grab your swords does pretty much the same thing.
That's the same thing. Yeah, that was, double grab your swords took care of everything on Matthew's side of the board. He had those Sisus that were out. He had that fox. I mean, Matthew's got to be feeling pretty bummed out right now.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. Matthew's bummed out, but he is at a 12-0 lore range.
Yes.
I am big on saying that this doesn't always tell you. And look, there's another Be King Undisputed, so it actually answers the Cogwork. So you see the Brawl stranded in his hand. This is something I talked about coming into this matchup. You can get into some spots where, and you see him inking the Brawl here, like, I only have one target for this card. Like, it's going to be dead in my hand. The thing is, he actually has a decent lead in lore here, and he can start to get to this point where he has 7, 8, 9, 8, where he start having turns where he plays 2 or 3 characters, gets a lot of advantage, and can maybe keep up with Brennan from here.
Yeah.
Brennan hasn't really pushed his advantage too much from this spot, but hopefully this Brave New World would give him a better chance of doing that.
Yeah. Now one thing I will note is that, Cogsworth, who is down on the board, has wards. So you can't choose that character for anything. But the great thing about Be King Undisputed is that it says your opponent chooses. You don't. And so it kind of gets around ward.
Also, I want to point out, Brennan used Haversam for ink here this turn, and this shows an understanding from both the players. We saw Brawls getting inked and Haversam getting inked, where it's like, look, we know where this cards go in the matchup, and yeah, they're fine a lot of times, but this is where they're normally going to. And yeah, that's a bell from Brennan as well here.
And I think that he's sitting at, is he at 10 ink now? He is at 10 ink, which means that Belle, she's strange but special and quest for 5. When
I may have gotten a little too hasty with the brawl talk because
there was another one.
Yeah, he added bells literally last night or like the day before. He usually never plays this card. This was not in his version from Chicago. So sorry that I said that a little bit, but in general, that's kind of how this matchup plays out. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, those brawls are so powerful, and yeah, he put one. I wonder how much he put it in the inkwell kind of as a decoy.
That's actually a really good point. Honestly, with us, putting your ink face up, it's very telling. If you pay attention to what your opponent's inking, you can get some information about their hand.
Absolutely.
About the full range of what they can possibly do, what they're thinking, what's likely to happen here. And look, Matt's actually starting to get to the point here where he's starting to actually get in a spot where Brennan needs to start answering this. This Maleficent, got a card, that's fine, but Flynn Rider is a card that is very scary.
It is, yeah, and he only has 2 strength, but, well, so now, of course, he's not going to get that 3 lore gain because we have the Tinkerbell and Cogsworth that came down, which both have more strength than Flynn. So, unfortunately, Matthew won't get the lore off of frenemy Flynn there.
And I wonder if this is going to be the Be Prepared turn for Matt. I think we saw a Be Prepared.
There's,
Speaking of
2 of them in his hand now. He just drew another one.
He's double prepared, and he's starting to the point where I don't know if he has a 1-drop here as well or a 2-drop where he could ink, play Be Prepared, and do something on the side.
Yeah, that's the one thing with Ruby Amethyst is that you don't typically ever see them sing Be Prepared. There's not a character that they usually will sing it with. You're always using all your ink as soon as you get to turn 7. But if you can have more ink, and we do see that Be Prepared, and you're able to get another character on the board before you pass it to your opponent, that really puts you in a good position.
Especially being at the 14-0 point here, I actually do think that Matt is not in a horrible spot here. Generally, I actually don't care about the lore lead until it gets to really bad when I'm blue steel. Speaking of
another whole new world.
And I think that means there's no Be Prepareds left, if I remember right, because Brennan was going through the discard pile for Matthew Burns, and I think there were 2 in there already, plus the one he just played, plus the one he just discarded.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. I think I caught that. But Matthew Burns is about to get to the danger zone of lore if you're on the other side of the board for any deck, where once they start to get to about 17, 18, you run the risk of being of losing the game to them not even having to quest, but doing some kind of goat tricks. Yeah, goat shenanigans is a better word for goats. Yeah,
goat shenanigans. I think I see a Queen's Castle in his hand, which might be an interesting card to put down.
Another card that's great here. Brennan doesn't have a way to challenge that or kill it right away, as far as what we know. Nothing on board can challenge it down. I know he does have a couple of Rise of the Titans in his decks, but he has to have that card in the spot. That's another reason why you've seen some of the changes in the decks come out of the Blue Steel deck from Brennan and some of the other players, is they've realized the problem cards, the ones that we've been talking about, the Sisus, the Flynn Riders, and the Castles.
And the Castle, yeah. I mean, Flynn, Sisu, Castle, those are the ones. Now, it's interesting. Matthew's kind of counting up I think, the cost of cards to see what can I put out here? Yeah. What can I play? So we're going to brawl on Flaversham.
That was a how much do I have left over after I have to play this brawl that I have to play?
What can I still get done?
What can I still afford? Yeah.
Okay, so that's the Flynn coming down, which that's an interesting, because Cogsworth has more strength than Flynn. What are your thoughts here about him playing the Flynn in this position?
I think this is just about being ink efficient at this point. He's getting enough stuff into play, plus lets him get the 1-drop plus the Madam Mim into play and get things, because here's the thing, he's at 14 lore. If he gets to quest of both of these, he goes up to 16, and we've talked about that, 16, 17, 18. These are the numbers where Brennan really has to worry, and you start to put the pressure on Brennan with, you want to put him in the spot where, hey, look, you don't just get to do whatever you want in your turn. You have to answer everything I'm doing for the rest of the game.
Right. Yeah, so Matthew has really become the aggressor here, and Brandon has to have the answers.
Yes, and eventually they will run out. We've already seen multiple grab your swords. We've already seen some Tinkerbells. Sometimes all their stuff doesn't line up perfectly in one turn. They do draw a ton of cards, and he has a ton of ink, but you can make them have to do these things, and sometimes they can't answer it correctly, and all you need is that small window.
Yeah.
Rebekah, you just need that one turn where he doesn't answer everything, and you're going to win from that spot.
Absolutely. I mean, and he does have some good options, I think, and he has a lot of cards. He has that Argus there that could stop Flynn from gaining that 3 lore that you were talking about earlier. And he just has so much ink, and he has a lot of options there in his hand. I'm trying to see what else he has.
So I see a
Another Cogsworth,
I see
Lucky Dime.
I think I see multiple Along Came Zeuses, and we're going to
Mhm.
see how threatened Brennan really feels this turn.
Yeah.
I would be tempted to start firing off some of these Along Came Zeuses to keep the lore count as low as possible, but he also might. The thing is, that comes with opportunity cost. If you're using your ink to do that, then you're not developing your board, you're not doing more. The biggest problem that I've seen this game from Brennan is he hasn't found a Tamatoa yet.
No Tamatoa, which
Yeah.
and he has that Lucky Dime in hand, but yeah, no Tamatoa. Looks like he is going to.
Looks like a quest up for 2. Going to start the slow climb up to even this game up. Second Cogsworth here. So double resist, and it does look like we're going to start picking away at some of Matthew Burns' board. And we're just getting as much lore into play as possible. And also, I
There's
think we
that
talked about
Argus.
this. We think there's no more Be Prepareds
Oh,
left
right, we
in Matthew's
think,
deck.
but-
So Brennan, the gates are open. You can play all the characters that you want. So here's what he kind of split the difference of what I was talking about. He kept the lore count low on his opponent's side, got rid of one of the better characters that could challenge if he wanted to do something like that, but also started to develop his own lore so that he could start catching back up, because he is starting to get worried. You can tell in the way that turn was played that he's a little worried that he's getting to the point, and we can see why right here in the front of Matthew Burns' hand. This is why he needs to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, those goat shenanigans, and he does even have a snake in hand as well, which means he could start bouncing that goat back and forth. And when you're starting to get close to 20, which there's that goat. There's that goat.
This is the scary part. When they have this much ink, when Matthew Burns has this much ink and leads on goat, you know it's not going to stay in play. He's going to get 2 lore off this card. And, yeah, there we go. Madam Mim, pick up, gain another lore here. And, you know, next turn this is likely to happen again. So that's 2 more lore this turn that you can't interact with in any way. And the next turn, probably 2 more that you can't interact with anyway. So that means, at this point, if anything starts to quest, you're probably losing this game. So this went from a really power position on Brennan as early as a few turns ago to now I think the game is in Matthew Burns' hand, and Brennan has to start answering everything.
Yeah, and because he doesn't have anything exerted over on Matthew's side of the board, Brennan can't challenge. So he does have that other Along Came Zeus, but he needs to have some other way to answer what Matthew has on his side of the board.
Absolutely, and the problem is I don't know if he's going to be able to cobble it all together here. And so I think a fox just got picked up from Matthew here too. So that's another way for him to bounce the goat, and that's exactly what he needed.
That's what he needed, yeah, because he didn't have another Madam Mim in hand, and so putting that Maleficent down, he did ink a castle, but that extra card off of Maleficent was worth it.
Yeah, and there was a turn or two earlier here that I was wondering about the ink usage of Brennan used, where he played a bunch of different characters, and I was wondering if maybe at some point Lucky Dime should have hit the board. I don't know if he ever really had time for it, but I think that's one of your outs is if you get a Lucky Dime to play as early as possible, it makes your first Tamatoa draw, possibly ending the game at the turn it happens. But I think he also saw the future of the fact that, look, I'm not going to have enough items in play for that to be a viable line for me.
Yeah. I mean, knowing that Matthew has that goat in hand, Brendan has got to be sweating it right now, because really, if he is able to bounce the goat, Brennan knows that Matthew could take the win on his next turn unless he does something pretty drastic here.
Yeah, the odds of you losing next turn are not zero. They're pretty,
zero.
They're pretty high, and that's even if you answer everything on the board here, because Brennan, look, he's readjusting all of his ink. I believe, yeah. So double the boom.
Okay, ba-boom on Maleficent and the Flynn.
So it takes care of these. He cannot let him quest.
And then
that's the biggest thing.
Nice, yeah, and he's going to sing Along Came Zeus on the snake. So, yeah, so even if you could bounce the goat, that's only 2 lore. That puts Matthew at 19. And so you've saved yourself one more turn to try to do something.
Yeah, if you had left any characters in play, the game was going to end next turn. Now this at least buys you 1 turn unless something really crazy happens. Like, I don't know if you can go, like, goat, bounce goat, play goat, play goat. Like, if you draw a second goat, I don't think he has enough ink for all of that.
If he draws a snake here, he could do it because he could play. No, he couldn't.
I think he's just short.
No.
Which, by the way, drew the second goat.
Oh, he did draw a second goat.
So this starts to set up, I think, an unlosable spot for Matthew Burns.
I don't know if he can bounce it a second time though, because he has a fox. He doesn't have a snake.
So the thing is here, though, the second copy allows him to put it in harm's way. He's fine with it being in play. So we'll see. Let's say how much ink does he have left? So he can gain 1 here. That puts him up to 18. He's going to play Madam Mim. That's going to put him up to 19. So this means that Brennan now has to answer every single thing in. I don't know if Brennan can win from here. He has to actually win the game. He can't prevent Matthew from winning the game.
We have a lot of ink. If he can get, maybe a Tamatoa to put down,
And that's super scary here. He actually just inked a copy of Goat.
Oh.
So that means that there's a plan that is probably deterministic from this point of winning the game. So at 19, and so in Brennan's eyes, there's a chance that, look, there's no more goats, right? Like we saw the goat. He doesn't know about the second
He doesn't
copy.
know about the second goat. You're right. Yeah.
And so if there's no Tamatoa here, there's no chance that he can win this turn, that he can get up to enough lore. And so I think Brennan's going to have to start doing math here, and a lot of it. What are the odds of me being able to play enough items, find a Tamatoa, activate Lucky Dime to win? And I don't know if he has enough ink to do all of that, though starting off with a sphere, that's a good start. If you were to go like running spheres into popsicles into it, maybe he could find a way to get 12 lore this turn.
Yeah, he has 6 lore on the board right now, which would put him up to 14. But yeah, I don't know if he can win it this turn.
Haversam draws 2 more cards. It draws a couple Tinkerbells. Now, look, this isn't bad here. That Tinkerbells combined with something else can beat the face-up thing that he knows here. He can start to clear the board from Madam Mim and Turnabox followers. If there's no goat in the other hand, in Matthew's hand, then you're still okay for a turn, and then you could possibly win the next turn. The problem is we know that second goat is looming.
We know that second goat, yes. Yeah, that I wonder if that was exactly why he put the goat in the inkwell, was to make Brennan feel like he was a little safe here.
Yeah, the thing is like, it probably won't even matter in the long run. It doesn't really, hide any information other than the fact that, like, if I see that, I would actually pretty much assume you have a second goat. But I'll have to see, like, a goat's just going to do it. And you see never finding, obviously, he goes into 3 cards down, I think was his first copy. And I think that's what he's talking about. Like, where are my Tamatoas?
Where are they?
Yeah, where's my big guy? Yeah, I need that hero, and I need it to win.
I need my Tamatoa. Then Tamatoa was a drab little crab on that game. He did not show his face. Usually he's shiny, but not this game.
So usually when I play this, like, I always have all the Tamatoas in my opening hand where I don't want them. And in this game, they were scared. They didn't want to come out.
They just didn't want to come out at all. They were hiding in the realm of the monsters.
Yeah, and so I think that this round, if you watch this from a top-down view, this is indicative of how this matchup goes a lot of ways. I think it was extremely well played by Matthew Burns and by Brennan DeCandio this round. And you saw both of them do what needed to be done against their opponents' really good draws and win games where they're not favored multiple turns of the game. Because it's funny, the players that had the best starts lost the 2 games that they had the starts in.
Yes. Yeah. Matthew had the really great start in game 1, but then Brennan was able to win, and it was totally flipped this second game around, which just goes to show you, I mean, how you open is really, really important, but it doesn't determine the outcome of the game.
How you respond is just as important.
Absolutely. Well, that was a great match. That was a lot of fun. That's it for round 6. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to bring you coverage of round 7.
Hey, Lorcana fans. Welcome back to the booth here in Fort Worth. We're at Disney Lorcana Challenge, the third in North America, and having a great time. Brandon, excited to be back in the booth with you. I understand you just spent quite a bit of time walking the floor between rounds. There's a lot of players still playing in the main event. What was it like out there?
Yeah, there's still a lot of energy going around in the main event. They're starting to wrap up on the day, honestly. I think the players are getting closer to round 8 round is when they're playing, and so a lot of the players are starting to figure out what their achievable goal is next, right? There's a lot of things these players are playing for, whether it's the Let It Go promo, whether it's the 30 points to get your maximum prize tickets, or even to make day 2. Everybody's sort of gunning for that last jump that they need, those last couple points, whether they need 7 points with a 2-0 in these next couple rounds, or if they just need a split and hoping that they can get at least one win off of their opponent. This is one of my favorite parts of the day because everybody's been playing all day, everybody's excited, and this is when it matters to get to some of those goals that you've set for yourself.
Yeah, I love that so much. And, one of my local players I was talking to between rounds, speaking of goals, I asked what he was playing for, and he said all he wanted to do was top his point total in the last Lorcana Challenge. Like, just do better than he did last time. And I love that so much.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, there's almost 2,000 players here playing today, and only 64 of them are going to make it into day 2. And I don't know the percentages on that. I just know it's very small.
I'm not a math major.
And so I think it's great for people to have reachable goals like that, where they just want to improve. They just want to do better than they did the last time. I mean, that's what this is all about, is improving over time and having fun at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And we are at the part of the day where this can be an endurance event too, both physically and mentally and emotionally too. So we're in round 8. Players have been playing all day, and right now is where you really have to put your nose to the grindstone to close out the day.
Absolutely. But for now, we have round 7 coming, right? I think we have a kind of an interesting matchup,
very interesting matchup.
Some ink combinations you don't normally see.
I can't wait to talk about it.
I can't wait to talk about it too. But just so that the people at home don't go anywhere, we have something you maybe haven't seen yet. I don't think anybody's seen yet. If you can wait till the end of this round. I don't want to give too much away, so I'm not.
Will you give me hints during the round?
Maybe I'll drop a couple hints as the game goes on.
Breadcrumbs, as it were. All right. Hakuna Matata. Let's watch the Lorcana.
Oh, I love it. Let's do it. All right, we've got Zach Bivens on the left, a very well-known name, popular name in Disney Lorcana. I love Zach Bivens for his ingenuity. Every single time we see him in a Disney Lorcana challenge, I feel like he brings something interesting to the table. And then we also have Shane Severs there on the right. I believe Zach Bivens is playing an Emerald deck, and then Shane is playing a Steel Sapphire deck.
Yeah, anybody who's watched these streams is familiar with Zach. He's played in both the previous challenges and placed very highly. I do not think he's cracked in the top 16, though, so something I think he's fighting for today. And yeah, with this deck that I think a lot of people talked about, this Amber Emerald deck. It had some tools in this latest set in Ursula's Return that made it kind of a viable deck in the competitive scene. And everybody was waiting for it to kind of like break into the mainstream, and it never quite did, although it's always been lurking as a deck that has some promise.
It has. It's been a bit of a sleeper deck, and to be honest, if anybody's going to be able to crack it, I think Zach is one of the players who can. We see him on turn 1 playing this Diablo, getting a good look at Shane's hand, taking some time to study it too. This is how you know you're playing against a good player. They don't just look at your hand and say, okay, you can take it back. He really takes time to memorize the cards that he's going to have to play around with Shane, and then immediately playing a Bare Necessities to, now that he knows what's in Shane's hand, knows that he can play the Bare Necessities and potentially get rid of a card. Looking at that Baboom, wanting to keep that Diablo nice and healthy and not banished.
Yeah, I mean, took a look, knew exactly what it had, knew that Baboom had to go, and played right into it. And now the Diablo, of course, exerted and going to start giving Zach extra cards on Shane's turn.
And we did see Shane play that Fortisphere on turn 1, a great card that just says draw a card when you played an item. Combos very well with a card I'm sure we will see later, Hiram Flaversham, that can banish an item. And then here we see Shane playing a Popsicle as well, and then inking for the turn and passing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Zach took a card off the Popsicle there. It's one thing to note. I think it's a May ability on the Diablo, so you can choose whether or not to take it. And Zach perhaps choosing not to take it off the Popsicle there.
Inking a Kita. I think that's the second big Kita that we've seen him ink so far. So just something to keep in mind. I imagine seeing these Kitas in this deck, we talked about how this is a deck people looked at, Under the Sea is a new song card utilizing the Sing Together mechanic that was new to Ursula's Return. And Under the Sea, I love this card because it sends all of the opposing characters to the bottom of their deck under a certain strength. So I'm led to believe that, or if I had to guess, since we see this Kita and we know that Songs is something this deck wants to play, I would be surprised if there's a couple Under the Sea roaming around.
I wouldn't be surprised either. This deck is kind of a control deck. Emerald and Amber are not two colors that are really known for their board control, except Emerald does have a lot of cards that bounce cards back to opponents' hands, and there are some cards in Emerald that do this. There's the Muses that are out there. We don't talk about Bruno does this as an action. Under the Sea is another one, as you highlighted. These are all cards that allow you to control the board through bouncing cards back to your opponent's hand. And as you pointed out, Kita sets up for that Under the Sea card very, very nicely. So Zach possibly angling to do that in the late game.
And oh my goodness, we see a pretty big Ursula Deceiver being played here. Shane revealing 2 Grab Your Sword, a very threatening card against this board state with the Prince John and the Diablo, both only having 2 willpower, so they would be banished if Shane plays Grab Your Sword next turn, which he absolutely can. He has the Fishbone Quill, which means as long as the Fishbone Quill stays around till the next turn, then Shane can ink any card from his hand, meaning that he would be able to ink up to 5, play this Grab Your Sword, and banish both the Prince John and the Diablo. I think we see Zach Bivens questing with both of them here, knowing that they're probably not long for this world.
That is true. Painting the Roses Red, another card that we don't see terribly often in the competitive meta. Not blue, not green, not aquamarine. We're painting the roses red. This card is another card that manipulates your opponent's character strengths, again, playing into that Kita play later on.
I'm definitely starting to see a theme here with Zach Bivens' deck. It cares a lot about reducing strength. And as you mentioned earlier, there's quite a few ways you can control the board with different Amber and Emerald actions and characters that care about strength specifically. So I'm eager to see what else Zach pulls out of this, just because, like you said, Painting the Roses Red isn't a card we typically see. I love that it replaces itself. You get to draw a card when you play the card, but otherwise you don't see the negative strength part of this action used very frequently.
No, that's true. See what's here for a turn 5 play. I do want to talk a little bit about Shane, though. We've talked a lot about Zach and what he's trying to do. Shane, I would argue we're seeing some of the cards that he wants to be playing in the early game, getting items on the board for Hiram, and then a Fishbone Quill out to allow him to put extra ink in the inkwell, really getting that resource advantage that this deck wants to build. But Zach has really been putting some hand pressure on Shane here, getting rid of, 3 cards, I think, at this point. From his hand, which is that's ink that Shane wants to be putting in the inkwell, and eventually play a whole new world. So Shane's kind of on the back foot here, just with his hand disadvantage.
Right, I think Shane's especially hurting because we haven't seen a Flaversham, or sometimes players like to play a whole new world in this deck as well, just as a way to refill your hand. One of my Sapphire Steel is a deck that I love to watch being played because of their ability to get ink into their inkwell very quickly. We see Fishbone Quill being played. That's another way that Shane is removing cards from his hand, so it's hurting him even more. And like you mentioned, Zach Bivens also taking cards out of Shane's hand. He doesn't have any cards in hand now, but typically the Sapphire Steel deck wants to ramp into a 5-cost character, which you can then sing a whole new world, and we don't see that or a Hiram in play yet.
Yeah, and here we see another card that we don't see terribly often in the meta, although it's one that people were excited about when the set started. It's Cricky, Lucky Cricket from Mulan. This is a 3/4 with 3 lore, and when you play this character, your other characters get +3 strength this turn. So not something that Zach utilized there, but a 3 lore character on the board now, threatening to gain Zach some lore pretty quickly.
I actually love this card personally because I think it plays a great offensive and defensive role as a card. When you play the card, like you mentioned, you're boosting the strength of all of your other characters, which means if your opponent has a bunch of characters on their board and they're exerted, you can use it to surprise your opponent with favorable trades. And then once Cricky's done that job, he quests for 3 lore, so you can put on a lot of pressure just by having him on board, gaining 3 lore every turn if your opponent doesn't have a way to banish it.
Mm-hmm. It is a lucky bug.
We do see an Aerial Spectacular Singer played this turn as well, I believe, to look at the top 4 cards of Zach's deck and then put one in hand if he finds one. And then we see a Sir Hiss. This is an interesting card we don't normally see.
No, this is it doesn't synergize with much else in the deck, but it is a turn 2 play that he can play on curve, and it's evasive, so probably an answer for Diablo in the meta.
Yes. Yeah, it has 3 strength, only 1 willpower, but enough strength to banish a Diablo, even a Diablo that's at a hidden cove.
Hidden cove, I was gonna say.
Yeah, we see a lot of hidden coves being played in Emerald Steel, so it still gets around that as well. And then a pretty great 2-drop, like you mentioned, being able to quest for 1 every turn. If your characters don't have evasive, you can't challenge other evasive characters, so just adding a little bit of extra pressure.
Yes. Now Shane here using some of his, of course, Zach pointing out there that Mickey has, or Shane pointing out Mickey has resist, so not taking any damage there because of the Cogsworth. But Shane trying to remove as much lore as possible from Zach's side of the board. Zach is threatening to run away with this game here, particularly with that 3 lore Cricky on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shane, we still haven't found much of a card draw option, but these 2 Cogsworth in play are giving everything else resist +1. They're not giving themselves resist +1, but each Cogsworth is giving the other one resist +1. And so it creates an interesting thing here where Cogsworth allows you to make favorable trades. You see how wide Zach is going. So Shane really needs to challenge a bunch of the characters to bring them down, especially since we're not finding cards like Grab Your Sword, or at least we found them earlier. And then Zach was able to get rid of them with some of the song removal cards that he has available to them. Unfortunately for Shane, though, the Mickey and the Cogsworth, they don't have a lot of strength. And so for some of the characters on Zach's side of the board are evasive with the Diablos and the Sir Hiss, but also these Crickies, those Crickies have 4 willpower, so it takes a bit of challenging with these characters that don't have a ton of strength just to get rid of a couple threats. We see another Cricky being played here as well. I mean, just those 2 Crickies are 6 lore on board. Zach's already at 14 lore. If Shane doesn't have an answer to this, the game may be over. Going to see what Shane is looking at. Okay, so Shane does find the whole new world. I think he sings it with Cogsworth. This is honestly exactly what he needed. You don't love singing a whole new world when there's a Diablo in play, because the Diablo lets Zach draw a card for every card that Shane draws. So Zach has to discard his hand, draw 7 from the whole new world, and then he gets basically 7 instances of deciding if he wants to draw an extra card for all 7 cards that Shane drew. And we see Zach just filling up his hand with cards. He should have close to a 14-card hand here after the whole new world, but it's something Shane had to do in order to have a chance of getting back into this game.
Right. I mean, you have to play to your outs, right? And that is his out. Whether or not it helps his opponents is what he needed to do. The bummer for Shane is, this deck likes to take advantage of a whole new world by having a lot more resources at its disposal when it does it than your opponent. So in theory, Shane would love to have a lot more ink in his inkwell to be able to do more than Zach with those cards that he gave him. But because of that discard in the early game, just wasn't able to generate that resource advantage.
Unfortunately, I don't think Shane found what he wanted to with that whole new world, because we see him play 2 popsicles. And I mean, when Zach has 14 cards in hand, what's an extra 2? You know,
right?
If you're playing the popsicles, letting him draw off the Diablo, at this point, Shane just has to find his out.
Yeah, that's true. And there are some things available. Grab Your Sword, but didn't find it, and there it is. Grab Your Sword would have helped. But again, it's a tough position to be in.
Yeah, Grab Your Sword definitely would have helped. I know we saw at least 2 of them earlier in the game. I don't think it's very typical for Sapphire Steel lists to play more than 2 or 3 of them normally. So knowing that there were already 2 in the discard, I feel like Zach could pretty safely go wide. Even if you have something like Tinkerbell's only going to deal 1 damage when it enters play. And of course the Diablos, they would have gotten rid of the Sir Hisses, but the Diablos are the things you're really worried about. So I think it was just unfortunate for Shane that he didn't find some of that draw faster. I feel like if he were able to find a Hiram Flaversham or even an early Whole New World, this game may have gone a bit differently. But Zach's deck is positioned to be super aggressive, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely, and really, I think you hit the nail on the head. Not having the Hiram there mid game when Zach is putting on that hand pressure. 2-3 cards picking here and there. Didn't see a Bucky in this list, which we're so used to seeing in Emerald. So we didn't see a Bucky this game. We just saw targeted hand removal, and it did enough that yeah.
I'll be interested to see how they approach this game on game 2, I believe. Did Zach go first in game 1? I think Shane will get to go first on this next game. So
I believe so, yes.
So I think there's going to be a big advantage there because Shane should be able to ramp theoretically a turn earlier than Zach does. And if you're able to ramp a bit faster, get a 5-cost character played, and then potentially Whole New World early, or even landing a Hiram Flaversham, then maybe you can find some of those answers. You can counter some of that targeted hand removal that Zach is playing against as well. Find some of your removal for the wide board that we'll see, and more of the direct removal cards from Steel.
Yeah, and before we bring in the next game, we're really excited to do it. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to see if Zach managed to take game 2 as well. Granted, that deck, it was so spicy, I had to take a break before game 2.
Honestly,
it hit me by surprise.
That's not the first time Zach has taken us
Done
off
this
of our
to
feet.
us.
He does it every time. That's why I say it every time I see Zach play. I'm excited to see him play because I never know what he has for us.
Yeah. So I am excited to this next game because this kind of deck has a early game and a mid game and a late game that are very different, and we didn't get to that late game.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see if we do this time.
Yeah. Let's get on to the next game and see what happens. Okay, both players seem to have finished their altar. Yep. Like I said, I think Shane gets to go first in this game. We see him inking a Rise of the Titans. Doesn't need that for this matchup.
Nope.
And playing a Popsicle, a very stereotypical Sapphire opening.
Popsicle is a fantastic card.
I love this. I love this card, to be honest with you. It's just, there's something about it being so simple. It's a 1-cost item. You play it, you draw a card. It basically makes your 60-card deck a 56-card deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we did see game 1. Zach played the Diablo on turn 1. That was turn 1 play. No turn 1 play here. So a Fortisphere going in on Shane's side, followed by a Smee on turn 2. Smee, a very popular card after his release, very well statted for a turn 2 play, and 2 lore allows you to either put a little board pressure on if your opponent is playing aggressively, or get you 2, 4, or 6 lore right off the bat.
I think this is a powerful play from Shane, especially since Zach missed his 1-drop. You know that Smee's likely going to be able to quest on this turn, gain 2 lore. We do see an Ursula Deceiver being played that's going to hit a Let It Go because it's the only song in Shane's hand, but it's already starting. This hand targeting, especially the songs, is happening on Zach's end, but Smee has lots of strength. If Shane decides to quest with the Smee, he's going to gain 2 lore, and then also if Zach decides to challenge with the Ursula, which he probably won't because it wouldn't trade with the Smee would banish the Ursula in return.
Beast Hard-Headed going into the Inkwell, another card that won't do a lot of good this match potentially, into a Fishbone Quill on turn 3. You know, this is one of the challenges that Shane has with this deck, though, with this build. Fishbone Quill is a card that allows you to ink an extra card out of your hand every single turn, but it's using the cards in your hand to do it. And when you're playing a deck like Zach's, which seems to want to force you to discard, maybe a card a turn through the first 2 or 3 or 4 turns, that's a tough decision to make.
Yeah, sometimes with these Sapphire Steel decks, I've noticed players like to lean towards a certain ramp option. There's Fishbone Quill, which you see in the majority of Sapphire decks, and then depending on the Sapphire deck, some people like to play 1 Jump Ahead, which is a 2-cost song. You can play it, take the top card from your deck, putting it into the inkwell, or you can play Mickey Mouse Detective, which does the exact same thing, but it's 3 ink, uninkable, and 1/3. So I think Shane in this scenario would rather see the Mickey Mouse Detective for a couple reasons. We have the Emerald and the Amber aggression to hand of targeting not only songs, but through cards like the Bare Necessities, targeting item cards as well. So to get around having to discard a Fishbone Quill or One Jump Ahead, a Mickey Mouse Detective would be a perfect card in this scenario, being able to play it, still doing what Fishbone is trying to do in this case, which is, I think, just getting Shane to 5 inks so that you can play a 5 or 6 ink character.
And I think with those two cards, talking about hand pressure here, Zach has just managed to empty Shane's hand. Shane forced to discard that Hiram Faversham, which he really wanted to play this turn to recharge his hand and keep him going. So Shane in full top deck mode here.
Yeah, the Hiram Faversham could have kept Shane in this game. I mean, the game's not over by any means.
Of course.
But Shane not having any cards in hand and playing a deck that has some pretty expensive cards, he's going to be forced to either play this card that he draws every turn or draw a card. The Hiram Faversham